Amidst the battlefield strewn with bodies, where blood and rainwater mingled, this young man was the only survivor. He sighed, looking at the scene before him. Ronan let out a sharp breath. So many of them died. In the end, only he was left to witness this scene. A 2TE was too careless, a voice echoed, making Ronan turn his head in alarm. He gritted his teeth. Who would have thought that the big guy lying at his feet was still alive, and even had the strength to mock him a bit? He belonged to the A2TE giant species. 20 days ago, he brought 2 comrades to rampage through the human empire, but now he's the only one left undefeated. Ronan angrily stomped his foot right on his glabella. Because of him, half the empire had become a graveyard, so how could he still be alive and kicking? Don't worry, it won't be long until A2TE returns to your side, he replied, suppressing his pain. Ronan referred to his 2 closest friends who had long been waiting in heaven. One became a giant roasted sausage after being spewed with fire by a chained dragon, while the other fell into eternal slumber thanks to the lullaby of old Manhua. Do you understand, you idiot? Ronan laughed triumphantly, looking at him, the defeated foe. But the big guy A2TE didn't care in the slightest about his 2 companions. He knew well that those 2 had been buried alongside the 2 powerful humans, which meant that strong individuals like Ronan were all dead. This was the harsh truth Ronan didn't want to admit, but he still retorted strongly because he was still standing on the giant's face. Don't count your chickens before they hatch, the giant lectured him. He could tell Ronan didn't have much time left to live. If he had recognized his skills earlier and focused on training, he would have become a huge obstacle to their aspirations. As if poked at a sore spot, Ronan gritted his teeth in annoyance. He knew his life was pathetic, but he didn't want to hear it recounted by this foul-mouthed guy. If you're going to die, then just die in silence, you great human. You have the right to be proud, but in the end, your world will soon be swallowed by starlight and disappear. Those were the big guy's last nonsensical words before Ronan chopped off his head. Ronan's eyes were vacant. He looked at the bloody puddles on the ground. After everything, what would he do? He took difficult steps towards his comrades, the people who had brought him good memories, and now those people were before him, but their breath had stopped long ago. You stupid bastards, Ronan swore in pain. Why were they so arrogant as to fight to the death? Did they think that if he was strong, everyone else was strong too? They should have known to pick their situations and run to save their lives. Ronan gently closed his comrade's wide-open eyes so he could rest in peace. He wondered why the giants could repel even the Empire's strongest aura sword but were only wounded by his sword strike. If he had known this sooner, a mere HR soldier like him would have been ready to go to the front lines. Then his comrades wouldn't have perished like this. Ronan felt overwhelmed with guilt. He truly didn't know he possessed that power, it wasn't that he didn't want to fight. While he was sinking into a pile of negative thoughts, a faint voice spoke up, "Is anyone there?" The familiar voice startled Ronan awake. He used all his strength to prop himself up with his sword and crawled to search. The owner of this voice was still alive. He saw that figure in front of the giant rock. Ronan felt a flicker of hope. Their general commander Ade-san was still alive. Just seeing flowers bloom made him think spring had arrived, but their general commander was also covered in injuries. He helplessly gritted his teeth and approached. Even their brilliant leader would one day become crippled. Ade-san couldn't help but be surprised by the strength of a mere common soldier like him, but more importantly, what she cared about was the A3TE big guys. I killed him, Ronan understood and replied. This was the statement Ade-san wanted to hear most. As if a 1,000-year burden had been lifted, her eyes welled up with tears. Thank you so much, Lance Corporal Ronan. Ronan silently watched his leader, who was usually as cold as an iceberg, cry for once. While she was thanking him, he wanted to ask her for a small favor. Normally, according to regulations, soldiers' bodies would be burned or discarded, but he couldn't bear to see his comrades treated that way. Ronan hoped Ade-san would order their bodies to be handled with a little more dignity. But Ade-san wasn't sure. She was in a worse state than him now, shouldn't he just go look after them himself? As soon as Ade-san finished speaking, Ronan coughed violently, a pool of blood spilling from his mouth onto his hand. He could die at any moment now, but Ronan didn't seem to feel distressed. He only regretted that he usually just partied and did nothing useful, and now fate was taking him away. Ade-san was speechless. Is this how someone about to kick the bucket talks? She wondered what Ronan would want to do if he were to survive. Of course there was. Ronan still wanted to live very much, but the only thing he was curious about was what it would feel like to go to the academy. Ade-san was surprised by his answer. The big guy's dying words just now had made him think, and more importantly, it was the last wish of the sister he cherished. But what a pity, perhaps in just a few more minutes, he would be reunited with his family. Ade-san still had faith in the rescue team, but he had told her to list him as missing. Those were just useless notions. The raindrops thinned, and light gradually appeared from above. Both of them were startled. Suddenly, the storm ceased, followed by an earth-shattering tremor. Ronan was annoyed. What the hell was happening? An earthquake at the end of his life? But the light before his eyes made Ronan's heart stop. An 8-winged giant named Bat Duk appeared before them. Accompanying him were hundreds of thousands of other colossal creatures landing. Where did they crawl out from? Ade-san despaired at this sight. 3 giants had already made them struggle, now there were 3,000 more. Addison's eyes were empty as she mumbled, in the end, I still couldn't save the world 3 times? There's only one last chance left, I can't think of anything else. Commander! Ronan's call echoed, jolting Ade-san awake. He was calling out to her with all his might, his voice hoarse, wondering what the hell was wrong with her. Now was the time for her to use her psychic powers or whatever to throw him up there, on the ground. His sword couldn't even reach them. Ade-san was dumbfounded, not understanding anything. Even in this situation, Ronan still had the fighting spirit? What else? Ronan irritably replied. He'd rather fight than sit here waiting to die. But even if he died, he had to pluck all the feathers from their wings before he could die in peace. Ronan's spirit impressed Ade-san, though she wasn't surprised because Ronan was always like that. If not, how could they have come so far today? Corporal Ronan, Ade-san said, placing her hand on his shoulder. Ronan grumbled, what the hell now? I'm busy, stop chattering. But Addison's next action left him at a loss for what to do. Before thousands of eyes, Ade-san pressed her lips to his, especially in a situation where both of them were about to die. But from Addison's mouth, a blue gem was transferred into him. Ronan pushed her away, doubtful. What the hell did you put in my mouth? Ade-san whispered into Ronan's ear with all her strength. He strained his ears to hear what she was saying. But Addison's words made him think she was hallucinating, spouting such nonsense because she was on the verge of death. Corporal Ronan, Ade-san whispered, if we ever meet again, could you please tell me to stop trying to do foolish things and just settle for being a tailor? Addison's words astonished Ronan. I've done so many things throughout my life, but that's one thing I've never tried. Ade-san smiled contentedly, seemingly accepting her impending death. Bat Duk summoned Aura, aiming directly at the last 2 humans before him. A terrifying explosion occurred, engulfing everything around. Addison's gem glowed and then vanished into thin air. Time passed by until Ronan suddenly woke up. He panted, shouting Addison's name, but the familiar peaceful scene before him made his breath catch. A vast grassy field, a gently poetic blue river, and beneath his hands was lush, vibrant green grass, not blood-stained ground. Ronan couldn't believe his eyes. This was his homeland, Nimbute, which meant he had truly returned to the past. Ronan sat under a tree and sighed. He thought the commander's words were just delusions of grandeur. At that time, Ade-san had said what she put in his mouth was a gem that could turn back time. It was what she had used to climb from a tailor to the commander of the army. The gem allowed time to be reversed 4 times, but she had used it 3 times already, and this was the very last chance. Ade-san decided to give it to Ronan. He had the strength to kill the giants, so he would definitely be the key factor in preventing the destruction of this world. Finally, Ade-san hoped he wouldn't waste that last chance, that he would diligently train his skills, and most importantly, go to the academy. Ronan was startled. At that time, he was just having a fit and talking nonsense. Ade-san acted as if she hadn't heard him. She advised him to go to Philian Academy, where excellent people would teach him. And her last wish was that he could persuade her to be content as a tailor, not to be greedy and climb up to become a commander or anything else. Ronan was now tearing his hair out and swearing. He couldn't believe it. If this was a dream, he wanted to wake up quickly. And even if I could really return to the past, what could I do by myself? Oh, the past? Ronan suddenly perked up. He picked up his fake wooden sword. If this was the past, he would be able to meet that person again. Ronan ran along the familiar path, his heart eagerly anticipating. Just a little longer, and he would see that person. A scene struck his eyes, making him stop. Those bastards were hanging a child upside down. He was no stranger to these hooligan teens. Right now, he just wanted to go home. Wait a minute, the child wasn't hung by a rope. Ronan was about to leave, but the child's foot, suspended by magic, caught his attention. A magic user was definitely valuable but rarely seen on the battlefield, yet one appeared in this remote rural area. Now Ronan fully accepted that he had returned to the past. He suddenly remembered that perhaps they were here too. At this moment, a red-haired young man was using his magic to hang the child on the tree, but he trembled with fear that something might happen to the child. Please stop, I really don't have any money, the unfortunate child cried and begged. He needed the money to buy medicine for his mother. So what do you want me to do? The leader smacked the child's face and smirked, saying he didn't give a damn about his mother's health. Then he swung his hand and slapped the boy's face repeatedly. As he hit him, he put on a superior air. If you're such a filial son, you should be earning more money, shouldn't you? Tired of hitting him, he turned to the red-haired young man and ordered him to pull the boy up to the treetop. He trembled, not daring to do it. If he slipped, it would be over. The leader sneered, isn't he already hanging? Shut up and pull him up quickly, Izio, before you get hung alongside him. Izio was cornered. How did things turn out like this? Was his studying magic a mistake? He just wanted to show everyone that he was good at something too. Izio's hands trembled. He definitely couldn't follow that guy's orders, but he was also scared. Izio's eyes welled up with tears. His sense of justice wouldn't let him surrender. Please stop. Izio summoned all his courage and shouted. Suddenly, a wooden stick hit the young man's head, making him yelp in pain. Ronan appeared just in time to stop Izio's hand before he used too much magic and ended the child's life. Losing control, the magic binding the boy's foot disappeared, and he fell to the ground with a thud. The leader looked annoyed and turned to question Izio. He said stop, so you stopped? Did you think I was joking with you or something? Izio backed away in fear. Ronan turned to him and told him not to mind that Chubin guy, just to talk to him. The leader was still shouting from behind, but Ronan didn't care what nonsense he was spouting. He wondered where he learned teleportation magic. He honestly replied that he learned it from a spellbook bought from a street vendor. The answer surprised Ronan. Learning from a cheap book, not even knowing if it was fake or real, and already being so skilled? This is truly a talent. Ronan told himself he'd observe more before evaluating if teleportation magic would have any effect on those bulky A2 guys. The sound of a sword being drawn interrupted Ronan's thoughts. The leader pulled out his sword with an angry demeanor. How dare you ignore me? It seems you've become arrogant since I deliberately lost to you, huh? But today, I'll set you straight. As soon as he finished speaking, he lunged towards Ronan. He wasn't flustered, he was just curious where this poor guy pulled out a decent longsword from. Although his stance was pathetically bad, he had strength, which allowed him to dominate a small area around here. Of course, that was before he showed up. Ronan easily dodged his sword strike. His eyes widened in surprise. Ronan dodging his sword was not part of the plan. In contrast to Ronan, even though he had returned to the past, his skills were still the same. His discipline, which was ingrained in him, would never fade no matter where he went. Moreover, he also had combat intuition, which helped him defeat the giant A2. The bleached-haired, dark-skinned guy gave a foolish laugh, trying to cover his embarrassment. "Ha, just lucky, huh? I was planning to make it so you couldn't even lift a spoon for the rest of your life." Ronan admitted that he was indeed lucky today, even though his whole life had been unlucky. He deluded himself into thinking Ronan was just lucky to dodge his sword, telling him to kneel if he wanted to make peace. He would spare his life, but he'd have to leave an arm behind. Oh dear, how scary. Ronan scratched his neck, not bothering with his nonsensical words. "If I kill you, I'll definitely treat your sister well." At the mention of his sister, Ronan became serious. He smirked triumphantly as he spoke about Ronan's sister, being so shameless as to recount every time he saw her, he had dirty thoughts. Slash! Ronan angrily swung his wooden stick. Fresh blood and flesh splattered, and one of the brown-skinned, blonde-haired guy's ears flew off. He dropped his sword and clutched his throbbing ear, his face pale and tear-filled. The henchman watching from afar winced in sympathy. Who told him to mess around foolishly? "Hey, you bastard!" Ronan stepped closer, his face unable to hide his anger. "Do you want to die?" The atmosphere was so tense it was suffocating. These three young men trembled, unable to believe their eyes as Ronan cut off the guy's ear with just a crappy wooden stick. "Hey, you dogs, enjoying the show, aren't you?" Ronan's single remark made all three of them flinch. He chased them back to their kennels if they didn't want to live their lives hearing with one ear. Ronan didn't forget to kick the guy on the ground a few more times, making him groan. Of course, before leaving, they had to leave some money as compensation for his emotional distress, and for the water to wash the blood off his beautiful stick. They didn't dare to object, so a heavy bag of money fell into the hands of the boy hanging upside down, who was dumbfounded. He didn't expect Ronan to give him all that money. It was 4 or 5 times the amount they had stolen from him. Ronan only took a few coins for himself, and he also told the boy to live without worry. Those cowardly rabbit-hearted guys wouldn't dare to come back. The boy cried with joy, thanking Ronan, who waved his hand, telling him to go home quickly. A strange sound from somewhere made both of them curious. Turning around, they saw her hesitating, wanting to say something. I'm really sorry, I'm so sorry," she said, then bowed her head, tears falling freely. She knew she shouldn't have helped that bastard Han do that, even though that son of a bitch Han had threatened her, but she was truly too scared to do anything. She took all the blame, but the freckled boy just smiled gently. "You're getting weepy again." When that one-eared Han brought him here, he recognized his comrades, the ones who were always bullied. He put his hand on her shoulder, encouraging her, "Don't blame yourself like that." To him, she was always kind and talented, but he still accepted her apology. After saying that, the boy hugged the money bag and left, leaving only the two of them. Ronan then cast a quick glance, realizing the kid wasn't that bad, he was just being bullied. He nudged him awake from his thoughts. Earlier, the two of them had said they needed to discuss something. Almost forgot, Ronan arranged to meet him here again in 4 days. Muttering hesitantly, not understanding, Ronan ignored him and left, not forgetting to set the meeting for moonrise. Of course, if he didn't show up, the consequence would be losing both ears, not just one. Scared, he dared not object. It wasn't until Ronan left that he managed to process the information. Ronan's hasty departure was to return home. Standing nervously at the door, he looked at the bouquet in his hand, wondering if he was overdoing it. He remembered his sister liked flowers, but he wasn't sure what kind. Doing something like this for the first time made Ronan shy. He turned away, wanting to toss the bouquet somewhere else to feel less awkward. Suddenly, the door opened. His sister wondered who was outside. "Oh, it's you, Ronan? You're back?" The familiar voice, unheard for so long, made his heart skip a beat. In his previous life, while serving in the military, he always wondered what he would say when he saw her again. Should he apologize for leaving without a word, or tell her how much he missed her? Ronan had always thought about the moment he would reunite with her, But now, standing before the person he had always wanted to see again, his nose stung. Ronan lowered his head. After all the ups and downs, the only thing he could say was, "I'm home." Inside the warm house of the two siblings, Iron happily held the bouquet in her hands, exclaiming, "Oh my, I never thought I'd live to see the day my cold little brother gave me flowers." Iron was so happy she couldn't stop smiling. Ronan's ears turned red, and he cleared his throat. "As long as you like it." Iron asked if he was full, if he wanted more stew, but Ronan was already too full after eating 3 heaping bowls of rice. If he smelled any more, he'd be dead before the giants even appeared. Most of all, what Ronan wondered about was the past timeline. He asked Iron how old she was this year. The silly question puzzled Iron. She was 22 this year, and her brother had forgotten her age. Iron wondered if her brother had hid his head somewhere, which was why he was giving her flowers and asking her age today. But at this moment, Ronan was calculating in his head, in 10 years, those big bastards would invade the Empire. A warm hand was placed on his forehead. Iron was genuinely worried about his health. Ronan, however, felt this scene was so peaceful. His sister was always like this, smiling, kind, and warm. After so much pain, Ronan wished this moment could last forever. But to preserve this happiness, in the next 10 years, he would protect the world and Iron. Ronan hesitated, then decided to talk to his sister. "I'm planning to join the academy." "What? The academy?" Iron was stunned for a moment, then immediately her face lit up like a child receiving a gift. Needless to say, she was overjoyed to tears. Iron repeatedly asked Ronan again. Whenever she brought up school, he never listened, so when Ronan proactively asked, Iron was visibly delighted. Unable to wait any longer, Iron ran to the kitchen corner, making Ronan confused. Iron hastily rummaged through her things, even throwing a sleeping mouse aside. Then she placed a large urn on the floor, startling Ronan. Iron had always believed this day would come, so she had prepared a surprise gift for him. Ronan was astonished, an urn filled with shimmering gold coins. Iron proudly showed off her savings achievement. Iron was just waiting for this day. If Ronan decided to go to school now, she would pay his tuition for him. Ronan was truly surprised by Iron. He didn't know when she had prepared this. Even so, Ronan wanted Iron to spend this money, because for him, it wasn't enough. Iron was startled when her brother complained the money was too little. She wondered where Ronan wanted to study that required so much money. The Royal School, Filion Academy. This name left her speechless. Filion Academy was the best pioneering educational institution in the entire empire, where the most renowned professors on the continent gathered, along with abundant funds from the empire's great families. In short, it was a place that offered students the best educational opportunities. Filion Academy was worthy of being called a hero's forge. Its reputation was immense. From General Ade-san, Master Swordsman Sulafin, the worst criminal, the Ice Witch, and so on. Those from Filion were quite useful in the war against the 3 big guys, to the extent that Ronan could understand why Commander-in-Chief Ade-san wanted him to study there. Now Ronan was on his way to the meeting point. Of course, with such a resounding reputation, Filion's admission standards were also extremely high. Along with the enormous tuition fees, especially for a poor country bumpkin like him. However, Ronan was a bit sad about Iron's reaction. Perhaps she couldn't believe that her brother, who spent all day goofing off, would dream of studying at Filion Polytechnic. Well, that's fine. I'll bring the best results so that Iron can be proud. But first, Ronan was quite surprised that AEL had already arrived. AEL, of course, didn't dare to stand Ronan up after being threatened until he was scared stiff. Ronan told him to forget about that and build a good image of him in his mind, and the main thing tonight was a test Ronan had for AEL. He threw the heavy backpack from his shoulder to the ground, before AEL's wide, astonished eyes. AEL didn't understand what the hell he was planning. "Oh, it's nothing much. Use your psychic ability on me," Ronan said excitedly. He wanted to know how high he could be lifted. AEL, of course, couldn't believe what he heard. Being a coward, he didn't want to try that one-step to reincarnation trick. But in Ronin's eyes, that wouldn't send him to reincarnation. First, just try it. Ael hesitated but then agreed. He shouted, "Invisible hand," and aura shot like lightning towards Ronin. After that, his body gradually became lighter and hovered. Everything slowly stabilized, even better than he imagined. Although there were still shortcomings in height and balance, this feeling was still similar to back then, during the battle with A2, when psychic power helped him fight on par with that big guy. This is called psychic power, a rare ability among the rare, which means AEL will become one of the most important elements to support the battle against A2. Ronin smirked. This start isn't too bad, is it? Whether it's bad or not will only be known in 10 years, but right now AEL was struggling to control Ronin. He wanted to let him down immediately. But Ronin still wanted to fool around a bit more. "You don't need to throw me down, I'll jump out myself." AEL was startled and confused. He didn't know how someone being controlled could get down on their own. "If you don't know, open your eyes and watch." Ronin swung his long sword, severing Ael's mana flow, much to Ael's astonishment, then landed gently from a height of several meters. Ael couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked Ronin. Ronin thought Ael was asking about how he landed so lightly, so he said he'd been practicing acrobatics like Spider-Man at home all the time, so he was used to it. But what Ael wanted to ask was about him being able to cut the mana flow. His answer was "who cares," because he didn't know either, accompanied by a knock on the head that made Ael's head ache. Ronin's homework today was to find out what his mana-cutting skill was, and why his sword could affect that big guy A2. After reorganizing his thoughts, Ronin now had something he needed to do. He threw the backpack to Ael and announced that he was accepted as his disciple. Now, Ael was to follow him to do a few things before dawn. Ael was worried. He had never been out at night with a boy before. But Ronin ignored him. Today might very well become the first page in the autobiography of Ronin, the greatest person in this entire empire. On the way, Ronin told Ael about Filion Academy, but Ael wondered if his ears were broken. Were they really on their way to the prestigious Filion Academy, filled only with elite members of the empire? Ronin was annoyed. "Believe it already, don't keep asking." "What's wrong?" "You don't want to go?" he asked Ael back. Ael stammered a denial. He thought Ronin, with his martial arts talent, would be fine, but he himself had no talent, no knowledge, and was timid and withdrawn. "Hey Ael, do you want to keep living like that?" Ronin interrupted him. He warned the young man, Ael had amazing talent but was wasting it by making a fool of himself. Did he really want to live a life like a clown? Ael was hit where it hurt, and Ronin continued to criticize his shallow way of thinking. Cowardly and withdrawn, a crybaby for every reason, more precisely, he was the type of person who feared failure. All of this shone directly into the dark corners of Ael's heart, leaving him unable to retort. However, to Ronin, that didn't matter, because people could change. Only time that had passed could not be regained, and one day Ael would certainly regret it. Just as he had once regretted things on the battlefield in his previous life, he didn't want his second life to continue having unnecessary mistakes. After preaching for a while, Ronin patted Ael's shoulder, encouraging him. He blushed, imagining Ronin had cared and worried about him all this time. Ronin was still talking incessantly. After all, Ael's life was for him to decide. It's just that he'd lose a great errand boy. Seeing Ael looking dumbfounded, he helplessly left. He frantically waved his hands. "Wait, Ronin, I want to change. I'll go to Filion with you, so please teach me what to do." Ronin grinned smugly. He'd successfully hooked his first mark. He returned to his cold expression, looking at him and saying, "All right, Ael, this is the first time you get to show your masculinity." Ael was utterly confused but still followed him eagerly, the one with a gradually dehumanized smile proud of his psychological manipulation victory. A fire was being lit in the middle of a forest. Ael's heart pounded at the sight before his eyes. He hesitantly asked Ronin again to be sure, "Is this really the first time I have to go through this?" Of course, he casually replied. He had scoured this entire forest and found the only opponent for AEL to fully unleash his talent, the lonely night moon goblin sitting by itself. Despite how it looked, it was the leader of this group of sleeping night moon goblins. What do you think, AEL? Isn't it great? Great my ass, AEL couldn't understand why he was following this madman. So, shall we start now? Looking at this face, who would believe he's the male lead? Moon goblins are a type of goblin commonly found in this area. Most people can easily distinguish them from regular goblins by their sallow skin and deformed bodies. They are obsessed with gold and all kinds of jewels, which is why they ambush merchants, rob them, then gather all their stolen goods in one place and throw all-night parties, especially on full moon nights like tonight. AEL trembled, praying that they weren't here to do that today. But Ronan said no way. His face showed a sinister smirk. He hadn't stolen anything in a long time, and tonight they would loot all that gold, silver, and jewels. AEL had never heard of moon goblins gathering jewels in one place and throwing a party, and more importantly, how did Ronan know? Ronan hummed evasively. How could he say that in his previous life he had wandered around and begged them for a bite to eat? Suddenly, he put an arm around Ael's shoulder with a dangerous look. He just needed him to use his telekinesis to transfer all the treasure into this bag, while they were still dead drunk. Easy, right? Of course, it wasn't easy at all. What if he accidentally dropped a treasure on one of them and woke them all up? Then both of them would get beaten to a pulp. What else? That was Ael's thought, so he panicked and quickly tried to withdraw. The incomplete revolution annoyed Ronan, so he continued his preaching. To get into Philin Academy, they needed two important things. First, of course, they couldn't do without tuition fees, and Philin's tuition was incredibly expensive. Second was practical combat experience. Money was important, but experience was even more so. At Philin, all the nobles were professionally trained from a young age, so there was only one way to compete with them, risking your life. I feel like AEL was actually more afraid of Ronan than the goblins. In Ronan's estimation, the moon goblins were a perfect target. They offered both money and experience, even better than a shoppy sale. Am I wrong, or do you have a better idea? Ronan's barrage of questions left AEL speechless. Finally, Ronan slapped AEL hard to seal the deal. Tonight, the moon is bright, the breeze is cool, and the scenery is picturesque, perfect for a little thievery. Gold coins, jewels, ornaments, and precious stones were silently moving from the moon goblin's chest into Ronan's bottomless backpack. AEL was holding his breath, performing the task slowly and meticulously under Ronan's direction. Watching the sparkling pile of treasures grow, Ronan's smile gradually lost its humanity. All the bags they carried are full. That's enough for today's KPI. Ronan turned and patted Ael's head encouragingly. The experience was for him, and as for the money, he'd hold on to it. AEL also felt more energized. The feeling of a successful heist was really awesome. Ronan looked proudly at his top protege. He hadn't been confident he'd adapt so quickly, but he was better than Ronan thought, showing great potential for thievery. Magical potential. But the most important thing was that he'd found a good minion. His first attempt at a pyramid scheme was more successful than expected. Ronan rearranged the bag and told AEL to prepare to leave. He was visibly delighted, wondering if that was really all it took to complete the mission. Ronan said nonchalantly, "The job went smoother than expected, so we get to leave early. Stay a bit longer, and trouble might find us." Speak of the devil, two hunters came running, cursing under their breath. They yelled loudly, "Hey, you two brats, stop right there." The two thieves were startled. Ronan wondered what lunatics were running around yelling like this in the middle of the night. But more importantly, the moon fairy had been woken up. It wondered what loud alarm was going off in the middle of the night. Its eyes fell on the empty chest. It shrieked, "What damn dog stole all its sparkling jewels?" The alarm was its loud screaming voice, which woke up all the moon fairies. They clamored, realizing this was the first time in their lives as fairies they'd been robbed. One pointed, and the whole group looked, their gazes falling on the two guys sneakily making their exit. "OSH*T, they're here, teacher." Ael felt his life was over as the moon fairies furiously charged towards them. He yelled in a panic, his words a jumble, his legs turning to jelly as he collapsed onto the ground. Ronan threw the bag down. He knew something like this would happen. Everything had gone too smoothly, making him feel like something was missing. Ael stammered, "Should we abandon these bags and run for our lives now?" Of course not. Without this money, they'd have to be capitalist slaves their entire lives and still wouldn't have enough for tuition at Philin. But that wasn't important now. Ael felt the most important thing was the monstrous creatures wanting to tear them apart right in front of them. They're attacking, Ronan. Ael screamed, his voice hoarse. Meanwhile, Ronan was calmly examining the longsword in his hand, forged from expensive, thick metal. With this weight and hardness, he predicted it could make 15 cuts, while there were about 30 moon fairies. As they pounced on them with their freshly manicured claws, Ael could only call out Ronan's name. Ronan had finished his calculations. 15 cuts for 30 creatures was enough. He swung once, decapitating the first 3. 3 bald heads flew past Ael's eyes, to his astonishment. Now there were 14 cuts left. Ronan's expression at this moment also made the moon fairies wary. Under the moonlight, crows cawed, signaling a bad omen. Bad for the moon fairies, for they had encountered Ronan, the harbinger of death. He skewered the last skull, thought it'd be hard, but it was easy as pie, little bro. Ael was still sitting dazed on the ground, wondering what he had just witnessed. Ronan had beheaded 3 fairies with just one sword swing, and the whole swarm of fairies ran from behind. But Ronan vanished, then reappeared instantly, only for the fairies' heads to clatter to the ground. Ael gulped. It was a good thing he agreed to follow Ronan earlier, otherwise, he'd probably be dancing on TikTok with the fairies in heaven now. Having dealt with the moon fairies, Ronan turned back to ask Ael what the hell he was doing, planning to sit there until morning and give up the money? Ael startled, apologized, and Ronan, as was his habit, coolly rested his sword on his shoulder and told him, "Let's go home." This was exactly what Ael wanted to hear most. Under the shining moonlight, the two struggled to carry the pile of treasures on their shoulders. Ronan felt his shoulders ache. He thought the two of them could travel comfortably, but who knew it would be this difficult? But the reason Ronan's shoulders ached was the battle with the fairies. Could it be that his body was still growing and couldn't handle it? Ronan gritted his teeth, cursing his past lazy self. Now he had to intensify his physical training. Ael suddenly remembered there was a terrifying scream earlier. Ronan also had no idea what idiots were running into the forest like bulls in the middle of the night, forcing him to deal with 30 moon fairies. Suddenly, an arrow flew towards Ael from behind. He felt something behind his back and immediately turned around. Just as it was about to pierce Ael, Ronan's hand firmly grabbed it. Damn it, they just showed up after he mentioned them. Ael only then noticed the arrow. He felt like he had just gone through the gates of hell and come back. Ronan didn't know where the arrow came from. Could it be from that cursed forest? Since when were there so many crazies there? Suddenly, the two guys from before appeared. The archer, with a smirking look, said, "What's this?" "They're humans, and just kids too." Ronan angrily broke the arrow. "I'm old enough to be your uncle, and you call me a kid?" "Sorry, kids," the archer said, rubbing his head as he approached. He said they heard something rustling in the distance and thought it was a monster. His gaze fell on Ronan's sparkling backpack, then he glanced at his accomplice. "Oh dear, we almost killed someone, didn't we? Are either of you hurt anywhere?" "Shameless. You can't even hide your intentions anymore," Ronan said coldly, making the two men freeze instantly. With a face that couldn't be more villainous, Ronan told them to stop their pointless acts and state their identities before he got angry. The two young men were stunned by Ronan's terrifying face. The glib-tongued archer stepped closer. "Haha, it really is our fault. We forgot to introduce ourselves. Sorry, kids." As he spoke, he secretly pulled a dagger from his belt. "We are Calabaro." As soon as he finished speaking, he brought the dagger down onto Ronan's head. Ronan remained calm. "Calabaro?" He blocked the man's arm with his left hand and delivered an uppercut to his chin with the other, making him gasp and spit blood. Is Calabaro another name for Uncle Ben? Ronan asked coldly. The blond man rushed forward from behind with a dagger in his hand. The moment the dagger grazed Ael's face, he trembled and used magic to scream, "Ronan, danger!" The blond man gritted his teeth, unable to move. Ronan's eyes lit up, calling Ael's name joyfully. This servant creature knows how to protect its master, doesn't it? The next second, Ronan snatched the dagger from him and wildly swung it around. The blond man was confused, wondering who Ronan was, when his whole body split into pieces. Pieces of flesh fell from his body onto Ael's feet, making him shudder. "Ronan, is he dead?" Ael stammered. Ronan wiped the blood from his face. "Of course he's dead. Why would I leave an enemy alive?" What he cared about was the name Calabaro, those bastards who specialized in poaching, kidnapping, and human trafficking. They could commit all kinds of crimes. They were the most ruthless criminal group in the Empire. As Ronan explained, he finished off the fawning archer, not forgetting to add that Ael was lucky to be with him, otherwise, his organs would be on their way to Cambodia by now. So he was doing good for the Empire. It would be evil to let them continue to roam freely knowing they were criminals. Now, the two of them could truly go home. Suddenly, the bag behind him jumped, startling Ronan. How the hell can this bag move? Ael recognized it as the bag the two criminals had brought. He guessed it contained hunted animals. Ronan had the same thought. He untied the rope to free the animal inside. A pair of glowing green eyes appeared, then it let out a keet-keet sound and flew out of the bag. Ronan looked bewildered. What the hell is wrong with this chicken? The blue bird flapped its wings, chirping, which meant, "Damn that black-haired guy for calling me a chicken." Although Ael was a bit timid, his mind was normal. His eyes sparkled at seeing the blue bird in real life, not on some newly renamed app. Ronan's face went blank. Turns out this is a bird, not a damn chicken? No wonder it can fly. His eye stopped at the bird's leg cuff. That was Calabaro's hunting cuff. It disrupted mana and restricted the target's movement. Based on his past life's knowledge, they only used those cuffs for mythical creatures, so this blue bird must be quite valuable. Behind the bird, a yellow magic circle appeared, and a voice came through, "Hello, hello, 1234, finally connected." Ael panicked, grabbing Ronan's collar and shouting. Did the bird just talk? Ronan irritably pushed his face away. This is communication magic. What the hell kind of bird can talk? The moment that bird flew out, it connected immediately, so perhaps that bag was used to block mana. You must be this bird's owner, right? Ronan probed. The person on the other end was named Varon, currently researching mythical creatures, claiming to be a guardian of the dream bird Mappet. That person had tried to communicate many times without success and was about to report it when the connection was made. The person on the other end wondered who they were talking to. Ronan said he was just passing through. He had just fought with the poachers who caught the bird, and the story after that was too bloody to describe, so Ronan didn't know what to say. In short, he saved the blue bird. The voice on the other end was alarmed to hear the bird had been poached. They had suspected it but didn't expect it to actually happen, so they were very grateful to Ronan and wanted to compensate him. Ronan, of course, wasn't one to take advantage. He just wanted to know how the bird could get home. It was quite exhausted from being tied up and thrown around for a while. He pondered for a moment. Perhaps it could fly after he removed the cuff. Its owner agreed, saying dream birds remember their way home very well, so he didn't need to worry about it getting lost. All right then, Ronan pulled out his sword and slashed once, making the bird chirp in surprise. Its control cuff shattered. Ronan sheathed his sword. Go back to your owner, blue bird, don't let them worry. His handsome face and this prince saving the blue bird act made the bird fall for Ronan. The blue bird flapped its wings and flew in front of Ronan. He had no idea why it was showing him its butt and wiggling it like that. It turned out it wanted him to pluck a feather before it flew away, which proved the bird wanted to meet him again. After plucking a dream bird's feather, it could lead its owner to him like a compass. After Ronan plucked the feather, the dream bird's owner hoped he could visit the research center to see the blue bird map it and them. The dream bird's owner would definitely repay him. Mappet flew off at an incredible speed, which even Ronan had to respect. Suddenly, Ael wondered what Ronan was holding in his hand. He glanced down at his palm. He just noticed, but what the hell was in his hand? A few days later, in a bustling market, a man was examining a sapphire stone and constantly praising its intricate craftsmanship. The pawnbroker paid Ronan 20 gold coins. He was Juan Carabel, owner of the Carabel Merchant Guild. He felt lucky to meet a big spender like Ronan today, bringing out all sorts of exquisite items. Ronan crossed his arms confidently. Finally, someone understands the value of this cuff. He had visited other merchant guilds, all a bunch of swindling underlings, which made him furious because they only offered him 5 gold coins. But it was truly worth the detour. Finally, he met his soulmate. He met a sharp-eyed merchant like Juan. Two great minds met, and only Ael breathed a sigh of relief that he didn't have to stop Ronan every time he wanted to smash a merchant guild. Juan asked if Ronan needed anything else appraised. He immediately pulled out a cosmic-colored orb from his bag. He had no intention of selling it, he just wanted to know what the hell it was. The reason he had this orb was that the blue dream bird left it behind that night. At first, Ronan thought the bird had dropped a turd on his hand, but it wasn't. In a panic of disgust, he swung his arm and threw the turd away, but it was so hard it shattered the rock. The only thing he knew about it so far was that it was very hard. Ronan didn't know if this was an egg or excrement, but it was the product of a very rare mythical creature, possibly a priceless treasure. Juan seriously observed the hard lump in his hand. This color, this texture. Don't tell me. His hesitant voice made Ronan excitedly await the result. It must be a priceless treasure. Don't tell me this is horse dung. Juan's conclusion shattered Ronan's heart. Of course it's not horse dung. Juan scratched his head and chuckled. He didn't know what this lump was either, but given its respectable appearance, it must be a rare item. He advised Ronan to take it to a professional for appraisal. Ronan held the galaxy lump in his hand, looked at it for a while, then sighed and put it in his pocket. Ael stood nearby, observing. He was sure this was hardened dreambird dung, which was why it was so hard. Putting the galaxy lump aside for now, Ronan asked Juan if he sold books about Philion. He explained that they wanted to learn about the entrance exam for the Royal Academy. Juan was quite surprised because he also had a daughter preparing for the entrance exam, so she would probably be able to help. Just then, a voice rang out, "What is it, Dad?" "Who are they?" Juan smiled and introduced his only daughter, Maria, to the two of them. The name Maria startled Ronan, and her hair and eye color made him feel a sense of familiarity. Juan introduced the two of them as important figures he was doing business with. Maria was surprised. Really? These little kids? What kind of language is that, kid? Juan yelled at Maria in front of the two. Then he turned to apologize for his daughter, explaining that Maria grew up in the Merchant Guild, so her speech was a bit blunt. Ael didn't mind, but Ronan's reaction was still unknown. As Ael glanced over, Ronan had already appeared in front of Maria. He wondered if her middle name was Sun. Maria confirmed it, but she wondered how he knew. He mumbled, "How strange. The girl standing in front of me looks very much like that person, but the person I knew was the male version." So Ronan immediately called Maria closer to ask a few delicate questions. Maria didn't understand why this guy was asking so many questions after just meeting, but she still leaned in to listen. Ronan whispered, "So down there, do you have that? Your private parts?" Maria froze. She wondered what the hell her ears had just heard. Private parts, private parts. These two words kept repeating until Maria understood, and then she gritted her teeth in anger. Ronan was still standing aside, pondering. No matter how he looked, he couldn't see that on her. Could it be that old man Juan had another child? "Shut up, you maniac." A powerful slap from Maria's direction twisted Ronan's mouth. But he felt no pain. He only felt a familiar sensation, a feeling that only that person could evoke with such a slap, Countess Maria-san. To talk about Maria-san, one must go back to his previous life, when Ronan was a disciplinary soldier in a place called Amalin. Maria was in charge of military supplies. That was a person with an excellent work ethic and an extroverted personality who could talk to anyone without hesitation. Maria was an admirable person, but when the topic of private parts came up among the guys, Maria would become unusually angry and slap him directly in the face. He used to be curious about the reason why. He thought he would ask Maria after the war ended, but that day never came. Maria sacrificed herself before he could ask. Who would have thought he would find the answer here? Countess Maria is actually a girl? This funny revelation made Ronan unable to help but feel happy, a joy at meeting an old comrade. However, the smile caught Maria's eye and only made her angrier. She immediately lunged towards Ronan, wanting to give him another blow. Ronan tapped her head, bop bop, signaling her to stop. Maria clutched her head, gritting her teeth, and sat on the ground. You think just because I let you slap me once, you can take advantage? I let you slap me because I was wrong just now, but I won't. Before he could finish, Maria used her head to hit Ronan's chin, making him choke on his saliva. The two of them grabbed each other's hair and wrestled, neither willing to back down. The action scene in front of them left Ael and Juan gaping in astonishment. Both shouted in unison, "Stop fighting!" A moment later, inside the Carabel Merchant Guild's tent, Ael was wide-eyed with surprise. Just now, these two were fighting like cats and dogs, but now they're getting along. Maria and Ronan were discussing their weapons. 3 swords and a staff were all Ronan managed to exchange for. Maria wondered why they gave him 3 swords. Carrying all 3 would be too cumbersome. Ronan replied casually, "I carry 3 in case one breaks. I'm really hard on swords, you know." First, Maria checked the 3 swords. All 3 were decent, but the black iron sword in her hand was the best. Black iron is quite sturdy, so it's an item famous knights often seek. She handed the sword back to him. She didn't know how destructive he was with swords, but this one could last quite a while. Ronan carefully took it. The black iron sword was once a desired weapon in his previous life, now he finally got to use it. Maria continued to examine the staff. It had a very good magic stone embedded, but Ronan used swords, so Maria guessed Ael was a mage. Ael was happy to be called a mage, but then he became hesitant when talking about his remote control magic. Maria was surprised by Ael's talent. If he did well, he could even receive a Philion scholarship. This recognition made Ael overjoyed. Turning back to Ronan, Maria was curious what technique he would demonstrate in the practical exam. Of course, Ronan knew absolutely nothing about techniques or practical exams. Maria had to explain to the two of them that to enter Philion, they needed to impress the professors and display their techniques in the practical exam. There was also a theoretical exam as difficult as an IELTS test, but the practical exam was still more important, so if they did well in practice, they would pass. In other words, they had to prove their worth to be accepted. Ronan sighed after hearing all that. What's with all the fuss? A swordsman just needs to be good at swords, that's it. He wondered what people normally display to get accepted, and Maria explained. Most nobles showcased their family's secret techniques. Most warriors and other candidates displayed their personal mana combat techniques. Wait, hold on for a second. Ronan had no idea what mana was. Could young swordsmen at this age use mana even if they weren't mages? His absurd question left Maria bewildered. Philion students must be able to use mana. Ronan should also be able to sense mana to use in combat. It's the most basic of basics. Ronan's bewildered expression made Maria confused, then she tremblingly pointed at him. Don't tell me you don't know how to sense mana? What? Isn't it similar to using aura? The answer hit Maria like a bolt of lightning. She sank into a chair with a sigh, unable to believe she was talking to someone who didn't even know how to use mana but planned to enter Philion. And on top of that, he even thought aura and mana were the same. Ronan scratched his head. I think I heard the word mana somewhere before. She's really overreacting. Suddenly, Maria stood up and told him to follow her outside. Then she borrowed his 2 short swords because her sword was at the blacksmith's. Ronan sprang to his feet, annoyed. He didn't want his 2 new swords to get damaged. Maria told him not to worry because the fight would end before the swords broke, and if they did break, she would compensate him threefold. Ronan sighed. Being a slave to capitalism was exhausting enough, and now Maria was throwing in a special training session too. Mana is the source of natural power, like air, because it's a type of natural energy that exists everywhere in the world. However, that doesn't mean everyone can use it. To use mana, people need to see and feel the mana within themselves. To reach the stage of sensing mana, one needs practice, talent, and innate ability. Countless personal reasons can affect this, but it typically takes about 1 year of practice to be able to start sensing it. Future students of Philion have all surpassed this stage. After practicing their own mana techniques, they will apply to Philion. Do you understand now? Maria asked Ronan, someone who couldn't distinguish between aura and mana, yet had ambitions of entering Philion, which to her was meaningless. From Ronan's perspective, aura was also a type of mana, but the difference between them was like heaven and earth. Even renowned geniuses, who trained tirelessly for at least 10 years, shedding blood continuously, only then awakened their innate power, which is aura. After a while of explaining, Maria concluded with one sentence, "Do you understand anything?" "Well, not really," Ronan replied nonchalantly. He had encountered them on the battlefield, those who boasted of using aura and possessing extraordinary power. They were indeed very annoying, but ultimately not that scary, because anyone whose head was chopped off would still die. Maria sighed, deciding to explain later. For now, she wanted to start training immediately, thinking he would learn better through practice. Ronan didn't expect anything from this training. To him, she was just a young, inexperienced girl. But look at the way that young, inexperienced girl darted in front of him with incredible speed, startling Ronan. He used his black iron sword to block Maria's twin blades. It's true that you can't judge others by their appearance. The two exchanged a few sword strikes, assessing each other. Ronan hadn't expected Maria to be so strong at such a young age, using twin blades, and was she employing some kind of mana combat technique? Maria was no less surprised. She had intended to finish him off in one blow, to show him the power of mana and make him skip the test, which would be better than him enduring humiliation during the exam. But how on earth was she the one being pushed back by someone who didn't even know how to use mana? "What are you thinking?" Ronan's voice snapped Maria back to reality. He flung away the twin blades that were pressing against his black iron sword, then immediately closed in and slashed straight down at Maria's hand. Startled, she immediately jumped backward, heart pounding. If she had been even a moment slower, she probably wouldn't have been able to take the entrance exam. Maria exclaimed that Ronan truly wasn't normal, and he in turn praised her. Besides mana, Maria also had talent in swordsmanship, but her center of gravity wasn't stable. If she fixed that, she would improve significantly. With that, Ronan sheathed his sword and left. Maria hurriedly called him back, standing up indignantly, "Don't think you've won just because you pushed me back." "Whatever, just remember to keep your promise, didn't you say so?" No sooner had he finished speaking than the sword in Maria's hand shattered into pieces, flying past her astonished eyes. Maria still hadn't fully processed something 3 times, so Ronan reminded her to prepare money to compensate for the sword, as she had promised 3 times the compensation earlier. While Maria was still dazed, a hand poked her. Ael looked at Maria with sparkling admiration. "Well done." Only Ael can understand Maria's current feeling right now. "Hurry up, Ael, I'm exhausted," Ronan's annoyed voice echoed, making Ael rush off, leaving Maria frozen in place, wondering who these 2 game hackers in front of her were. The next morning, at the market, Ronan arrived as agreed to collect Maria's compensation for the sword, but what he saw surprised him. A pile of items and books meticulously prepared by Maria for them, these were what they needed to study for Filian's theoretical exam, which she had compiled. Aile's eyes widened in gratitude, while Ronan looked at Maria with suspicion. If she had any dark schemes, his black iron sword would do its job. Maria waved her hands, denying it. She just really liked them and wanted them to be accepted into Filian so they could study together, and of course, this was free. Hearing the two words free, Ronan immediately sheathed his sword. Maria also wanted to teach them herself, but she had to leave now. Before leaving, she didn't forget to encourage them to study diligently, warning that if they failed, she wouldn't let it go. Ronan chuckled, said goodbye, and promised to see her in the capital on the day of the exam. After some events, Ronan realized his current physique was too weak. He also had to study diligently because there was no such thing as luck. But this feeling wasn't so bad. Ronan was eagerly looking forward to the long stretch of hard work ahead. From then on, Ronan's life at home was still like in the past, but with small changes. He ate with Irene, eating so much that even she was surprised her brother, who often skipped meals, had cleaned all the food on the table. After consuming a lot of calories, Ronan went monster hunting on the outskirts of the village, beginning to train his stamina and adaptability. He trained so frantically that no monster dared to come near the village anymore. Besides practical training, Ronan also studied diligently, an unthinkable thing for a disciplined soldier. While studying, he wondered why the hell he had to memorize the northern eating etiquette, but he still tried his best to remember and do it. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and finally, we, the readers, reached the main stage of the story. In Valong, the capital city, the central area of the capital was the Empire's foremost educational institution, the small city of White Tower. Ael marveled at Filian's architecture and scale. He couldn't stop praising the place. "What are you doing standing in the middle of the road, Ael? Don't act like such a country bumpkin, we'll be late for the test now," Ronan reminded Ael. He immediately withdrew his gaze, but when he looked at Ronan, he was even more surprised. After just 1 month, Ronan looked significantly bigger, as if he'd just been injected with a mutation drug. Ronan habitually tapped Ael's head, telling him not to stand there talking nonsense and to go inside. He walked forward, still thinking, this is Filian, which means he might very well meet that person, the sword Saint Sleafin, descendant of Grancia, a renowned sword family. He was considered the Empire's strongest genius. Sleafin was about Ronan's age, so they would probably meet at the test, but that didn't really matter. Ael poked his head out from behind Ronan. "Ronan, do you have that thing?" "What the hell is that thing?" he asked back. Ael was referring to the blue bird's feather from before. It would lead them to its owner. Ronan thought he was asking about something else. He had brought the feather because he remembered that person lived in the capital, and he planned to visit him after the test. Suddenly, the feather stood upright, pointing towards the highest floor, where the blue bird's owner was. In the neat and tidy room, a voice echoed, "It's not easy, indeed. I'm still not used to this professor job. Should I just go back to research?" Hearing this, the blue bird on his shoulder chirped. He gently stroked it. "Are you encouraging me, Mappet? Of course, I have to keep trying to repay the hero who saved you." The owner of the blue bird Mappet was Filian's zoology professor, Varen Fantasy, who was a lion human. Varen Fantasy wanted to open the window for fresh air. If their hero visited today, it would be troublesome. As soon as he opened the window, Ronan's face and his terrifyingly wide grin, stretching to his ears, met their eyes. "I haven't even knocked. How did it open by itself?" Ronan recognized the blue bird from before and its owner as a beastman, but he didn't realize that before him stood a lion and a bird, both utterly terrified by him. And so, from Filian's highest floor, the roar of a lion resounded, along with the desperate chirps of the blue bird. Professor Varen Fantasy recoiled, clutching the trembling Mappet in his arms. "Who are you? How did you get in here? More importantly, you came through the window, when this is the highest building in Filian?" Ronan scratched his ear, startled by the professor's roar. Ael scrambled to climb in from behind. He had told Ronan to take the stairs, but Ronan refused. Varen Fantasy, 7 parts cautious and 3 parts guessing, figured they had followed his beautiful blue bird, especially since Ronan was holding one of Mappet's feathers. After about 2 seconds, the professor finally realized these were the 2 saviors who had rescued his precious pet. So, they were welcomed properly onto a soft sofa, with Professor Varen Fantasy continuously apologizing for his actions. Ronan didn't pay much attention to that. He said, if we're being precise, it's its fault. It climbed out the window by itself, you know. Huh? Whose? You told me to use a remote control trick because taking the stairs was too troublesome. Ronan immediately covered Ael's mouth to preserve his image as a noble benefactor. He quickly changed the subject. A sphinx, an extremely rare demi-human species, was the owner of the blue bird Mappet and a professor at Philion. The professor was also surprised that their hero was a candidate for his academy. If he had known earlier, he would have written a letter of recommendation for him. He hoped Ronan wouldn't fail this exam, or he would regret it terribly. Good grief, they hadn't even taken the exam yet and he was already talking about failing. Ronan stopped bothering to talk or smile. There was one more thing he wanted to confirm with him, the chubine-like lump that Mappet had coughed into his hand. Professor Varen Fantasy looked bewildered. His blue bird laid eggs? He was astonished to see the Galaxy Dream bird egg in Ronan's hand. He was puzzled by the professor's shocked expression. What was so surprising about a bird laying an egg? Was his bird infertile? The professor was still carefully examining it. Bird eggs were normal, but Mappet was a dream bird, and more importantly, he also had no idea what was inside the egg. What the hell are you talking about? Ronan was speechless. A bird egg hatches a bird, not a fly, does it? Varen shook his head. Dream birds are different, my dear. Depending on the surrounding environment, dream birds absorb unique mana and then lay eggs. For example, if it's surrounded by lava, the egg will hatch a fire phoenix, or if it's in a monster's nest, the inside of the egg will take the form of that monster. There are also cases where what hatches from the egg doesn't resemble any bird at all. The professor can analyze the mana radiating from that egg to predict the form of the dream bird inside. But the galaxy-like object in front of him carries a lot of chaotic mana, like alchemy, melting and blending together. In short, we'll only know what it is when it hatches. Ronan was astonished. It was just a chicken egg-like thing, yet the old man was so invested in it. He wondered where that unscrupulous bird had been wandering to lay this egg. Mappet tilted its head and chirped. Ronan was speechless. He'd never met a bird with thicker skin than its feathers. Professor Varen Fantasy rubbed his hands hesitantly, then he faltered and asked him to take care of Mappet's egg. Ronan, of course, had no problem with it. After all, the egg was as hard as a rock. He couldn't even crack it open to eat. What he cared about was whether the egg was worth the money. The professor affirmed that this was an extremely valuable item because a dream bird only gives birth once in its lifetime. Moreover, Mappet laying the egg in front of its benefactor must mean it sensed something special. The professor also wanted to respect the friend who had accompanied him for so long, so Ronald would take care of this egg. Of course, it was no problem. He was just curious what the hell was inside the egg, like a guessing game with a prize. Time was pressing, so Ronald also stood up, ready to bolt. The professor told them to wait a moment, then hurried off to get the gift he had prepared. He didn't know what to give him, but now he did. Something that would help Ronald hatch the egg more easily. What exactly it was will be revealed in the next chapter. A moment later, at the practical exam hall, the archery representative. This was the waiting room for the candidates. Everyone was nervous and anxious. Some even took the opportunity to pray for their ancestors' blessings. The proctor announced that candidate number 111 had finished their exam, inviting candidate number 112, who was trembling with anticipation, to enter. In contrast to candidate 112, candidate 113 was fed up with having to wait so long. It was none other than Ronald the Egg Hatcher. Sitting beside him was Maria, in a new white outfit she bought to take the exam to get laid. Ronald wondered if she didn't feel uncomfortable wearing that tight, hard-to-go-to-the-bathroom outfit. Maria was certainly not uncomfortable, she even deliberately wore it to look like a multi-level marketer. Fian is a private academy for all nobles, and in the future, they would be valuable clients she would bring to her family's trading guild. Ronald was speechless. He thought he was the lowest slave of capitalism, but it turned out Maria was too. But she was disappointed not to see her beloved, as the magic examination hall was elsewhere. He was glad she didn't just collapse and cry. Very quickly, Candidate 112 finished the exam. He looked like he had aged several decades. Ronald stood up, preparing to enter the exam. Maria didn't forget to warn him not to fail, just apply the formula. If he failed, she wouldn't let him live in peace. Ronald waved and walked in. With such enthusiastic encouragement, who would dare to fail? Stepping inside, he looked at Fian's 5 Power Ranger-like examiners in front of him. Everyone's face was taut as a bowstring. All Fian professors were excellent, but the old man in the center was the crucial figure, the principal of Fian Academy, Archmage Grava. The woman beside him exuded an overwhelming aura that made Ronald feel pressured. She was the sword-fighting instructor, Great Sword Saint Nibiros. Ronald bowed to all 5 examiners. The principal briefly explained the test. He would fight a magical dummy, thereby showcasing his technique. The principal was curious what moves he would prepare for it. Ronald calmly drew his sword. He didn't need any fancy tricks. One swift sword strike was enough. The principal and the other professors exclaimed in admiration. A simple slash without even using mana, truly a strange case. But there are always a few blabbermouths, looking at the magic dummy's appearance and boasting like that. Indeed, the magic dummy wasn't simple, it had defensive capabilities to counter aura and incredibly fast recovery, truly an exquisite product of magic. The disheveled professor was mocking Ronald, saying that if even the genius's sword didn't work, what could that country bumpkin Ronald possibly show them? The white-haired, white-bearded professor also joined in the teasing. The principal, sitting in the middle, was annoyed. I heard all that, you know. Saying such inappropriate things in front of a test-taker really shames Fian. But the principal was also curious if he could prove those 2 old men wrong. At this moment, he was startled when he saw Ronald standing before the dummy. The deadly aura emanating from him astonished the principal. Ronald performed a textbook horizontal slash at the dummy's head, then lightly sheathed his sword, announcing that he was finished. All 5 people were stunned. The 2 old pie-boy professors just laughed to save face, not knowing what else to do. He glanced over, asking for the principal's opinion, but the principal still hadn't closed his mouth from Ronald's performance. Thud! Professor Nibiros suddenly stomped on the table. She drew her sword and lunged like an arrow toward Ronald, the blade stopping just before his neck without touching him. He gave her a cold glance. That move only frightens cowards, it doesn't scare him. That swordsmanship, who taught you? Nibiros interrogated Ronald with a face more terrifying than a raging lioness. Ronald didn't understand what she was asking. Professor Nibiros changed her question. Did you see my sword technique? Oh, yes, you have excellent swordsmanship. He could discern her 3 sword strikes after she suddenly drew her sword. Even he would find it difficult to execute 3 slashes so quickly. Nibiros confirmed she had indeed made 3 strikes, but she hated his arrogant last strike. In her eyes, Ronald's swordsmanship was trash. He had intentionally slowed down his last strike so they wouldn't miss it, pretending to be very determined, but nothing could escape her notice. The principal and the other professors were utterly bewildered, not understanding what the 2 were talking about. Ronald alone knew that Nibiros was misunderstanding him. He had only adjusted his hand strength because he thought the sword wouldn't withstand the final blow, but judging by her face, which looked like she wanted to devour him whole, nothing he said would get through to her. Nibiros sheathed her sword and walked away. Ronald was quite surprised, that was all, but it was nothing of the sort. With a face that couldn't be more terrifying, Nibiros declared that she herself would personally re-educate him, then stomped back to her seat. The principal understood Nibiros's words. She wanted to take Ronald as her disciple. He sighed, lamenting Ronald's fate. Well done, Ronald, the principal praised, then concluded the test with a question: what was his purpose in coming to Fine Academy? Ronald pondered. He didn't know how to answer that question. The sight from his past life, when he helplessly stood before piles of fallen comrades, was the only thing he wanted to change. Therefore, Ronald, under the identity of a disciplined soldier, clearly answered, I want to learn how to live without regret. The answer astonished the principal. After Ronald left, he chuckled at his ambition. In 70 years of life, he'd never encountered such a case. How on earth would he teach him? The number one sycophantic professor next to him was out of the loop. He couldn't understand why both Nibiros and the principal were interested in Ronald. Could it be some elaborate trick? Trick or not, just look at this magic dummy. The principal could only call him a prodigy. What? The two old professors who had initially mocked Ronald gaped in astonishment when they saw the magic dummy's head rolling on the ground. The one who caused this, Ronald, was standing there contemplating the test. Nibiros' swordsmanship was truly top tier. Even his past self might not have guaranteed a win. She deserved to be his worthy opponent, perhaps even more so. His first step at Fine had already yielded results. Ronald was extremely satisfied. He was certain he would learn many more things here. Now for the theoretical exam. He had devoured those books for months. Ronald was confident that nothing could faze him. And this is him after the exam, looking like test taker 112 after the practical. Ronald gloomily sighed. This time, I'm totally screwed, Professor. Maria was also confused. Ronald couldn't even score 5 points. All the exam questions were in the pile of books she gave him. It turned out Ronald only took one book to study, because he was too focused on studying that he forgot there were still a dozen other books inside. Maria was furious. Oh my God, someone this stupid can still exist. Since the exam ended, Ronald had been gloomy by himself like that, so Maria encouraged him. After all, the practical exam is still more important. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared, and the results board for those who passed was immediately announced. Ranked first in theory is. Besides, she also ranked 12th in practical, and Maria tied for 9th in both theory and martial arts. The two of them looked at each other blankly. Maria, tearing up, couldn't suppress her happiness and hugged him. We passed. More importantly, she was first in theory. Even with two people tying for the rank, it's still first. Truly Maria's sweetheart. The two of them were relieved about their positions. Now only Ronald was left, his face dry and haggard. His name wasn't on that board. Maria was startled. She pried open Ronald's eyes and made him read carefully to see where his name was. Ronald weakly spoke, I've read every name. How could someone like me get into the academy? Suddenly, a fireball flew down accompanied by a loud explosion. It was a fireworks display concluding the entrance exam for the valedictorian. A fire phoenix spread its wings proudly, then it spat a fireball towards Ronald, much to his astonishment. Another explosion rang out, accompanied by an announcement, the martial arts valedictorian is Ronald. Although he's foolish, he's strong. Ranked first in martial arts, but last in theory. The whole group was stunned. Then the two of them embraced Ronald, congratulating him. He'd been gloomy all morning. Turns out he was the martial arts valedictorian. Ronald was also happy with this result, but hold on for approximately 2 seconds. If he was ranked first, that meant the Sword Saint lost to him, right? With that guy's competitive nature, Ronald knew he wouldn't be left in peace. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. From behind Ronald, an overwhelming killing intent surged. So it's you, the one who ranked first in the practical exam? Ronald's hair stood on end. He knew this madman would come looking for him. Sword Saint. The crowd of onlookers became agitated upon seeing the Empire's new rising star here. Maria also felt intimidated by the surging killing intent from that man. Ronald gritted his teeth. The most annoying thing about this guy was his inability to tolerate anyone better than him at swordsmanship. It was best for him to avoid unnecessary conflict. Ronald's mouth twitched. I ranked first? I didn't even know that. frowned. Why are you lying? Ronald tried to use his acting experience to talk to him. I told you I didn't know. You want proof? Don't cause trouble, just move along. Proof, huh? Let me show you. As soon as he finished speaking, he drew his sword and slashed horizontally at Ronald, but Ronald blocked the strike. The two of them worried for him. They were just talking normally, why pull out a weapon? Is this enough? He spoke up. If Ronald wasn't top 1, he couldn't have blocked my attack. They're fighting. Yeah, who doesn't know that, you commoners? Gritted his teeth. He wanted to see the skill that allowed Ronald to surpass him. Ronald was annoyed. What a lunatic. Fine, I'll help shut him up. Ronald slashed 3 times in quick succession. Was startled for a split second, then blocked all 3 strikes with one move. There, you monster. Happy now? Ronald sheathed his sword, looking at S-arm, which was trembling after blocking his strikes. He admitted Ronald scored higher than him, but things weren't over. He continued to charge, wanting to spar, confidently stating that wasn't enough to defeat him. Wait, are you crazy? Calm down. Ronald was alarmed by S' face, which clearly showed his thoughts. I can't calm down. The two sides clashed again. This was why Ronald didn't want to run into this madman. He will never stop until death. At this rate, he'll even bring out his aura for a spar. He can create a whirlwind with just one sword slash. The fierce aura is called a sword storm, something Ronald cannot resist. Well then, there's only one way. Ronald turned his back and walked away, which annoyed him. What the heck are you doing? Why are you turning your back on an opponent in a fight? Ronald's hand stopped on a shoulder. He was startled, not understanding why his friend brought that madman here. Coward. Using a lady as a shield and calling yourself a knight, he shouted. I'm a lady with massive assets. Azel also screamed, while Ronald was lurking in the back, waiting for an opportunity to rush forward and punch Sly Effin right in the face. His face was almost flattened. A leopard can't change its spots. From his past life to this life, Sly Effin always protected a knight's honor. Seeing Sly Effin clutching his dizzy face on the ground, Ronald immediately signaled to Maria and Azel, right now, let's run. Sly Effin was bewildered, not understanding what was happening, when the 3 of them had already taken off and disappeared. Only then did the security guard run over to stop the commotion. He frantically called out Sir Sly Effin when he saw him battered and sitting on the ground. He wanted to ask for information on Ronald's group so the Academy security team could pursue them, but Sly Effin didn't need it. He claimed that now he was just a candidate with commoner status and no longer the son of a ducal family. He stood up and dusted off his clothes, but Sly Effin's eyes widened in surprise when he saw his highest-grade mithril sword was cracked. So that's how it was. Sly Effin thought Ronald was just swinging his sword as usual. Who would have thought his sword would be cracked? Sly Effin laughed. What an interesting young man, you will be mine. The next day, in the capital suburbs, the young man who caught Sly Effin's eye was on a date with another young man in the misty forest. From now on, I'll confirm Azel's gender is a thorny owl, everyone. He was worried about Ronald punching the Rancha ducal family's precious son in the face yesterday, breaking his nose. What if Sly Effin brought his entire family to seek revenge? Ronald told him not to worry. Although he looked a bit crazy, Sly Effin was a good person, just a bit obsessed with swords. Sly Effin always maintained his principles and faith, being everyone's ideal role model for a hero. One could say he was the image of a perfect noble. If it weren't for Ronald, everyone would think Sly Effin was the male lead. Based on this personality, Ronald guessed that Sly Effin meant it was a fair duel yesterday. Otherwise, they'd all be in prison now, not out on a date here. Azel thought that made sense. Moreover, what they were looking for was already in front of them. The mana spring Professor Varon mentioned, a soft, clear blue stream, Fernando's spring. For some unknown reason, mana flows throughout the world and gathers in one place, creating pools of water called mana springs. With its existence, mana will permeate the surrounding area, turning an ordinary stone into a high-grade mana stone. Even a common weed can become a miraculous herb. Mana springs are famous for these wondrous uses. The value of a mana spring is immeasurable, so most people try to seize it for themselves. Professor Varen Finesi was truly generous to let them come here to hatch an egg. Azel also felt the difference, experiencing such a dense concentration of mana for the first time. Here, he could cast spells more powerfully than usual. Azel's gaze fell on the galaxy egg in Ronald's bag. It was absorbing magical energy at an astonishing rate. It seemed to like the mana here. Ronald didn't really understand these mana things. If Maria had come along, she would have loved this place too. Suddenly, Azel remembered something. The place was strangely quiet. Even though it was rich in mana, mythical creatures should be nesting here. Ronald was startled. They hadn't heard any animal sounds at all until now. He stood up, scratching his head. Gosh, as a protagonist, trouble always follows wherever he goes. Ronald told Azel to prepare himself because he already smelled blood nearby. Azel didn't understand Ronald's metaphorical way of speaking. His eyes lit up. Guests have arrived before us. Of course, guests here meant uninvited guests. No sooner had he finished speaking than glowing red mana-tipped arrows flew from the bushes towards them. Without waiting for the arrows to reach their target, Ronald lunged towards them, drawing his sword and slicing 5 arrows in a flash. The 4-sided arrows reminded Ronald of the past. He had seen them somewhere before. It was one evening at the disciplinary squad's barracks. His best friend was holding that 4-sided arrow, showing off its power. This special arrow could make idiots' heads explode, definitely a good but not cheap item. Ronald sat with his chin in his hand, tired of his friend's habit of bragging. He knew damn well the redhead had stolen the arrow to go hunting and got caught, yet he was still standing there bragging about what the hell. The redhead wasn't to be outdone. He had traced the information about the user of this arrow hundreds of times, and the successful poacher was actually a high-ranking member of their organization. A hound from the Caliburo branch. It was those eccentric Caliburo guys again, making Ronald sigh. He suddenly remembered their ranks were similar to the hierarchy of hounds. A very good but equally naughty idea suddenly popped into Ronald's head. He told Azel to hide somewhere. Just don't turn into a hedgehog, and now he had to go execute his devious plan. Ronald dashed off at an incredible speed. Meanwhile, the Caliburo hunting party was on alert as Ronald, with one slash, destroyed all their mana-infused arrows. They wondered who the hell he was. A monster, that's what. Ronald weaved through the branches as if equipped with the spatial maneuver gear of some reconnaissance squad. The scarred-faced guy sensed the danger and immediately shouted for his comrades to spread out and surround Ronald for an attack. Ronald felt that this scarred-faced guy was indeed very decisive, completely different from the new recruits he had butchered in that dark forest. If they had spread out, he just needed to gather them back into one spot. Ronald stopped and shouted, "Stop! Don't you guys recognize your teammate?" The scarred-faced guy paused. Teammate? What the hell? Ronald smirked and started acting. I'm A2TE, the youngest hound from the Damas branch. The whole group gathered around Ronald, questioning him suspiciously. Ronald's face remained calm. Believe it or not, you have to believe it. The scarred-faced guy, of course, couldn't believe it. Ronald looked so young, dressed like a street punk. How could he be a hound? A stray dog, maybe he'd believe. Ronald shrugged. If you don't believe me, why don't you ask your branch's wolf? And I'll be honest, judging others by your own standards is a bad habit, my stray dog brother. Ronald's sarcastic remark and provocative expression infuriated the scarred-faced guy. He grabbed Ronald's collar and cursed, "Damn you! How dare you insult me? Do you want me to chop off your limbs?" Even with the dagger at his throat, Ronald maintained his disrespectful demeanor, advising him not to swear. Swearing will make you bite your tongue. He was grimacing, speechless, when a teammate behind him advised him to keep calm. He shouldn't doubt Ronald just because he looked like a young punk, because he knew about the Caliburo hierarchy, something only passed down internally. Ronald smiled smugly as his prey had taken the bait. They decided to wait for their captain to arrive to talk, as fighting might cause discord with the Demas branch. I told you to be silent and guard in a ready stance, didn't I? What the hell is going on here? A resounding voice silenced the pack of stray dogs. They called this bald, scarred man captain, from the Demia branch, Wolf Vom. The scarred-faced guy immediately let go of Ronald's collar, his attitude doing a 180. Standing before Vom, he meekly approached and recounted Ronald's story. Ronald, meanwhile, was calculating his plan. So, if the wolf is here, then the whole den has gathered, hasn't it? That saves me the trouble of searching. Vom called Ronald to verify, wondering why someone from the Demas branch was here when it had already been decided that this mountain range belonged to Demia. Ronald gave a silly smile. Who it's allocated to, I don't know and don't care, because I'm not A2TE anyway. The answer infuriated Vom. Those standing near Ronald couldn't evade his lightning-fast sword, being sliced into two halves that flew through the air. The scarred-faced guy paled at this sight. Vom was drawing his knife when Ronald appeared before him with a smile that couldn't be more disingenuous. Then, a cut ripped across Vom's neck. A second later, his bald, scarred head flew up as blood erupted like a volcanic eruption. The scarred-faced guy stared blankly as Vom's head rolled on the ground. Hey brother, didn't I tell you? The outcome for those who swear badly is terrible. It was only then that he realized his right 5 fingers were severed. His face contorted hideously, and he collapsed to the ground, clutching his trembling hand. Ronald told him to calm down and tossed him a piece of paper. He was both in pain and angry. Can anyone whose hand has been chopped off be calm? Ronald ordered him to write down all the locations of all the branches he knew. What do you mean? He protested. Ronald stroked his blade with an incredibly horrifying expression. 1, write, 2, die. He cried out, saying he would do everything, but he didn't have a pen now. Ronald was annoyed. What's with all these damn excuses? I already gave him a pen right on his right hand, and if he's left-handed, I'll create 5 more pens for him. He painfully looked at his 5 bleeding fingers. In his entire life, he had never met anyone as malicious as Ronald. A moment later, Ronald held the paper drawn with his blood in his hand and praised, indeed, drawing with an entire hand is much more beautiful. He clutched his arm submissively. Thank you, sir. So, as promised, you'll spare me, right? Ronald put away the paper. When did I ever promise? He bisected the scarred man in a flash. He wasn't stupid enough to spare his enemy's life. Hugh, oh Hugh. Azel was diligently calling Hugh by the tree. Ronald looked at him with a judgmental gaze. He had told him to be prepared, yet he still reacted so excessively. Azel stammered an apology, but the scene before them was truly horrifying. Animal carcasses were scattered in piles on a sticky pool of blood. The stench of blood made him unable to control his stomach. This was all caused by the Caliburo. That's why Ronald couldn't let any of them lay eggs. They were all wanted criminals, they'd perish sooner or later. Anyway, if Professor Varon saw this, he'd surely be very sad. Ronald suppressed his sadness and prepared to leave. Suddenly, the dream bird egg stirred. He opened his bag to see what it was doing. Azel called him, his fingers trembling as he pointed forward. The scene before them made Ronald's eyes widen in astonishment. Fresh blood was rising and gathering in one place, rushing in like a flood. Sensing danger, Ronald immediately stood in front, drawing his sword. Why is it that every time they're about to return, they encounter danger? The dream bird egg glowed brightly and flew towards the stream of blood, absorbing it powerfully like a black hole. Azel frantically asked Ronald what the hell was happening. Ronald said, I don't know either, it's my first time hatching an egg. But Ronald still firmly believed that whatever was inside this egg was extraordinary, it could absorb all that terrifying fresh blood. Azel observed blankly. Suddenly, the egg cracked, and the crack spread. Both of them knew the egg was about to hatch. Ronald's face was joyful at successfully hatching an egg for the first time. Surely, his child inside must be something precious. Ronald's face, full of excitement, took a punch that shot out from inside the egg. He clutched his aching nose. Damn it, who dares to harm my hot boy face? That culprit was this beautiful mutated galaxy dream bird. No matter how Ronald looked at it, he couldn't see any resemblance to a bird in the strange creature before him. Azel, however, thought it looked more like a dragon because the textbook said so. He didn't understand where that blue Muppet bird flew off to, only to lay this thing that was neither dragon nor bird. But if it's cute, everything is forgiven. Ronald gently touched and caressed its soft fur. Nevertheless, he was still annoyed by its greeting, his high nose almost broke in half. The galaxy dragon bird chirped Bia and summoned a magic circle that transferred to Ronald. In an instant, he felt his wound disappear. Azel's eyes sparkled as he looked at it. Healing magic is good stuff, and from the way it treated him, Ronald had definitely caught its eye. Ronald, who was grumpy a moment ago, felt a little proud seeing his firstborn so talented. Now it's time for the naming ceremony, the most headache-inducing part. Suddenly, the galaxy recognized a kindred spirit. Its face suddenly became as menacing as Ronald's, and it shot off like lightning. While curious, Ronald realized his darling was truly perceptive. It had sensed the presence of that little rat. That little rat was running at full speed to deliver news. He was Banru from the Mia branch, a normal messenger who had witnessed the dismembered corpses of his comrades. Then he witnessed a galaxy egg sucking blood. It was a day with too many shocking things. But the most horrifying thing was yet to come. Ronan's galaxy pet was hot on his heels, making him jump as if he had seen a ghost. He stumbled clumsily over a branch and fell flat on the ground. Ronan's pet immediately attacked, using magic to draw blood from him, making him cry out in pain. "Stop," a voice rang out. Ronan calmly walked up to him. "That's enough, he'll die like this." It was the name Ronan already had in mind, and it seemed to really like the name too. Banru, the messenger, sitting on the ground, regained his composure. He never expected a young brat to be the owner of this blood-sucking monster. Before he could escape, Ronan glanced over and called to him, "Are you okay, Banru?" He knelt down to thank Ronan, then suddenly realized Ronan had called him by name. Whoosh, a blade swung out and stopped at his neck. "I didn't expect to meet you here. Is the poaching going smoothly, verbose bloodhound Calabaro?" Banru flinched when Ronan called him a bloodhound, but now he was just a simple messenger. Ronan chuckled, so Banru's rank had only just started out so low. Anyway, he only needed him to do one thing. Of course, this wasn't a favor. Do it and live, don't do it and die. That night, Ronan was excitedly watching gold coins fall into his hand. This was the unexpected result of his spring water turns to gold phrase. At first, he thought he brought it back to drink, but when Father Maria saw the bottle of spring water, he offered such a high price. Thanks to that, the two of them no longer needed to worry about money. Both of them already owed Professor Varon a lot. They had planned to introduce themselves to him, but he was away on a business trip. As for the task Ronan assigned Banru, the map he received from a hound was not a simple matter. He used his villainous face to make Banru beg him for work. He was sure that Bloodhound wouldn't dare to scheme anything evil. Was curious about what Ronan would do with the money. As the valedictorian, he was exempt from tuition and received support, so now Ronan was like a nouveau riche. Ronan pondered. He'd never held so much money in his pocket, so he didn't know what to do. Now he remembered the welcoming ceremony was coming up soon. Well then, it was time to go hunting. A few days later, at the Valong City carriage station, the elegant coachman respectfully opened the door. "We've arrived, young Mississippi." The person in the carriage stammered a thank you, her eyes shining brightly as she saw the city for the first time. That person was none other than Ronan's older sister, Iron. She gasped at Valong's luxurious beauty. Ronan was already waiting with peeking out from behind him. He asked his sister about the time he had been away. Iron pouted and asked back. She didn't expect a magnificent carriage to appear at their gate one day. Iron thought some handsome prince was coming to whisk her away to be his queen. More importantly, after half a month apart, Iron noticed her younger brother had skipped meals so much his face had become gaunt. Ronan said he still ate well, so Iron let it go. Her gaze immediately fell on flapping on Ronan's back. "Who's this?" Was so cute, friendly, waving its wings to greet Iron. Of course, Ronan couldn't tell Iron the details about hatching an egg. He hastily pulled Iron away. Time was short because he was about to start at the academy. Before being buried in deadlines, he had to do this, something he had never once done in his previous life. Inside a fashion store, Iron was hesitant. She knew her younger brother had been earning a lot of money lately. And with his scholarship, he lived more comfortably, but she had never worn such an expensive dress before, so she felt a little unaccustomed. Ronan admired her for a while. His sister truly looked beautiful in anything. He immediately told the staff to pack everything up for him. Iron was startled looking at the pile of clothes Ronan chose for her. Only the staff were secretly happy to have such a generous customer. Iron had worked hard to raise him. Now it was his time to repay his sister. Hearing these words from her seemingly only knows how to party brother moved Iron. Her eyes welled up. When did my younger brother grow up so much? Unable to contain her joy, she jumped up and down, telling everyone she had a brother who knew how to make money, making Ronan so embarrassed he didn't know where to hide. Ronan immediately called Iron to leave. His sword had been damaged the day before and needed to be reforged at the workshop, all thanks to that sword-crazy lunatic. And that lunatic was already waiting at the door, just for Ronan to step out. Seeing's face loom before them gave Ronan and Iron a fright. Is this madman really so obsessed with him that he's tracking his every move? But in's eyes, this was merely a fated encounter. Today he was picking up his new sword and coincidentally met Ronan. It was truly destiny, prompting him to immediately pull out his new sword to test it against Ronan's. Ronan didn't believe. Ronan pulled out his sword, gritting his teeth. Do you want me to show you what damaged looks like? Wasn't far behind, having just gotten his new sword back. As the two sides were in a tense standoff, Iron ran out to intervene. Ronan, I told you not to curse and swear. Ronan awkwardly explained that the person behind her was a lunatic, but Iron cut him off with a question, are you talking back to me? Was dumbfounded when he learned Ronan had a sister. Iron pushed her hair back and turned around, using her gentlest voice to apologize. You must have been very shocked, right? At this moment, the descendant of the prestigious Grancia family, the Empire's rising star, knew what it felt like to be subservient. I taught him improperly. Please forgive my brother. Iron bowed respectfully, which flustered, making his voice tremble. He took a deep breath to calm himself, and in his deepest, most subdued tone, replied, it was all due to my lack of foresight. It is not the young lady's fault. At's amicable attitude, Iron rejoiced and, out of habit, grabbed hand. Ronan, I'm so glad you have such a kind friend. Who knew Iron's actions had made heart flutter so much? In the distance, Ronan stood stunned, utterly bewildered by the situation. A hero cannot overcome a beauty. Olaf's confrontation abruptly vanished. He even compensated Ronan for his sword. Since he didn't have gold, he gave Iron his Grancia family's proof of identity instead. This could be used anywhere in the Empire. Looking at the valuable golden card in Iron's hand, Ronan was even more shocked. Said if Ronan wanted to buy a sword, he should go to the forge in the west of the city, but he couldn't take his eyes off Iron, as if he were talking about sword forging with her. Thanks to his goddess-like beautiful sister, Ronan was introduced by him to a 500-year-old forge that commoners could only dream of entering. But with fancy golden pass, they could come and go freely. Well, then I hope you get a good sword, said, then stylishly departed, leaving Ronan and his sister stunned behind. Tapped Ronan to snap him back to reality. He was still shocked by his drastic change in attitude. The golden pass he offered could buy an entire village, let alone Ronan's small sword. Watching leave like a robot made Ronan wonder if that was the sword saint lunatic he knew. The next day, at Philin Academy's welcoming ceremony, Principal Grava was honored to welcome the Academy's 787th class of new students, who had passed their theoretical and practical exams with excellence. The principal's speech lasted half an hour, making Ronan yawn widely, feeling sleepy. But thinking of his sister Iron proudly attending her younger brother's orientation ceremony, he found the motivation to keep standing. After his speech, the principal suddenly snapped his fingers, and a wave of mana spread among the students. Suddenly, they were startled as the sky appeared to shatter into pieces. After regaining their senses, they found themselves in a different space. Ronan was astonished that the principal could easily teleport an entire wide courtyard with a simple snap of his fingers. He declared, "From now on, this is the main welcoming party for Phelan's new students, the Academy's interior gathering." The gathering was held between first and second year students, at the very first place they met. The process was quite intense and was a special event at Phelan. This was a battle between the two highest-scoring students from the entrance exam, representing the first years, and a group of 4 of the best second years, who already had their own distinct fighting styles. The duel would be one-on-one, in sequence. According to Principal Grava, this event was closely related to the teachers at Phelan. It strengthened relationships between upperclassmen and first-year students, allowing them to learn about each other's strengths and weaknesses. The educational battle served as an opportunity for the representatives of each year to showcase their initial progress within the academy. To give priority to the first years, the principal allowed them the right to choose their opponents, while second years were not permitted to refuse once chosen. Finally, the principal advised them not to be too stressed, as this was merely a battle for learning. Ronan was annoyed by the principal's manner of speaking. This convoluted way of talking only made the first years more confused. As for the second years, the first-ranked student is Nato, majoring in martial arts. Brahm and Karun's son are tied for second place, and Irina is third-ranked. Brahm was excited to fight against the Empire's rising star and Ronan, who had defeated him. Ronan's mouth twitched. He had a feeling this wouldn't go well at all. But to prove his abilities to his sister Irene, Ronan needed to be careful. He was considering how to fight alongside that madman. Just as the principal announced that first years could freely choose their opponents, Ronan suddenly made a suggestion. Since first years had a free choice, he wanted to solo all 4 of them. Naturally, this proposal made the principal unable to believe his ears. Not only that, Ronan calmly said he wanted all 4 second years to come up at once. The principal immediately called an urgent meeting, asking for Nobi Rose's opinion. Professor Nobi Rose agreed with Ronan's proposal. Phelan Academy's motto is that if you have talent, you can do anything you want. So, no matter who wins this battle, it will hold great significance and provide a valuable lesson to other students. If things get out of hand, she will intervene immediately. Hearing this, the principal understood her meaning and immediately allowed the 1-on-4 match to proceed. The second-year students were naturally displeased with Ronan. They thought he was looking down on them because he was the top incoming student. Nato instructed them to use this opportunity to teach him a lesson, telling them all to remain calm and engage. From his observations, he was indeed arrogant but also talented, a formidable opponent not to be underestimated. So they would launch a full-scale attack from the start to overwhelm Ronan and break his spirit. Irene, sitting in the stands, worried about her younger brother, who only knew how to pick up swords and kick people's heads. She yelled loudly, "If you feel you're in danger, you must retreat immediately." Ronan smiled and waved at Irene, thinking those words were better suited for the other 4. The principal took his position, and as soon as he declared the battle begun, Nato rushed forward to close the distance. He immediately twisted his body backward, avoiding the straight thrust of Nato's sword. He truly was the best in second year. His speed and agility were far superior to Maria's when he fought her. They were on a different level. Though deep in thought, Ronan also noticed Irina, dagger in hand, appearing on his left. He used his newly reforged sword to parry her attack. Irina ducked her head, and Karun rushed in from behind instantly, his spear just centimeters from Ronan's eye. He immediately flipped his sword to block the strike, but he was also pushed backward. Ronan marveled at their coordinated group fighting skills, especially since Brahm was already waiting behind him at this very moment. He looked down. Ronald said, "Kid, you're underestimating us a bit." He chopped down like an executioner. From the very beginning, Brahm had wanted an intense fight with Ronald, but it seemed that wouldn't happen. Ronald nimbly dodged Brahm's saber. A quick and powerful strike, combined with relentless attacks from the other three, all four highly skilled individuals were surrounding and attacking Ronald. But he instantly teleported away from that spot. Brahm's saber only chopped into the ground. The other three were startled to see Ronald's figure from behind them. Less than a second later, all three were hit by Ronald's attack while still airborne. Only a cracking sound and scattered metal fragments could be heard. Ronald landed gently. But he hadn't expected Brahm to be just as fast as him. But what does that matter? Ronald stood with his hands on his hips, waiting for Brahm to rush him. He's fought his best, so I'll be courteous to the very end. He turned sideways, using his right leg as a pivot, his left leg blocking Brahm's leg, a familiar stance that astonished Brahm. That was Professor Nobi Rose's stance. Ronald squinted, chuckled, and then executed Nobi Rose's 3 slashes exactly as taught. The sound of cracking echoed again. Even though Brahm knew he would lose, Ronald's talent intrigued him. After the match, Ronald was extremely satisfied. He had learned a lot from this match. Fian Academy truly was different. The entire stance fell silent after witnessing Ronald's sword techniques. Immediately, shouts and cheers erupted as if exploding. Who is that person? He's amazing. At the beginning of the match, he seemed weaker, but in an instant, he finished everyone. The 4 second-year students stared blankly at their shattered weapons. Nato looked awkward. He knew he couldn't compare to Ronald, so he didn't complain at all. All 4 of them had the same question: where did that monster come from? Ronald was currently observing Iron thoughtfully. She was overjoyed to the point of tears, grabbing the person next to her. Did you see? That's my brother. It seemed Iron wouldn't worry about him getting beaten anymore, so now it was time for the next performance. Seniors, you've worked hard. Ronald walked up to the second-year students and politely bowed. I learned a lot today. He admitted that he had been too excited to join Fian, which was why he went all out. The senior's power was beyond his imagination. Finally, Ronald expressed his most sincere thanks to the seniors for accepting his challenge. Ronald's extremely fake performance left Maria, who was standing below, stunned. She wondered if Ronald had eaten something weird this morning to be talking so exaggeratedly. At Ronald's attitude, all 4 second-year students looked bewildered. They exchanged awkward glances at his bow. I thought you were a bad guy. Not only strong, but also a polite junior. Brahm was the one who broke the awkward atmosphere. He grabbed Ronald's hand and raised it, as if declaring the winner. He was completely won over by Ronald, and didn't forget to wink and praise his skill. Ronald gave a sweet smile in reply. You also fought valiantly, just like your skill. Ronald put on a show so Iron wouldn't have to worry about him anymore. Needless to say, Iron was so overjoyed to the point of tears that she ripped the shirt of the unfortunate young man next to her. That night, an overnight party was being held in the hall. AEL was still wondering what kind of opening party the Academy was hosting. It turned out to be a free buffet. Maria happily gnawed on the chicken drumstick in her hand. It truly is the most prestigious academy in the Imperial City. The food is delicious and free. Today, Iron had returned, not forgetting to remind her brother not to pick fights with classmates. To be safe, Ronald had sent his bodyguard Sita along. After all, his pet also had a gruesome blood-sucking habit. AEL was quite surprised that Ronald cared so much for his sister. He simply replied, of course. And now, it's the part Ronald has been looking forward to the most, enjoying Fian's free food. Are you really going to eat it all? Slyvan's voice, like a 1,000-year-old lingering spirit, sent shivers down Ronald's spine. Annoyed, he slammed the table and stood up. Damn it, didn't the Gracia family teach you not to interrupt someone while they're eating? Slyvan calmly stood with his arms crossed. He was only here today to gather important information. Ronald wondered what kind of important information could make this guy come collected in person. Slyvan pulled out his notebook and continuously interrogated Ronald. Where is Lady Iron's house? Is it far from the Imperial City? How's the traffic? Is the security good? Bandits don't usually appear there, do they? A series of questions spewed from Sliven's mouth, leaving Ronald unable to keep up. Sliven's face became even more serious when asking about escorting Iron home. He suggested Ronald should find mercenaries to take on that responsibility. Otherwise, Ronald would be even worse than the prisoner Radola. "I've already done it, you jerk, I've done it," Ronald angrily yelled. "I even sent more trustworthy people. Unless some Gvin or something appears, nothing will happen." Hearing this, Sliven's expression changed. "What the hell did you say? You mean if some Gvin appears, the lady will be attacked?" Seeing the pen in Sliven's hand break, Ronald had to yell, "Enough, you psycho." He couldn't understand why this lunatic was making such a big deal about his sister. More importantly, Sliven had no right to do so, he wasn't even Ronald's friend. Sliven suddenly froze. He was just worried something might happen to Iron on the way home, that's what a knight should do. As the two of them were arguing, a purple mana radiated from a girl passing by everyone. She spoke up. "This scene is quite interesting. The Gracia wolf is so talkative, isn't he?" Sliven returned to his cold expression. "What do you want, Akalucia?" This long-haired girl with purple mana was Arabit Akalucia, this year's top-ranked magic department in R'lyeh. She used a sweet smile to tell Sliven not to misunderstand her. Then she immediately changed her gaze towards Ronald, the one she was interested in. Ronald was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe there would be a day he'd get asked for his contact info by a girl. Sliven silently looked at Arabit and then sighed. He knew she was up to something sinister. This was too familiar, so he left first. Halfway out, Sliven still wasn't satisfied. He turned back and glared at Ronald. "I think you should at least send my family's guards along." Ronald angrily told him to get lost, calling him a simp. Aile's trembling hand pulled Ronald's sleeve. He was scared when he saw Arabit, who had performed in the sparring match. With her superior magical talent, she constantly showed off, destroying Fian's arena floor. It seemed a bit excessive. With a face that couldn't be more artificial, Arabit thought she should teach those impudent ones a lesson. "You understand what I mean, right, Ronald?" "I don't understand a damn thing," Ronald replied coldly. What he cared about was why this woman had come to him. Arabit approached Ronald, saying she was impressed by his talent and had come here to make him an offer. She pulled out a distinctive purple necklace, something a lowly criminal could never even dream of. Ronald paused when he saw the purple necklace in front of him. This was an invitation from Akalucia. The Akalucia clan was a special family, as they valued talent over bloodline, training many gifted individuals and thereby maintaining their position as one of the empire's two pillars. This family offers opportunities to those who show potential to become part of it, and the symbol of that opportunity is this necklace, an invitation from Akalucia. Ronald wondered how she could give this to someone else. But Arabit didn't answer his question, knowing that Ronald already knew the meaning of this pendant. Ronald thoughtfully said he'd only heard people say so. And people here referred to his commander-in-chief, Adesan Akalucia. That day, she had given him the exact same thing, because the commander-in-chief was also a member of the Akalucia clan. Of course, before being admitted, he had to pass the clan leader's test, but naturally, a talented person would pass. At that time, Adesan had told him to remember that when he atoned for his crimes in a war, he might eventually receive an invitation. She was the first to recognize Ronald's talent, which made him believe in himself. Back in the present, he saw this thing once again. Arabit didn't explain much. She left, leaving Ronald with a piece of advice: even if you were born a beast, if you blend in with the flock of sheep for too long, you'll become one of them. Only when Arabit was out of sight did Ael dare to breathe heavily. Ronald, meanwhile, wondered if geniuses always did whatever they wanted. But anyway, having a means of contact was good. The Akalucia clan would be useful to him. To talk about Fian Academy's program. They always prioritized student ability. Depending on their scores, the environment could change greatly, typically seen in the dormitory system. Nisha Tower was where average students were assigned. Each person had a clean room, a high-class cafe, and other amenities, a beautiful, well-equipped dormitory. Conversely, students in the bottom 30% were assigned to Creative Tower. The first day at Creative often began with students' screams. They couldn't accept being in a place more dilapidated than their family's horse stable. The staff just repeated one line: if you're bad at studying, no one's going to wait on you, got it? Each room had 4 people, and bathrooms and toilets were communal. This was the academy's rule, so if you didn't like it, you'd continue sleeping here next semester. And that's how the first shock for those small-brained nobles began. Finally, the top 10% of students, including Ronald at number 1, live in Nabucodonosor Tower. Ronald could only describe his impression of this building with one sentence: incredibly awesome. He didn't expect all these presidential suites to be for a single student. A pile of documents on the table caught his attention. This was the class registration form. He wondered if he just needed to write the classes he wanted to take on the schedule. As an overthinker, Ronald thought that freshmen needed to adapt, so he wouldn't choose too many, but damn, all these classes sounded interesting. Obviously, this was a common grave misunderstanding among freshmen who had never experienced deadline hell. After some deliberation, Ronald had completed his schedule. It was a bit much, but he was confident that as a fine student, he had to study hard. The next day, on his first day of class, Ronald was kicked out by the professor. Ronald was bewildered. Why? He had just started the lesson. But it wasn't because he was too ignorant. Fundamentally, Ronald had already perfectly mastered all the basic royal sword techniques. The academy's rule was to allow students to leave class once they had completed the entire curriculum. Moreover, watching Ronald display his talent only discouraged the other students. So Ronald was now sitting glumly by the lake after being kicked out of his archery and monster hunting classes, the reason being that he had successfully completed the course. But this wasn't what Ronald wanted, which made him furious. You look familiar, aren't you supposed to be in class? Ronald heard the voice and turned around, encountering Professor Nobi Rose wandering around with a sword. Upon recognizing Ronald, Nobi Rose immediately understood why he was sitting alone here while classes were in session. Ronald stood up, leaning on his sword. He thought Fian would be more advanced, but it turned out he had already learned every subject. Nobi Rose wasn't offended that Ronald was only a freshman, but completing the courses on the very first day was astonishing. Furthermore, he could imitate techniques after just one observation. He was indeed a rare prodigy, so Nobi Rose couldn't ignore him. She told Ronald to lend her his sword. Today, she would personally teach him an important lesson. Ronald was confused as to why the professor took his sword when an explosion behind him startled him. Just by standing at a distance, Nobi Rose could make the surface of the water tremble, which left him stunned. After just one strike, Ronald's newly repaired sword was even more severely damaged. In Nobi Rose's eyes, this was merely a piece of iron that diminished the user's strength, not worthy of being a weapon. Watch closely. She reached out and drew her sword, her movements so fast that Ronald had to strain his eyes to see. One decisive slash, the force-generated blew Ronald's hair back. But what was more terrifying was that the water surface was split in two with just one sword strike. After the tremor from Nobi Rose's sword, the water returned to its original place as if it were raining. Looking at Ronan's stunned face, Nobi Rose smirked. Do you see what you're missing? Until now, the definition of a weapon in Ronan's dictionary was a sturdy and sharp block of iron forged for combat. It was best if it didn't break when picked up, because if it broke, he'd have to find a new one. But now his thoughts were completely disproven after witnessing this display by Nobi Rose. Ronan didn't understand. Was the difference in swords truly that great? Nobi Rose explained, even a slight difference in breadth or force can create a significant disparity. On the battlefield, those small differences can decide life or death. She advised him to choose a weapon that suits him if he uses mana. Of course, seeing the way he slashed, Nobi Rose knew very well that Ronan didn't know how to use mana. However, his skills compensated for the lack of mana, but one day he would definitely have to fight using it. Ronan fell into contemplation, which made Nobi Rose laugh. She immediately suggested that he join her class. Although only a few students from the second year onwards were allowed to join, Nobi personally allowed him, which surprised Ronan. Even so, Nobi still reminded him to find a proper weapon instead of carrying a chunk of iron like that. This was the minimum requirement to join the class. So, on his first day off, Ronan dragged his two best friends to the blacksmith shop that Sven had recommended. Of course, he brought along his immunity pass. But all three were hesitating in front of the dilapidated wooden house. It felt like it would totally collapse with just a strong gust of wind. Ronan prayed that Sven hadn't tricked him in iron. If you want to know, just go inside and see. They opened the door as lightly as possible, and a giant spiderweb on the ceiling immediately caught their eyes, startling them all. How could it be even more run down inside than outside? That's strange. The new knight who's risen to fame never lies, does he? From the wooden door, a gray hand with sharp claws reached out, accompanied by a rumbling voice, too loud. I was having such a nice sleep. A large foot stomped onto the ground, appearing before the three of them, complaining about why they were bothering him when the lights were off. What just appeared made Ael turn pale with fear, while Ronan was unfazed, even surprised to meet a werewolf in a blacksmith shop for the first time. You brat, are you deaf? The werewolf was about to question them but fell silent at Sven's pass of immunity. Ronan said he was sent here by Sven to buy weapons. The werewolf recognized the Grancia family's token. He assessed the three people in front of him. Two emitted mana, but Ronan emitted absolutely nothing. But the werewolf didn't immediately agree, because even with the token, they weren't necessarily Grancia family members. He yawned repeatedly, refusing to deal with the brats, but there was a way. The werewolf's face gradually became inhumane. He pointed at Ael. If you let me tear off one arm of this scrawny kid, I'll consider it. I'm hungry, so I'm being generous, okay? Needless to say, this gesture made Ael so scared he almost soiled himself, especially looking at the drooling, sharp teeth of the werewolf. Hey, you wretched werewolf! Ronan coldly gestured, his face already filled with killing intent when the werewolf crossed the line. Immediately, he drew his sword and thrust it into the werewolf's stomach, leaving the old man confused about what was happening. The old man clutched his stomach and staggered backward in pain, but Ronan noticed a strange aching sensation he had been feeling. It emanated from the invisible armor on the old man's body. Well, it doesn't really matter. I'll just destroy everything while I'm at it. The werewolf frantically explained that everything was just a test. That was the first step in the blacksmith shop's procedure for meeting new guests. Coincidentally, he had just crafted an invisible armor set and wanted to test it out. That's why he deliberately attacked them. In short, he had no intention of eating people. Ronan couldn't understand how he could invent such a smooth excuse, which proved the old man didn't trust them. The werewolf hastily explained, this is a blacksmith shop trusted by the Grancia family, so a testing procedure is nothing strange. If you're uneasy, you can ask young Master Sven. Ronan pondered for a moment, then sheathed his sword. This ridiculous procedure almost made him commit murder again. The werewolf stood up and apologized to Ael with goodwill. Even though he was a wolf, he didn't like eating people, so there was nothing to worry about. Ael also smiled back, but his face was still pale. The werewolf then introduced himself as Didikin, merely an apprentice at the blacksmith shop, but working part-time as a guard here. After asking Ronan's name, he motioned for everyone to follow him inside, where the truly valuable items were kept. They entered a sealed space. Didikin pressed a hidden switch on the wall, not forgetting to remind them to prepare themselves before witnessing wonderful things. The gears moved, and the ceiling gradually rose, astonishing everyone. The three country bumpkins, riding an elevator for the first time, were intently listening as Didikin introduced it. He explained it was made from magic stones and pulleys, and that this path would lead them to the best and largest blacksmith shop in the Grand Cappadocia Empire. Ronan marveled at the scene before his eyes. Didikin smiled and motioned for them to follow him. Since they had all passed his test, he would take responsibility, leading them to meet the most skilled artisan in this kingdom. The deafening sound of metal clashing, along with the scorching heat emanating from the forge, and the bustling activity made the three of them disbelieve their eyes. Didakin said this place only forged items for royalty and nobles, but made no distinctions. As long as one was a skilled master, they were an artisan of this forge. However, among them, there were still exceptionally outstanding individuals, specifically the dwarf artisan living in this castle with 400 years of metallurgy experience. That old dwarf was very stubborn, but Didakin greatly respected him for his top-tier craftsmanship, which is why the old werewolf kicked the door open and burst in. In a room cluttered with weapons, a shaggy-bearded old man was focused on hammering a blade. The only loudmouth who would come looking for him could be Didakin. The old dwarf grumbled that Didakin never kept quiet while he was working. "Oh, what can I do? The entrance was full of weapons, so I couldn't open it, so clean it up, old man Dorong." Dwarf Doro stopped working. He guessed that the guests Didakin personally brought weren't ordinary people. Didakin proudly showed off Ronan, who had passed his test, confident that his swordsmanship would astonish Dorong. Dorong was surprised that Ronan received praise from Didakin. Moreover, he looked just like a young punk who only knew how to take street photos. Dorong immediately asked Ronan to let him see his sword. Ronan then pulled out his slightly chipped iron lump for the old man to examine. Dorong frowned and lightly tapped it, causing the black iron sword Ronan was always proud of to shatter, not forgetting to criticize it with one word: trash. Ronan got furious when old man Dorong destroyed his prized possession. The old man immediately pointed to the swords he forged, telling him to pick any one and display his swordsmanship. Furthermore, he promised to compensate him with a sword, so there was no need to worry, because any sword he chose would be 100 times better than the lump of iron he was carrying. Really? Ronan was half believing, half doubting, but seeing Didakin nod, Ronan felt relieved. He picked out a random sword, but he already felt a distinct difference compared to holding that lump of iron. Nevertheless, he still didn't believe it would be different. Before striking, Ronan asked old man Dorong again to be sure, if he broke anything of his, he wouldn't pay for it. Dorong nodded, telling him to put all his strength into swinging the sword, as his family was rich. Ronan fell silent. If that's the case, he would try the technique Nobi Rose used. Ronan gently pushed the sword behind his back to gain momentum. The preparatory stance made Dorong ponder. He recognized this technique. Slash! Ronan swung a decisive strike. A huge explosion occurred, startling the other blacksmiths. Seeing the explosion coming from old man Dorong's house made them curious why the smelting furnace had exploded in the middle of the day. The author of the recent art, Ronan, was standing frozen. Old man Dorong standing next to him also couldn't believe this guy actually destroyed his house. What just happened? Ronan mumbled, even though he was the one who created this long crack on the ground. Old man Dorong remembered, it was Nobi Rose's technique. He guessed Ronan was her disciple. Dorong knew Nobi Rose because he was the one who forged the sword she carried. The longsword Ronan found incredibly foolish. It was named the Secret Sword Urusa, one of Dorong's lifelong masterpieces. Although the sword in Ronan's hand couldn't compare to Urusa, looking at this pile of rubble, he knew he should choose a different weapon. Dorong thought he was just a beginner swordsman, but it had been a long time since he met a talent like Ronan, which made him unable to contain his excitement, and he clapped Ronan hard on the back, causing both father and son to choke on their saliva. However, because Ronan was too skilled, it was difficult to forge a sword suitable for him. The sword had to withstand Ronan's power. According to Dorong's calculations, ordinary materials couldn't possibly withstand Ronan's strength, so he needed to use high-grade metal and melt it with special fuel, at least a byproduct of Wyvern. Speaking of byproducts, Ronan remembered he had something quite interesting with him, Sida's Galaxy Eggshell. The loud clang of the hammer echoed throughout Dorong's forge. He had to exclaim in disbelief when the pile of eggshells remained intact after being continuously hammered by his forging hammer. Living for hundreds of years, he had never encountered such a precious material. His eyes lit up when Ronan allowed him to use it to his heart's content. That amount alone was enough to create a sword, and a surge of enthusiasm arose. Dorong told him to come back in 2 weeks. He promised to definitely give him the best sword in this empire. Ronan laughed contentedly. He's about to have a new toy to play with. Maria and Ael also got to benefit. Doron couldn't let the noble's friends leave empty-handed. Although he also wanted to take care of the two of them, his mind was now solely focused on this galaxy eggshell. Ah ha ha, what a great sound! Doron's joyful laughter as he tapped the eggshell made all three kids think, this old man is completely crazy. Deep underground, someone was grinding his teeth, annoyed because the people above kept making a ruckus. He really wanted to burn them to ashes. Another person told him to restrain himself. Soon, from those foolish blacksmiths to everything in this kingdom, all would be buried by light. After getting his sword personally forged by the Empire's best blacksmith, Ronan felt at ease returning to school. Maria and Ael also placed orders with other blacksmiths. This shopping trip would definitely cost a fortune for all three of them. But he wasn't the one paying. All he had to do was show his glittering golden token, brighter than the future of all three of them, and everything would be smooth sailing. If nothing goes wrong, Ronan's order will be shipped right to him in half a month. 2 long weeks without a weapon, what should he do? Ael and Maria, on the other hand, had to go to school. Walking around, Ronan suddenly realized this place felt familiar. It turned out to be Galerian Hall, a training area reserved for upperclassmen. Professor Navarros probably teaches here too. He didn't want to come here before because the professor required real weapons, but now that Ronan had this to try out, should he go in? Just then, a cold face suddenly appeared, sending shivers down Ronan's spine. Professor Navarros appeared immediately, as if she had been waiting for him all afternoon. She pulled Ronan's ear to greet him. Long time no see. I told you to come to class as soon as you had a weapon, so why are you only here now? Are you skipping class? Ronan had no chance to explain. He was just dragged by the ear by the professor, in such pain that he had to scream. His voice echoed through the mountains, but no one answered, only reaching the ears of one girl. Just then, someone bumped into her, causing the stack of documents in her hand to fall to the ground. He even grumbled, "Damn it, don't block people's way. What kind of slow assistant are you?" The girl didn't protest a word. She cheerfully picked up the documents and continued on her way. At Combat Area 1, also Navarros Lecture Hall, she introduced Ronan to the students in the class. Although his fame from the opening ceremony battle must have spread far and wide, the professor still formally introduced him. This is Ronan. From today, he'll be in your class. Ronan politely greeted the seniors, and everyone started talking excitedly about him. Everyone knew Ronan was ranked second in his freshman year, which is why he skipped a grade. But his appearance seems quite ordinary. I thought he would have a protagonist's aura or something. Ronan heard every word clearly but didn't speak. There were also a few people he wanted to meet here, and also the deluded guy he didn't want to run into. Just then, the assistant girl opened the door and walked in. "I'm sorry for being late. I had an urgent matter to complete." Ronan suddenly found her voice quite familiar but couldn't remember who it was. Navarros gave the girl time to catch her breath, then pointed at Ronan to introduce the new student. The assistant friendly spoke first to greet him. "Nice to meet you, Ronan. I'm a second-year martial arts major, the class assistant. My name is Ade-san." Ronan was stunned. Wasn't this his commander-in-chief? Ade-san Akalushia, a person with outstanding leadership abilities, became the first female commander-in-chief, leading the battlefield with her composure and brilliant leadership, earning her the title Iron Lady. Those under Addison's command passed down the saying, "What flows in Addison's veins is molten iron, not blood." But who would have thought that the infamous Iron Lady would have such an expression? Ade-san surely had no memory, but was that truly the commander-in-chief's real expression? But back then, Ade-san had asked him to prevent her from becoming commander-in-chief and to live a normal life. What should he do? What should he do? Anyway, putting that aside, he noticed Ade-san had been incredibly busy all this time, mainly doing chores like a servant. Is that what being an assistant is like? "Hey, freshman, you look bored. Want to have a match with me for fun?" Someone stepped forward to talk to him. Ronan didn't know who he was, suddenly wanting to compete with him. He scratched his head and said, "Oh, was I too sudden? Sorry, kid. I'm Cotton Ogan, a third year." Cotton had heard about the rumors from Ronan's opening ceremony match, so he wanted to challenge him to a duel. Ronan currently had something to think about, so he refused, but Cotton was still persistent. "Oh, I forgot. Why didn't I bring a weapon when I wanted to fight you?" Then he changed his attitude when talking to Ade-san. "Hey, you idiot, bring me my training spear." Ade-san happily obeyed. Meanwhile, Ronan was already annoyed by Cotton. How dare this scoundrel call his respected commander a fool? Ade-san brought the long spear to Cotton, who then became irritable. "Damn it, you really are an idiot. Why did you bring the long spear? I switched to a short spear ages ago." Ade-san quickly apologized to him. He clearly used the long spear for practice in the previous class. When Cotton heard her say that, he tapped Addison's head with the spear like hitting a wooden fish drum. "How dare you talk back to me, assistant? You don't know anything. You haven't been qualified to be in this class for a long time. You begged the professor to get in, so you should know your place." Even though Ade-san felt pain, she didn't dare resist and kept apologizing to Cotton. The scene made Ronan even more furious. He snatched Cotton's spear, which made Cotton completely confused as to why he intervened. But Ronan didn't care. Didn't he want to duel him? Well, the time had come. It was time to give him a beating. Cotton sneered, "What's wrong? You suddenly got angry. Is it because of that bitch? Are you too acquainted, or are you just like those dirty cowards, doing things without letting me know?" Ronan returned the spear to him. "Shut your mouth and focus on blocking, unless you want to die, then speak." Ronan thrust his wooden sword straight at Cotton's spear. Cotton used all his strength to keep from being thrown back. "How are you so strong without mana?" Finally, after much effort, Cotton was still pushed back 8 meters. Seeing that he didn't want to use the long spear, Ronan personally switched it to a short spear for him, but in a way that only he could do. Cotton, feeling humiliated, became enraged and rushed to attack using mana. "Don't even dream of leaving here in one piece today." Ronan remained calm, not shouting or showing off, but in an instant, he chopped Cotton's spear into many pieces. He can't even take care of himself, yet he wants to worry about others. Ronan launched a flurry of punches, not giving Cotton a chance to breathe. Let's see who's really not crawling out of here today. He should feel lucky this is an academy. If it were outside, he'd have sent him to meet his ancestors. Cotton's instant defeat caused a commotion in the classroom. A top third-year student was beaten to a pulp. Ronan didn't stop there. On his first day of class, he would demand justice for his commander. Those spoiled brats who made her carry handkerchiefs, step forward. If it stinks, wash it yourself. If you have hands, do it yourself. Is the commander, the assistant, your personal servant or something? Ronan's demeanor, like a tattooed debt collector, scared Ade-san, his errand girl, to her wits' end. But Ade-san stopped him. Even though she didn't know why he wanted to be a hero saving the beauty, she felt it was no big deal. Ronan told her to stand aside and let him handle it. No one should treat his respected commander like that. At least in this kingdom, she shouldn't be treated that way. "Stop it, Ronan." Professor Navi-Rose strode over sternly. She wouldn't hold him responsible for Cotton, as such accidents weren't uncommon in real life. But if you cause anything bigger, she can't just turn a blind eye. Ronan tried to move, but his body trembled. The aura emanating was too terrifying, feeling like a giant serpent bearing its fangs, ready to swallow him whole. It turned out this was the professor's aura, the aura of the peerless sword saint. Navi-Rose was in charge of the class, and she wouldn't allow any more violations. Although Ronan was overwhelmed, he still wanted to demand justice for Ade-san. Surely the professor knew her assistant was being bullied, yet she stood by and ignored it. "That's between me and the assistant, it doesn't concern you. So this is my final warning, stop it now." Navi-Rose responded firmly. Even if she was a sword saint or his father, Ronan wouldn't yield. My answer is, get lost. Navi Rose sighed, there's no other way. I'll just have to show you who's stronger. She ordered Van-T, and it charged forward as if to swallow Ronan whole. As a result, he went to sleep earlier than usual. Ronan dreamt of the past. Back then, he wondered why Ade-san had volunteered for the commander position that everyone else refused. Ade-san had replied, one day you'll understand. There are some things you can't force others to do, it's destiny. Ronan, of course, didn't understand, nor did he know what she always carried on her shoulders. Later, before disappearing, Ade-san apologized to him, even wishing he would never forgive her. The image of Ade-san slowly leaving made Ronan scream, no. He opened his eyes and looked around. It turned out it was all just a dream. But why was the General Commander sitting next to his bed right now? General Commander? Ronan blurted out, confusing Ade-san. He then laughed loudly to dispel the awkward atmosphere. Ah, ha, it's nothing, I was just dreaming. Ronan, however, didn't understand why he was in the infirmary. It turned out he had fainted, and the professor told her to take him to the infirmary, not forgetting to relay a message to Ronan. I'll correct your behavior in today's supplementary class. Oh no, he's doomed. Ronan was more afraid of the professor than his mother. Should he just keep fainting until the professor was in her grave? Just then, Ade-san dared to ask, why were you angry when everyone treated her like that? Ronan tried to come up with a reasonable excuse. Well, I just value good manners. I'm a real man, after all. Ade-san chuckled, then told him not to hate Cotton and everyone else. She understood how they felt when they treated her that way. Ronan was taken aback. How could she say that when she knew she was being bullied, and still try to be such a diligent teaching assistant? He had been extremely curious before, but now he didn't understand anything at all. Girls' psychology was truly complicated. What's more, the professor also knew about this but ignored everything. It was truly baffling. Was this academy perhaps covering for the nobles? Ade-san immediately cleared Navi Rose's name, explaining that it was because she had asked the professor to do so. That's because I liked enjoying privileges I didn't deserve. Initially, anyone who wanted to take that class had to reach the expert level in swordsmanship. But even after studying for a year, Ade-san could only control basic mana. These words startled Ronan. He couldn't believe it. The General Commander was someone who could emit an enormous amount of aura. Did she also have such a difficult time? Ade-san had spoken privately with Navi Rose, as she didn't want to be a burden on her by being accepted as a teaching assistant. When Ade-san got to enjoy that privilege, she had to pay the price by enduring this, but she could handle everything anyway. But no matter what, I still thank you for what you did today, Ade-san said honestly. She had thought she was too used to trivial things, but what Ronan did today deeply moved her. Ronan was silent, then decided to ask her, is the reason you are enduring so much because you want to become the General Commander of the Corps? Ade-san covered her mouth in surprise. Oh, how did you know? Was it that obvious? Well, it's true, but I'm not entirely sure. My dream is to become the General Commander of this empire. Ronan didn't know what to say. Ade-san awkwardly explained, it sounds ridiculous coming from someone who hasn't even reached expert level. But no matter what, I don't want to give up. You might not believe it, but I'm quite confident in military technology and tactics. To achieve her dream, Ade-san is striving every day. Just then, the bell for the next class rang, and Ade-san had to leave for her teaching assistant duties, not forgetting to tell him to rest up before going back to class. After Ade-san left, Ronan's mind was in turmoil again. Back then, she had asked him to stop her crazy dream, but what was he supposed to do now? Lost in thought about that, several days passed. One beautiful day, Ronan, Maria, and Iso went to the blacksmith's forge at the dwarf's summons, but when they arrived, no one was there to greet them. Last night, a carrier pigeon knocked on his door. Although the old man had called it his life's masterpiece, Ronan thought it would take longer to complete. But the important thing was that there was no one there now. What shoddy business? Just then, Ronan bumped into a metal helmet. He kicked it away in annoyance. Damn it, why is there so much stuff blocking the way? Can't anyone clean up? Is this how you treat guests? The two girls looked at each other, wondering why Ronan had been so unusually sensitive these past few days. Were boys also having their period? Ronan lost all patience and decided to go inside himself. After all, the old man had called them first, so there was nothing to fear. He fumbled along the wall. Ronan had memorized the stone that opened the door last time. The memory of youth was truly amazing. On the way down to the forge, Maria and Iso hoped someone would stop the boy who seemed to be on his period. Ronan was determined to rush straight in and see if the old man was eating or sleeping, but the sight before them astonished all three. The forge was engulfed in flames, bodies scattered on the ground, a scene of utter devastation and ruin. A stone giant was chasing the blacksmiths. Although they didn't know why, they couldn't just stand by and watch the blacksmiths be bullied. Ronan didn't say much. He directly grabbed Iso, not forgetting to tell Maria to provide support from behind and find help. Then he and Iso jumped down. He ordered her to use magic to slow down gravity and use an invisibility spell. Iso was scared but didn't want to die, so she tried her best to cast an invisible hand. The two blacksmiths ran out of breath. One step of the giant was equal to 10 of theirs. Could this really be the end for them today? Slash! A sword cut vertically across the stone giant's body. Ronan jumped down in a cool way. He'd been suppressed for too long these past few days, and today he'd unleash it all on these walking rocks. A stone giant threw a punch at him. Ronan nimbly climbed up its muscular arm and sliced off the giant's head. The stone head fell, making the two blacksmiths cover their eyes. They recognized him as Doran's young guest, and what's more, he defeated the stone giants with just one move. After quelling the chaos, Ronan sat down and listened to the two blacksmiths recount everything. Hundreds of stone giants suddenly attacked their forge. They emerged from the ground, destroyed everything in sight, hunted down the blacksmiths, and even captured Doran before fleeing. Didikan tried to stop them, but he wasn't good at fighting, so he was also captured. Ronan understood the urgency of the situation. At this rate, his sword would vanish without a trace. There were no more stone giants at the forge, so Ronan couldn't stay there any longer. He signaled Aisel and Maria to check on the survivors and treat anyone they found. With Sita accompanying them, first aid would be quicker. As for him, Ronan had to go find his sword, which he hadn't even seen yet, right? Meanwhile, Doran was clutching the sword tightly in his hand, with Didi Khan facing two stone giants in front of him. Doran kept telling him to hurry and leave, but Didi Khan couldn't abandon him. If you still have the energy to babble, then pick up the sword and do something. Is the sword in your hand just for show? Didi Khan grumbled. But Doran couldn't. This sword was his life's masterpiece, a grand beginning. He couldn't soil his beloved creation. Seriously, you crazy old man. Didi Khan was helpless. Even with the weapon, he couldn't trade his life for a sword, could he? Just then, the two stone giants pushed their way inside, and a monstrous punch came down. Doran thought he was going to die, but Didi Khan took the blow for him. However, he also didn't have much strength left, and the defensive enchantments on his armor were all destroyed. Didi Khan cursed. If he'd known death would come like this, he would have created everything he imagined. Now he only regretted his long days of revelry. At the moment Didi Khan gave up on life, a god appeared out of nowhere, slicing through the body of the stone giant. That god was Ronan, whose timely appearance made the people cry out in awe. Didi Khan couldn't understand how he got there. There must have been tons of stone giants blocking the way. Ronan smirked. He hated those who blocked his path, so he dealt with all of them. More importantly, he needed to find Old Man Doran to get his sword. The sword in his hand was already chipped from all the fighting. Doran handed it to Ronan. He felt a bit regretful that the sheath wasn't finished, but now Ronan could use it immediately. Ronan thanked the old man, unsheathed the sword, and prepared to inspect his new toy. The two stone giants raced each other to see who would reach Ronan first, but no one won today because no one could reach him. Ronan lightly swung his sword, and the slash cut through the entire cave, astonishing all three. What the heck? Ronan never expected to make such a cool slash one day. Doran was excited. Well, how do you like it? Do you like La Mancha? He got the name's inspiration from observing his stars. Above all, he was overjoyed to have created a sword so light, yet harder than mithril, capable of enduring any type of swordsmanship. Doran also didn't add any enchantments to it, but it had the ability to absorb blood, so La Mancha possessed the unique characteristic of self-regeneration and restoration. Ronan guessed this feature was probably due to the use of Sita's eggshell, but he had to admit Doran's craftsmanship was truly top-notch. Didi Khan didn't understand why they still had time to chat. They had to get out of here now. He was sure they were the last ones trapped. Ronan nodded at that. If there was no one else to save, he'd have time to check a few things. With the sixth sense of someone who'd lived and died countless times, Ronan felt there were some rats hiding around, and among them, one was super huge. Ronan was familiar with the behavior of the stone giants. They didn't travel in herds and would remain silent unless provoked. Furthermore, he had never seen suspicious drawings like these on the backs of their heads. Doran recognized the magic circle, but it was quite difficult to identify because he wasn't skilled in this field. But the residual mana was too great. This was definitely a cunning magic that controlled the stone people, driving them insane. Who on earth would cruelly do this to such adorable blacksmiths? Ronan didn't know either, which was why he had to go investigate and find answers now. It felt like everything would be revealed if they delved deeper into this cave. Ronan flew through the cave. At first, he wasn't sure, but the further he followed the stone giant's footprints, the more human footprints he saw. The mana sensor stone he carried also showed signs of alarm. Someone up ahead was definitely behind this incident. Just then, Ronan heard voices and saw light coming from a corner. He immediately approached to see who they were. But what Ronan saw made him exclaim. The two hooded figures were definitely the culprits, but what the hell was that? With such an enormous size, the stone people from earlier were like 3-year-olds in comparison. It seemed to be sealed, but if it broke the seal? Has someone infiltrated here? The two figures in white cloaks conversed. Based on the brainwashing marks on each severed stone giant, it could only have been caused by a third party. The man, Edwin, was annoyed at being discovered. Moreover, they didn't have any stones to awaken the giant in front of them right now. If that's the case, should I just kill them all? Edwin chuckled eerily. The girl, Cyrilla, shook her head to stop him. Ever since most of their facilities were destroyed, the Empire's weapon crafting technology had deteriorated significantly. If their identities were revealed, that person wouldn't let it go. The safest way was to retreat. Edwin agreed, but before leaving, he wanted to deal with the eavesdropping rat. This sulfur smell has been making my nose itch. Ronan felt danger approaching. It turned out Edwin had spotted him some time ago. He fired a fireball at Ronan, leaving him no time to react. An explosion followed by smoke and dust, but Ronan's clothes remained spotlessly clean. Edwin saw that he had dodged the flame attack and figured he must be strong. So, he would tie him up first and then finish him off. Their instantaneous spellcasting made Ronan realize they weren't just ordinary supporting characters. How could you get in here? This place isn't easily accessible. Edwin questioned. But Ronan felt he was the one who should be asking that question. Who were they to dare infiltrate the Empire? But no matter who they were, there would only be one outcome. Oh, now this attitude is worth teasing. Edwin was delighted, but Cyrilla was not. He continued to play the part. Just enjoy the fun while you still can, Cyrilla. There isn't much time left anyway. The day this kingdom is buried under the starlight is coming soon. Ronan's face darkened. That giant had also said their kingdom would be buried under starlight and vanish. What did you just say? Do you even know what those words mean, you garbage rats? Ronan gnashed his teeth. His aura suddenly changed, tinged with a dangerous scent, making Edwin feel something was off. Ronan wouldn't kill them, he would drag them back to the station, because tonight he would have a lot to interrogate them about. What the hell? Is this kid out of his mind? You think you can capture us? Edwin sneered contemptuously, preparing to raise his hand to shoot fire again. Easy as pie, Ronan said as he chopped off his arm, then his legs, splitting the man in half and making Edwin fall to the ground. Cyrilla's face turned pale. He hadn't even finished his line before he was butchered. Ronan's hand clamped tightly around her neck. My lady, from this moment on, you'd be wise to answer me, unless you also want to be chopped into pieces like him. Cyrilla gritted her teeth and yelled, Magic shield. A magical barrier pushed Ronan away from her, indicating Cyrilla wouldn't yield. Ronan's arm trembled slightly. That magic shield was sturdy, but his aura shone brighter. Ronan shattered her magic shield. This time, he didn't choke her, he directly stabbed his sword down. Cyrilla's cloak hood revealed her ears. A half-demon, yet she was with that human sorcerer. What conspiracy were they plotting? Explosion. A whirlwind of fire suddenly surged forward. Ronan used his sword to cut the flames in half. How strange, he had already cut off one of Edwin's arms, but what happened to his disgusting appearance? Stay away from her, you lecherous bastard! Edwin yelled when he saw Krat lying at Ronan's feet. It seems there's some misunderstanding, Ronan said, then stabbed his sword into Cyrilla's leg, ignoring her desperate cries of pain. They've pushed his buttons so hard, everyone has to go. Ronan ordered Edwin either follow him to the police station, or he'd perform a body dissection magic trick with Cyrilla. Edwin gritted his teeth, finally agreeing to follow Ronan. He didn't want to play the villain any longer, so he pulled out his sword, but for some reason, she was laughing like a maniac. Just then, a gust of wind blew, making Ronan's hair fly. It wasn't a sudden wind in the cave, but a giant arm flailing, throwing Ronan far away. Edwin walked over to Cyrilla to ask about her condition. She was in agony and ignored him, but luckily she survived. Thanks to Edwin's feigned attack distracting Ronan, she had time to cast a perception-blurring spell on him and activate the giant's father. Even with only one arm activated, Ronan must be seriously injured. Edwin motioned for her to go to the church and report the situation first, while he would finish Ronan here to avoid further trouble. Be careful, Cyrilla warned him for the first time. She sensed a bloodthirsty beast within Ronan. Edwin also knew he couldn't let his guard down. Ronan wasn't an ordinary beast, he also had combat experience. If he didn't deal with him now, he would surely become a formidable enemy. Behind the dust cloud, Ronan's silhouette gradually appeared. Edwin told himself not to lose track of him. But a second later, his 2 arms, no, all 4 limbs, were severed, followed by his head, and then his body. Where do you think you're going? Ronan stalked closer after dismembering Edwin. I told you, I have a lot of questions for you. Ronan's words were like a judgment from the king of hell. Cyrilla hastily erected a shield. She couldn't understand how he was still alive after being so severely injured. Ronan would never let them escape, but suddenly, a sharp pain coursed through his body. He couldn't control himself anymore. Cyrilla didn't understand why the situation suddenly turned so bad. She had lost too much blood and had no chance of winning this battle, so her priority was to report to her superiors. Prepare yourself, I will find out everything about you and take it all away forever, your family, your lover, your friends, the lives of all of them. Before fleeing, Cyrilla didn't forget to threaten Ronan. Ronan was helpless and distraught. He had found a clue, but now he couldn't capture her. Will everything end up like that time? No, she can't go. Ronan yelled in despair, I told you to stop. That's right, stop right there. Navarro's voice echoed, and her aura made Cyrilla unable to move. I also have many questions for you. First, let me confirm one thing. You are the one who dared to provoke my disciple, aren't you? Ronan had never been so happy to see his professor as he was now. "It's great to see you again. I didn't expect to find you here." Navarro saw he was as talkative as ever, so he was still doing fine. Now was the time for the main event, dealing with the one who dared to bully her disciple. Cyrilla's entire body was paralyzed under her gaze, like a python hunting prey. The only person who could generate such pressure was the peerless sword saint. Instinct told Cyrilla to run, but Navarro's hand grabbed her by the throat, pronouncing judgment. "You have done many things you shouldn't have, but what angers me most is that you dared to lay a hand on my student." Cyrilla saw that Navarro's face was even more terrifying than the boss's. There was no time to cry for help as the python's cavernous throat was right before her eyes. This was her bright future. After dealing with Cyrilla, Navarros returned to Ronan to finish everything. Ronan wondered if the future of Cyrilla she mentioned was Rotterdam prison. Navarros nodded, but she didn't understand why he asked. Ronan had thought of that place first, the screaming fortress of Rotterdam, the prison in the middle of the sea. A prison for criminals against the Empire. Known for its brutal interrogation methods, willing to use any means to force a confession from prisoners. If so, Ronald requests to participate in their interrogation. He begged the professor because this was crucial to him. He only came back to life for this. At the forge then, the rescue was almost complete. Aesel, Maria, even Sita were worn out. Aesel worried, wondering where Ronald went and why he hadn't returned. Could something bad have happened? Just then, Ronald's voice rang out, "Are you calling my name?" He returned, carrying a new weapon on his shoulder, looking as battered as possible. He heard that by the time Maria arrived with reinforcements, Aesel and Sita had already rescued over half of the blacksmiths buried under the rubble. But more importantly, was anyone seriously injured? "We should be asking you. Why do you look so tattered?" "You're injured all over," Maria exclaimed. Sita saw her father was no longer clean and tidy, but she still wanted a hug and comfort after being completely exhausted from working. Ronald didn't care about his injuries, now all his attention was on those two invaders. A few hours later, at the rendezvous point to transport the prisoners to Rotterdam, a cliff in Greenough Forest. The escort team from Rotterdam arrived, flying on giant eagles. The escorts all wore black raven masks. "Hello, Miss Navarros. We received a summons from the Empire to escort the prisoners." Navarros handed the two over to them, not forgetting to warn that Edwin had strange regenerative abilities, for them to keep in mind during interrogation. But it seemed that wasn't a problem. Instead, it was a big surprise that made their interrogator happy to play with. After receiving the prisoners, the Rotterdam team immediately departed. Navarros said it would usually take about a week for Rotterdam to make them talk. She would inform Ronald when they contacted her again so he could prepare for the right time. The subsequent time passed very quickly. The renovation process at the Cappadocia Forge proceeded smoothly with the Empire's support. Ronald returned to the academy, carefully looked after by Professor Navarros. Time passed like this. Meanwhile, in another place, in stark contrast to them, was Rotterdam Fortress, where the screams never ceased. An interrogator was diligently pulling out the prisoners' teeth one by one, enjoying it so much that he forgot there were visitors today. At this moment, Navarros and Ronald had arrived at Rotterdam. A handsome old man stepped out and greeted them warmly. "Hello, travelers. You must have had a difficult journey. I am the interrogator in charge of this prisoner. My name is Karaka." After the introduction, he invited them to meet the prisoners immediately if they wished, which was exactly what Navarros wanted. Ronald felt strange, unexpected that the interrogator of the notorious fortress would be such a polite and friendly gentleman. Navarros initially didn't believe it either. Everyone said the same thing when they first met Karaka, but as the elders taught, don't judge a book by its cover. He's not called Rotterdam's most terrifying nightmare for no reason. On the way, Karaka briefly told them the main points. Firstly, as he thought, the two of them came from the Clasio Nebula, meaning they were from that organization. This was the first time Navarros heard that name. According to Karaka's explanation, they were similar to the Caribolo crime organization but more dangerous due to their mysterious identity. From the fire that swept through the Nalanda granary to the explosion at the Ederman Technical Research Headquarters, the serious incidents of unknown cause that occurred last year were all caused by them. Ronald thought to himself, why are they so evil? He had never heard of this organization in his past life. That's what Karaka had found out. Ronald felt something was missing and asked him if they had revealed anything like starlight or the appearance of a star. Karaka looked puzzled. This was the first time he had heard those words. Ronald scratched his ear, saying, well, I overheard it while tracking those bastards. It must be related to their purpose. Suddenly, Karaka picked up the Black Crow mask. The murderous aura was so thick that even Ronald felt intimidated. Karaka opened the cell door and walked in. How embarrassing, it's our first meeting and I have to let you witness this scene. It seems my sincerity hasn't reached our friends, so I'll have to be a bit more sincere. Ronald didn't quite understand his metaphorical words, but what he cared about were Edwin and Cyrilla, the two who had laughed in his face just yesterday, but were now disabled. Karaka was immensely interested in Edwin because he could continuously regenerate his body with the unique power of dark magic, making him the perfect toy for an interrogator like himself. The way for Karaka to get close to people like this was very simple, just stab and poke until he could no longer regenerate. Edwin trembled as he saw Karaka's glowing hot spear tip. He was meticulously skewering pieces of Edwin's flesh. Ronald and Navarros remained silent, not daring to comment on his madness, which surpassed even Doran's obsession with weapons. Karaka was utterly disappointed that he couldn't interrogate everything. He grabbed Edwin's head, making him shriek, I've told you everything. Really? Then why is it that I only learned about the appearance of the star when your friend here told me? Karaka's question left Edwin speechless. He then turned to Cyrilla. She didn't have regenerative power, so there was no time to waste on interrogation. A bit more force and she would die instantly. Cyrilla trembled, begging for release. It was only now that Ronald felt how brutal the old man was. Even after all the battles he'd been through, he had never seen such a sight. But if they were this scared, what else was there to hide? Why did he have to do that even though his identity had been exposed? Could it be? Ronald boldly put forth a hypothesis. It's not that they don't want to speak, but that they can't speak. Navarros didn't understand. According to Ronald, this happens to soldiers who hold secrets on the battlefield. To prevent the enemy from interrogating them, they would cast a sealing curse on them. Karaka fell silent and released Edwin's head. Oh dear, how embarrassing. The feeling of betrayal was so overwhelming that I forgot about that ability. After speaking, he turned to retrieve a few things, as if it were his ultimate weapon. A moment later, Karaka returned with the secret weapon. It was that disgusting, ugly eye. It was called the Absolute Eye, and it could consume curses. It was very useful when interrogating prisoners who couldn't speak due to being cursed. Now Edwin had a new toy. Karaka placed an Absolute Eye on his head, and it immediately clung to him, burrowing into every fiber of his skin and flesh. A stream of light emitted, and the eyes of the Absolute Eye gradually turned blue, signifying that the curse had been consumed. Karaka asked again about the appearance of the star. Edwin panted, then spoke a programmed speech. The star is an eternal existence, the only blessing that redeems the weak in this land. We always await the day the star appears. The star transcends this space and time. Our mission is to destroy anything that stands in its way. Cyrilla screamed, No, shut up, Edwin. It seemed this was the real secret they were hiding. Karaka found his pre-written speech too verbose. In short, something is about to fall from the sky. What exactly is it? The children of the star, Edwin replied. Immediately, the name A2Z, his sworn enemy, flashed in Ronald's mind. Ronald couldn't keep his composure and approached Edwin with a furious, murderous expression. The children of the star, do you mean A2Z? Ronald's question seemed to hit his sweet spot. Edwin looked up, trembling, A2Z? How can you mention its name? Suddenly, his face distorted, as if something inside his body was about to burst out. Karaka immediately pulled Ronald back, simultaneously erecting a defensive shield. At this very moment, Edwin's body exploded, flesh and blood splattering everywhere. Luckily, thanks to Karaka's shield, Ronald's clothes remained clean. Karaka hadn't expected him to still explode even after the curse had been absorbed. Ronald only now learned about this cruel sealing curse, but Karaka had seen it frequently. It seems they were forbidden from doing two things. Firstly, they weren't allowed to reveal anything about the appearance of the star constellation to non-members of the organization. Secondly, they weren't allowed to mention any words related to someone, or they would explode. Now it was time for him to ask Ronald, who exactly was A2Z. If his hypothesis was correct, this seemed to be classified information within the Clasier Nebula, but how did he obtain information of such a security level? As the investigator for this case, Karaka had to get to the bottom of it. It felt as if he was about to torture him like the other two. Ronald answered very calmly, "I just happened to overhear it." Perhaps Karaka already knew he was the first to discover what happened at the Cappadocia Forge, and at that time, he had eavesdropped on their words from afar. Initially, Ronald thought it wasn't important and stayed put, but now he had a hunch that this was an important clue. Ronald apologized for interrupting due to being overly excited, and most importantly, whether he was satisfied with his explanation. Karaka, of course, couldn't completely believe it. He was sure he was hiding something within this truth. But he also didn't sense any malice from Ronald towards the Empire. Perhaps it was because of Ronald's eyes. He could see what was seething in his eyes: will, guilt, determination, or perhaps anger towards those scoundrels. Not letting Karaka investigate the truth, Navarro's sword was already at his throat. "That's enough, Karaka. Don't tell me you're interrogating my disciple now, and right in front of me?" Karaka immediately dropped his killing intent. After all, he didn't want to pick a fight with the former sword saint. Due to the nature of his work, he didn't want to miss any clues. "I've been too rude, young Ronald." Karaka bowed his head and apologized to him. Ronald also breathed a sigh of relief, letting it go. Good thing his mind worked fast. It felt like this old man was about to pin him down and torture him. Karaka only felt regret for losing an absolute eye. It's harder to catch than most phantom species. Ronald was surprised. This tiny, disgusting monster is a phantom species? Of course. If you look closely, they're quite cute, actually. Would you like to touch it? Karaka said while looking at the absolute eye on his shoulder, only to find it had changed. They only change when they absorb curses, but from whom? It didn't go near Cyrilla, so could it be from Ronald? He had placed it on his shoulder earlier while channeling mana, but how could that short amount of time be enough for it to absorb a curse? To verify, Karaka then placed the small absolute eye on Ronald's hand. The feeling of it clinging to him, piercing his skin, made Ronald feel uncomfortable and itchy. But in just a few short seconds, the absolute eye swelled up and then exploded. Blood splattered all over Ronald's face, disgusting him. What the hell? Why did it explode? Karaka examined Ronald's hand. He had never seen this level before. Then Karaka gave his final diagnosis: he had terminal cancer. Just kidding. Actually, Ronald has a curse on him. He asked him if he ever felt restricted when performing certain actions, such as not being able to jump high, or lifting iron objects, things others could do but he couldn't. Ronald froze. This reaction made Karaka certain that he had been cursed. If he wanted to hide it, he wouldn't press further. After all, he couldn't break it. But he wanted him to know that the malice of the one who cursed him was immense, so the power of the curse was not small either. After their conversation, it was time to leave. Karaka would pay attention to the seal when further interrogating Cyrilla. Ronald was still lost in thought about the curse on him. Karaka could easily discern his complex emotions. Suddenly, one day, Ronald discovered he had a curse on his body all this time, which was even more shocking than a terminal cancer diagnosis. Karaka also sympathized with him but told him not to worry, because Ronald was a student at Philian, where the continent's most skilled magic user in curses, Professor Maya's Secret, resided. On the way back, Ronald continuously rubbed his eyes, which made Professor Navarros feel itchy just watching him. Ever since the Absolute Eye touched him, his eyes had been tingling with an itch. According to Navarros, that was a sign the curse was weakening, so there was no need to worry. The important thing is that Ronan doesn't know who cast the curse on him. From his previous life to this one, he has lived very virtuously. Surely he hasn't made any enemies or held grudges against anyone. Navarros recalled his various brawls and was speechless, no longer daring to accept this guy as her disciple. Ronan suddenly remembered he had to thank the professor for protecting him from Karaka. Recalling the old man's cruel gaze at that time still gave him goosebumps. If she hadn't intervened, the old man would have interrogated him to death. Navarros chuckled, "I was just doing my duty as a professor, you don't need to thank me." The more Ronan looked, the more he trusted Navarros to be a good and talented person. But why have I never encountered such a talented person like her on the battlefield? Could she be related to the Clasier Nebula? The next day, in the exclusive practice space for the magic faculty in Seri Forest, Ronan arranged to meet Ade-san at the Iron Pillar Park. Ade-san greeted him with a bright, sun-like smile, but Ronan wasn't as enthusiastic because he had completely forgotten about his promise to the commander a few days ago. Ronan's thoughts were racing, leaving him clueless about what to do. In situations like this, he just needed to flash a confident smile, showing off his teeth. "Hello, Commander. Senior. Are you doing well?" Since the brawl, Ade-san had made new friends, all of whom feared Cotton. Every time he saw her, he'd be terrified. It sounds a bit bad, but it probably wasn't that serious. After that, she led him into the Iron Pillar Park. Ade-san had heard about his curse, which was also why Ronan was looking for Professor Secret. But on the other hand, he never expected to have to go to this strange place. The professor's taste is truly peculiar. Ade-san agreed. This place had a very unique design. If you weren't a magic student, you wouldn't be able to find your way. So Ade-san had asked a magic student she was close with to guide them, but there was no sign of that person yet. No sooner had she mentioned it than someone ran up and embraced Ade-san joyfully. "I missed you so much, Ade-san." The person in front of him made Ronan feel a sense of déjà vu. Wasn't this the posh Elizabeth Akalushia who had previously rambled about beasts and sheep? But now she looked like a puppy reuniting with its owner after many days apart. She couldn't even hide the infatuation in her eyes. Any request from Ade-san would be Elizabeth's command. Elizabeth was curious why Ade-san was looking for Professor Secret when she suddenly sensed Ronan's presence. He was sweating profusely, and Elizabeth froze for 5 seconds. Ronan spoke first. "I'm the one who asked her for help." "Hello, Miss Elizabeth. Or rather, AG, right?" Elizabeth shrieked in embarrassment. "Why are you here?" The cool and elegant image she had built up at school had been discovered by Ronan. Ignoring that incident, Elizabeth, at Addison's instruction, led Ronan to Professor Secret. The place they arrived at was a dilapidated one-story wooden house. He felt it was a bit suspicious. She wouldn't bury him alive for discovering her secret, would she? Elizabeth bristled when he mentioned the super-cute nickname AG, which only Ade-san was allowed to use. This irritated look must be her true face. Ronan also didn't expect Elizabeth to be so close to Ade-san. She was an Akalushia, after all. Could there be some connection between them? Elizabeth opened the creaky wooden door. Inside, an old woman was sitting calmly on a chair. Ronan thought it was Professor Secret, but Elizabeth said not yet. They still had another hurdle to overcome. Both of them approached the old woman. Elizabeth began casting some magic. The cool and elegant image she had built up at this school had been discovered by Ronan. "Kasipa, Alibaba, I'm Elizabeth, open sesame." Elizabeth recited the spell and cast magic on the old woman. A second passed, and nothing happened. Ronan wondered, what's going on? Is it time for something to happen yet? Just then, the old woman's mouth opened, wide enough to swallow both of them whole. What the hell is that? Ronan was startled by what he saw. Elizabeth told him not to hesitate. If they jumped into the old woman's mouth, they would reach Professor Secret's real office, Sephiratio. Ronan was surprised by this office. It was completely different from the professor's taste he had imagined, especially the bizarre door they just came through. "So it's you, the student sent by Ms. Navi Rose," a voice echoed from behind Ronan. Professor Secret hovered in the air and touched his eye, sensing something incredibly evil. What an interesting young man, she thought. Ronan was taken aback. Could this sassy little girl in front of him really be Professor Secret? "There's no need to be so surprised," the professor said. "I may look like this, but I'm 83 years old this year." Ronan was shocked. 83, not 8? Maintaining such a youthful appearance requires a large amount of magic, doesn't it? Professor Secret said they could discuss that later. She snapped her fingers, and Ronan's entire body was enveloped by the cursed words originating from within him. The professor didn't expect his body to be riddled with so many curses, including ancient, almost primordial curses. The danger level was critical. With his amateur skills, Ronan couldn't even touch them, but that didn't mean she couldn't break them. The number of curses was indeed more than she anticipated, but Secret had prepared for everything. A magic circle appeared beneath Ronan's feet. She would transform the curses into physical objects within the imaginary world of his consciousness. The only thing he needed to do was find the root of the curse holding him back and break it. Ronan didn't quite understand. Specifically, how am I supposed to do that? "You'll know when you see it," the professor said. "For now, you must take care of yourself." Ronan was abruptly pushed into a space. It was the imaginary world created by the curses within him. He had expected it to be dark and gloomy, but what Ronan saw before him was his own home. Ronan was still confused about what was happening when a child dashed past him. "Mom, I'm home." Though the voice was slightly different, it was his older sister, Arrow. Arrow looked at Ronan sleeping soundly and couldn't help but wonder, "My little brother is so cute, but why does Ronan always sleep, Mom? Is he sick?" "Babies need to sleep a lot to grow up, just like you, Arrow," his mother said, telling Arrow that if her brother ever got sick in the future, she would have to take good care of him. Ronan was astonished. No matter how he looked at it, this was a scene from his home when he was just born. So that little chubby baby was him? No way. Ronan couldn't believe he was once such a cute baby. He thought he was born this big already. So this is my past? But I don't remember anything. Just then, the door opened, and an aura flooded in, preventing him from moving his body. "Who is this bastard walking past me?" Arrow ran out to happily greet the man, but the words describing the man's name and status were not in his memory. The man said something Ronan couldn't understand. His mother said, "The baby is in the cradle. You must be curious to see Ronan, right? Come and look, he's just like you." The man said something again that Ronan couldn't hear, then he raised his hand over her face, causing her to faint. Ronan's face darkened, but his body couldn't move. Next, it was Arrow's turn. His sister just collapsed before Ronan's eyes, igniting his fury. "What do you think you're doing, you bastard?" Ronan screamed. At this moment, he saw the curses that had emitted from his body earlier, now emanating from the man's hand. When it touched his infant body, a beam of light appeared. Ronan was sure that was the root of the curse. He had to cut off that arm. Outside, Secret was maintaining her mana. She didn't expect her mana to hit rock bottom despite all the thorough preparations. This curse was truly bizarre. Elizabeth was curious how many curses Ronan had on him. Secret didn't know either, but it seemed like 10. If she wanted to neutralize them all at once, the professor would die. Secret wasn't surprised that there were 10 curses, but that the one she was dealing with was just one of them. Returning to the world inside the curse, the man said something to him and then left. After the man left the door, the restraint was also lifted. Ronan rushed over to check on his sister and mother. Luckily, both of them had only fallen asleep. Ronan clutched his head and took a deep breath. Now was the time for him to stay calm. The only thing he could do in here now was tear that bastard apart. Ronan summoned La Mancha, slashed through the door, and chased after the man. The surroundings suddenly changed. The man was already waiting for him. Ronan gritted his teeth. Anyone who dared to touch his family right in front of him would pay the price. Ronan flew like lightning, with an arrow of resentment. The man also summoned a sword in response. Ronan couldn't understand how the curse could control the sword and overwhelm him. In just a few moves, his body had cuts. The man showed no mercy and lunged forward. Ronan collapsed onto the snow. His sword couldn't even touch him, and now he was leaving because he couldn't do anything to him? It can't end like this. Ronan clenched his fists. He had so many questions for that man. I'm not finished yet. Ronan screamed, "Why did you do that?" The two of them never showed affection or did anything with anyone. I felt that affectionate gaze, exactly like when he looked at me. Thinking about it, it can only be you. You're the one, aren't you? Why did you do it? The shadow remained silent, not answering. It seemed this was how he would answer Ronan's questions. He gripped his sword tightly. After doing that to his sister and mother, and placing a curse on him, there is no explanation. Ronan lunged forward, using mana to slash his neck. If he didn't want to talk, then fine. He'd investigate everything himself. Now, what that man needed to do was get out of his body. After a while, Ronan woke up. The surrounding space was definitely Sephirakio. You're finally awake. How do you feel, Ronan? A voice rang out. When Ronan turned his head, he couldn't recognize the person in front of him. Whoa, Professor Secret, right? He boldly guessed. She laughed. Ho ho, you recognized me? Your senses are truly sharp. Ronan didn't understand why her time seemed to pass so quickly. Could it be because she expended mana for him? Secret denied it, then asked about his condition, specifically if he felt anything different. Ronan honestly said he had felt she was an unusual professor from their first meeting, but looking back now, she was even more incredible than he thought. Her mana flow was immensely powerful. So it really worked, the professor said, satisfied. After that, the two sat down to discuss what Ronan saw in his imagination. He hadn't expected the curse within him to originate from a memory he himself didn't know, and furthermore, the one who cast the curse seemed to be Ronan's father. But she didn't understand why he thought that, as he couldn't see the person's appearance or hear their voice at the time. It was all because Ronan analyzed what his mother and sister had said, and furthermore, when that person attacked his family. Ronan felt something so alien that he couldn't see it as his own emotion, a strange anguish. Perhaps that's why Ronan couldn't control himself and became more furious. He didn't know how to explain whether those were the man's feelings at the time or not. Above all, Ronan and his sister had never thought about their family, nor had they ever thought about that reason. It was as if those memories had been completely erased from their minds. Secret took a sip of tea and pondered. That meant not only Ronan's ability to sense mana was sealed, but even his perception of his own existence was affected. It seemed his father had cast a curse and simultaneously messed with Ronan's memories. In the process, some memories of the caster were transferred to him. Memory-related spells sometimes have such side effects. Based on that, she believed that the imagined world formed also included his memories. The fact that he could use mana even before cutting the curse was likely because he could sense mana for a short period. It was a reaction of his interrupted perception recovering. At this moment, Ronan noticed sparkling threads emanating in all directions from his hands. This was mana, right? Secret confirmed, but currently he could only see them like other practitioners, and he would be able to control them easily. That is, if Ronan breaks 2 more curses out of the 9 currently afflicting him. Of course, it would take a considerable amount of time to break them. All the curses on him were of unknown origin and incredibly powerful. She would send him a message when he was ready to continue, but for today, he was free to go. Secret smiled, her 8-year-old youthful face returning, making Ronan suspicious. Did her appearance change with the time of day? The professor advised him to keep his spirits up, as he might be heartbroken by this sad truth. His future days were precious, so he shouldn't let the past bind him. Ronan nodded. They would have to meet many more times in the future, at least until he broke all the curses. At the same time, beneath the Cappadocia forge, a nobleman was examining the stone giant. He couldn't believe a practitioner had blocked this, not Professor Naviros. "You're here?" Dolan stepped forward to report on the recovery mission. Everything would return to normal after a week. Furthermore, his team had investigated the culprit's status but couldn't find any more information here. Instead, through fill-in, they found a practitioner who had been active in this area beforehand. "Would you like to meet him yourself, Your Grace?" This was the head of the Grancia family, Joseph Sinovange Grancia. As Duke Grancia was still contemplating, the stone giant behind him swung its activated arm. Dolan signaled him to step aside so they could handle it, but the Duke raised his arm, refusing. "No need, won't they be very busy on their way here?" he said, then swung the sword he carried, severing its arm. After that came the entire body of the stone man, as easy as slicing tofu. Now they would leave this place and go meet Filian's young hero. The next morning, at the Navadoge Hall dormitory, Ronan mumbled grumpily as he went to open the door. Dolan stood sternly before him without expression. He looked at the burly man in front of him and said. Dolan's face contorted in annoyance at the smell emanating from his mouth, and furthermore, Ronan's rude behavior in front of someone from Grancia. Ronan looked at him, and he resembled some noble family's guards, but the mana he sensed was too dark. Something was mixed in his mana, somehow, he felt it was familiar. "Enough, Dolan." Ronan's facial muscles stiffened when he heard Dolan utter. When the refined man appeared, the scene seemed to brighten even more than when he, the protagonist, entered the stage. The two went inside to eat cake and drink tea. Today, the Duke brought the scabbard that Doran made for his blue mancha. It was all because Doran had specifically begged him, leaving him with no choice. Additionally, he wanted to express his gratitude to him. The Grancia family and the Cappadocia forge have been allies for a long time. His favorite lord's sword was also made by Doran, so Ronan is the hero and benefactor of Cappadocia and Grancia. Besides the greeting, the Duke also prepared a separate gift for him. Ronan couldn't believe his eyes. It was the Grancia proof mark, and it even had the seal of the family head. With this, he could buy 3 villages, but the Duke thought it was only fitting for his merits and to uphold Grancia's prestige. And now, perhaps the blacksmith's gift and the proof mark have already reached Maria and Esso. Ronan already heard them praising him. The greetings are over, now for the main business. The Duke seriously wanted to hear him recount everything that happened, especially what those shameless scoundrels had caused. Ronan chuckled. This was the monstrous aura emanating from the head of Grancia, truly not to be underestimated. "I don't know how much you found out, but you also know that those wretched rats are much more twisted than we thought, don't you?" Ronan immersed himself in the story, but he felt the flow of mana emanating from the bodyguard, Dolan. He hadn't moved an inch since the beginning, but when the scoundrels were mentioned, he reacted fiercely. Only now did Ronan remember that this aura was very similar to the filth he felt when he faced those guys. Could this man also be involved? Lost in thought, Ronan forgot he was telling a story, making the Duke curious if he wasn't fully awake yet. Ronan was confused. What was wrong with the Duke? His subordinate was emitting such dense mana. You are almost the strongest person on the continent, yet you can't see that change? Only he could see the mana spreading from Dolan, so he would try to play with him. "Duke, do you know anything about the appearance of the stars?" As soon as Ronan finished speaking, the bodyguard Dolan's face darkened, and his aura became even more intense. He spoke about the Glacier Nebula, but it seemed the Duke knew nothing about that organization. Ronan deliberately recounted how he cut off their limbs one by one to gather information, with a cunning expression, as if he were the one interrogating them. Ronan was about to go into detail, but the Duke signaled him to stop before he vomited right there. But that was enough for Ronan to compare. Since earlier, the bodyguard couldn't control his own aura. He couldn't even believe they infiltrated Grancia, so he would need urgent measures. Before the Duke left, Ronan didn't forget to say that he would send him a letter, especially on the topic related to A2Z. This should be enough for Dolan tonight. Indeed, that night, as Ronan was fast asleep, a visitor carrying a sword miles long came to visit. Dolan's powerful slash didn't draw any blood, startling him. "I knew you'd come today." "Nice to meet you, you damn rat number 3, Ronan called down from the ceiling. Dolan hadn't yet understood what was happening when on the other side, Sullipan was sitting there, looking at him with an intensely affectionate gaze. A few hours earlier, Ronan had gone to Sullipan's room. He thought Ronan was inviting him to dinner, but it turned out to be a plan to ambush Dolan. "That's laughable. What proof do you have to say that?" Sullipan said that in Grancia, he was one of the strongest and most loyal knights, chosen as the Duke's Guard after only 4 years of service in the Night Squad. Ronan clicked his tongue. If it was 4 years, Grancia must have been infiltrated in many places. But in short, Sullipan had to come to his room tonight. No matter which side Dolan was on, he had nothing to lose. The truth is, a wretched rat is hiding in the Grancia family, and now he is facing the young master of the family. Sullipan pointed his sword at Dolan, his voice filled with killing intent. Ronan chuckled. If he answered just because Sullipan asked, wouldn't he become a traitor? He couldn't understand how naive Sullipan was to survive in this harsh world. Dolan stomped his foot, his aura gushing out, making their bodies heavy. He attacked Ronan first, giving him a good beating. "Dolan, why, for crying out loud?" Sullipan yelled furiously. At this moment, Dolan also charged towards him to fight. He felt lucky that Sullipan still lacked experience in controlling his aura's range. Therefore, he wouldn't be able to use that violent move here if he didn't want others to get caught up in it. But in any case, I must apologize, young master. Their relationship would have remained good if Ronan hadn't interfered and ruined everything. Sullipan felt that Dolan's abilities were not what he knew. Could it be that he had been hiding his true strength and harboring hopes of betraying them all this time? It's not betrayal. I was never a Grancia knight from the start, Dolan asserted, then lunged towards Sullipan. His face was blank, expressionless. Is that so? I've confirmed it. Do whatever you want. Only then did Ronan dare to step onto the field and perform, astonishing Dolan. Ronan mocked Sullipan, "You're truly a troublesome person. Why do you have to be so stubborn, enduring such hurtful words before giving in?" Sullipan only wanted concrete evidence for why a bloody storm would break out in Grancia today. Sullipan directly attacked Dolan. Unlike before, Dolan couldn't understand how Sullipan could wield that heavy sword while being surrounded by Dolan's aura. Could Sullipan also be hiding his strength like him, or had he become stronger after such a short time? Lost in thought, Dolan forgot there was another monster behind him. Ronan returned the earlier massage to him. A battle attracting views, yet you're thinking about other things? That's disrespecting the audience. Dolan gritted his teeth. Why is there another beast appearing? He focused all his strength, jumped to avoid Ronan's attack, and quickly swung his leg to kick him far away. Ah, damn it! Dolan was annoyed. Ronan's shouts and the commotion just now must have attracted attention. He had to retreat now. Dolan jumped out the window to find an escape route. Who would have thought everything would become more complicated just because he wanted to catch Ronan? It was a mistake to think that relying on luck alone could defeat those two monsters. You're right, Dolan, Sullipan's voice made him stop short. Sullipan indeed still lacked experience and couldn't fully use the whirlwind sword, but knowing that, and still running towards this deserted direction, was utterly foolish. He might as well go meet his ancestors. Sullipan used the whirlwind sword, and the tornado crashed down, leaving Dolan no time to block. Before losing consciousness, he called out the names of the stars again. Sullipan sheathed his sword and declared, "From today onwards, no one in the family will remember you, but it doesn't matter, because you were never a member of the Grancia family. You handled him a bit too flamboyantly, didn't you?" Ronan taunted Sullipan again. "If it were me, I would have just chopped him into pieces. More importantly, with such severe injuries, how can we bring him to Rodolan? He might ascend to heaven just by seeing Karaka." Don't worry, I just cut his tendons, it's nothing, Sullivan said, but it wasn't trustworthy at all, theoretically speaking. Anyway, he needed to quickly report the news to the family. Sullivan's number one goal now wasn't Ronan, but dealing with the traitors. So you handle things here, okay? Sullivan said, then immediately ran home, leaving Ronan stranded. He angrily shouted, "You're the one who destroyed everything and caused this mess, and now you're dumping it on me? Where's your conscience? Where's your humanity? What's going on, Ronan?" Just then, the principal and Professor Navarros arrived. Everything would have been smooth if he hadn't seen the ridiculous pattern on the professor's pajamas. "Wow, I love your shirt, Professor." The professor got annoyed. The principal also thought her fashion sense was problematic, but the real issue now was that thing on the ground. Ronan would explain in a few minutes. Now he needed to tell them something more important, DMZ. Ronan tried to act profound. The principal was stunned, not understanding anything. Professor Navarros was already too familiar with this strange phenomenon. If only she could get rid of this apprentice. The next morning, the principal summoned Ronan to the office. The matter of Arad and Grancia was more serious than he thought, but above all, Ronan had once again rendered great service. Ronan decided to keep secret the fact that he could sense their special mana flow. He wasn't 100% sure, but if the information leaked, those around him would be in danger. The principal decided to reward him once more. From the blacksmith incident to this one, if he didn't give a reward, Filion would be exposed. Ronan was happier than finding gold. There was one thing he always wanted to do at school but needed the principal's permission for. The next day, in the Grand Square, Ronan was promoting. "Everyone, don't you find club activities inside the school tiring and suffocating? That's why I created this for all of you. It's called the Special Adventure Club." A guy hadn't even finished his question before Ronan cut him off. "That's a great question, buddy. The Adventure Club is a club created for extracurricular activities focused on real combat experience to train us into talents serving the Empire. Moreover, with the principal's protection, this is the only club allowed to go outside. Finally, anyone who wants to join the club, meet 3 days from now at the first arena of the Galerian House." In the following days, Ronan was no longer as enthusiastic as he was on the first day. He had made an announcement in the Grand Square, but no one apart from familiar faces remained until the final challenge. Maria smirked, "Let me analyze it for you." Based on what Ronald called an interview, under the guise of testing everyone's abilities, he thoroughly thrashed all the applicants. And for those who passed, he gave them a commitment form with the motto "Ready to sacrifice one's life for missions." Because of this, rumors spread throughout the academy that to join Ronald's club, one needed at least 10 lives to survive. TSK, real combat has to be like this, no determination at all. Ronald grumbled. Although the club's future seemed distant, it's okay, what he needed were people with potential like this. "Are you feeling better? I told you I didn't need to test your abilities anymore, but you insisted on fighting. Anyway, it's clear you've passed." "Grom," Ronald announced, not forgetting to warn that their club activities were extremely demanding. Grom had to prepare both physically and mentally before joining. So the newly opened club currently has 4 members, but there's still plenty of time, so he decided to wait a bit longer. Who knows, maybe someone else will come to sign up. Time passed, the moon was up, but no one came to apply. It seems like the interviews should stop here. Ronald thanked Ade-san for staying to advise and help him, even though she was busy with tons of assistant teaching work. She also felt a little regret. If she weren't busy assistant teaching, she would have wanted to try joining the club. Every time he was with Ade-san, Ronald felt restless, because he didn't know if he should mention what past life Ade-san had brought up. Even if she wanted to try, he wouldn't dare let Ade-san continue to risk her life. Ade-san needed to decide for herself whether to give up her dream of becoming a Grand Commander or not. That was an important issue she needed to seriously consider. Luckily, a faint voice rang out, interrupting his thoughts. Ronald rejoiced. "You've come to sign up for our club, haven't you?" The person spoke too softly for Ronald to hear clearly. She then took off her hood and cloak and said, "If I join the club, can I touch it?" "Yours." Ronald looked bewildered, then quickly became defensive. "Are girls this bold nowadays?" "Not you, the creature on your shoulder," the girl said, making Ronald feel a bit embarrassed. "If that's the case, you should have said so from the start. I'm too handsome, so girls often harass me." Ronald told the girl that if she wanted to touch his baby, she had to join the club. If she were a normal person, he would have allowed it, but this girl was very strange. Ronald couldn't sense her presence until she came close. This girl was definitely not normal, she was a potential talent. Ronald pointed at the magic puppet and instructed her, "First, the applicant needs to fill out the form." The girl didn't hesitate to introduce herself, a third-year magic student, named Ophelia Denai. As soon as she finished speaking, she cast a spell. Both Ronald felt a strong, dense surge of dark magic. Amazing, even with difficult-to-use dark mana, she can control it perfectly. Ade-san marveled at Ophelia's talent. But what surprised Ronald even more was the blood-red energy emanating from her, at the core of her mana, something similar to Sita. Dark Claws, Ophelia named the technique. 3 magical claws aimed precisely at the puppet. A large explosion caused a cloud of dust. After the dust settled, Ronald felt there was no need to test her further. This was more than enough to pass. "You saw it, didn't you?" The magical sound transmission cast by Ophelia startled Ronald. She gestured for him to go somewhere private, just the two of them, to talk. On the way, Ophelia heard about Sita's origin, a dream bird born by compressing mana from its surroundings. "How interesting." "No, you're even more interesting," Ronald said, but this wasn't a pickup line. Because Ophelia was a vampire, a species known to have left the Empire a very long time ago. Ophelia said that not all vampires left, a small number still existed throughout the Empire but chose to live in seclusion because they didn't want trouble. As for why Ophelia was attracted to his ridiculous club, it was because she sensed the blood magic energy emanating from Sita, which was also the innate magic of the vampire race. Only then did Ronald know how to name Sita's magic. After all, the first thing the little one did after being born was drink blood, so it would be strange if it weren't related to vampires. Ophelia found it hard to believe that Sita used vampire magic right after birth. She then asked a series of questions like, "How long has it been alive?" 3 years, no, at least 5 years, right? But the truth was, Sita had only been alive for about 2 months, yet the amount of blood mana it emitted was so dense that Ophelia couldn't control her desire. So she wanted to ask him and Sita for a favor. Actually, Ophelia had planned to run off right after touching Sita, but if he fulfilled her request, Ophelia promised to work like a dog for him. "Of course, I have to start my research immediately, so it will be a bit difficult during this period. But then I promise," Ophelia blurted out a torrent, leaving Ronald unsure where to listen. "What kind of research is it anyway?" The next morning, at Fillion's club room area, known as the Nest, this was the Special Adventure Club's room. Ronald felt quite pleased with the principal's generosity, giving him an entire house to use as a base. Putting that aside, today Maria and Iso brought their new weapons to subtly show off. Maria switched from a double-edged sword to a greatsword crafted by the commander-in-chief to suit her strength. Iso received a magic bracelet made using methods from Delbium City, which allowed for better mana control, thus doubling Iso's speed and strength. Ronald was satisfied that his 2 teammates had good gear to use, and today they had to discuss something quite important. In the board meeting room, which also housed 4 of the only 5 members, Ronald presented the club's objectives. It was to develop the latent abilities of each individual through practical combat experience. Above all, it was to prepare for the impending doomsday. The first place they went was one of the unexplored mountain ranges in the Empire, called Vadian. A colossal, undulating mountain range that no one had ever set foot in was Brahm's dream but a nightmare for Maria and Iso. Ronald had specifically chosen a place that was both unusual and full of challenges for their first field trip. Moreover, he had his own personal matters there, but for now, Ronald needed to resolve an issue with Maria and Iso. What issue? Maria wondered. Ronald didn't explain in detail, they just needed to know to get their butts out there and have a solo match. Ronald informed Maria and Iso that the problem he needed to solve was completing their coursework ahead of schedule, which utterly stunned both girls. It'll take us a week to go, but we have classes. Senior Brahm often finishes his modules early, so it's fine. Running the club and handling all that at the same time is too much work, and the principal wouldn't agree either. The solution is to finish early, just like me, and we'll be free, Ronald said confidently and decisively. And so, in a great rush, on the second floor of the clubroom in the training hall, Ronald began the skill assessment for Maria and Iso. Ronald's terrifying demeanor, as he provoked Maria and Iso to aim at him, made both girls sweat profusely, wondering if Ronald would bite if they touched him now. Maria softly suggested that Iso use that to show Ronald how much they had improved. Okay, goat, Iso, taking a big risk, immediately channeled her power, combining it with Maria's sword strike to unleash a powerful blow at Ronald. After a sky-shattering explosion and countless falling rocks and debris, Ronald emerged from the swirling dust and smoke, a smirk playing on his lips as he praised them both. Suddenly, he realized that Iso was now able to unleash spirit arts full of green energy, continuously firing at him like a machine gun without him noticing. Nimbly dodging, Ronald intended to counterattack Iso, but unfortunately, he ran into Maria, who was cunningly swinging her sword, intending to strike Ronald head-on from who knows when. Don't try to block it anymore, get out of the way. Maria shouted, then charged forward and slammed her sword down with a mighty impact that shook the entire place. Ronald nearly wet his pants, feeling that if he had dodged even a moment slower, he would have been a goner. Missing her target, Maria angrily swung her sword wildly, determined to take Ronald down. Ronald dodged endlessly, then suddenly met Maria's sword head-on, which left her a little dazed. While the two were locked in a fierce struggle, Iso, seeing Maria in danger, once again focused all her spirit arts and lunged at Ronald. Under the fierce aura that was strong enough to make the ceiling collapse, Ronald gritted his teeth, drew his sword, and slashed relentlessly, filling the air with dust and debris. Once everything had calmed down, Ronald smirked and praised Maria and Iso for getting much stronger. So, when I wasn't around, you two weren't slacking off, huh? Both of you, especially Iso, have become completely different people. I'm genuinely surprised. Maria and Iso were still in battle stance, brimming with killing intent, and hearing Ronald's praise made them melt with joy. With Ronald's permission, the two girls temporarily eased their power, standing and panting, out of breath from exhaustion. Little did they know, before they could even recover from the previous battle, Ronald proposed starting a special training session, making Maria and Iso almost faint on the spot. Regardless of whether they agreed or not, Ronald, full of fighting spirit, swung his sword, chasing and slashing relentlessly, forcing Maria and Iso to run for their lives, crying tears of despair. From that day on, the two girls had to devote all their focus to training, even if it meant getting less sleep. Thanks to this, half a month later, the whole group had completed their coursework ahead of schedule, leaving the teachers no choice but to agree to let them all go on an adventure. And so, the next day, the first activity of the Special Adventure Club was allowed to begin from Mount Vadian. The abundant and pure mana flowing everywhere utterly astonished Maria. Ronald, feigning secrecy, said he would reveal what the group needed to do after reaching the central area, and that they also had to find something. Amidst the rushing wind, a mysterious white-haired elf vaguely heard the commotion, finding it quite amusing to have visitors after such a long time. After a long journey, Ronald and the group finally arrived at their destination, located right below the cliff. It was an orc village with countless aggressive orcs living together. In border areas like this, where border guards are rare, you can sometimes see scenes like this. For now, it's just a village. But they reproduce quickly, so soon enough, the number of orcs will be so great that they could stretch across this entire mountain range. Then they'll start raiding and plundering the people in the surrounding areas. So, before that happens, we need to neutralize them. Ronald forcefully explained, if the first battle is already like this, is this still considered simple? Iso was terrified, almost fainting on the spot. She thought there was only one orc, but to find an entire nest of them like this was truly overwhelming. Ronald gently comforted the two girls, assuring them they would definitely succeed. But he also didn't forget that there could be a variable, the dominant species of this mountain range, the Orsir. These Orsirs were too difficult for Ronald's group members to catch, especially the two-headed Orsir leader. He was so powerful that even Ronald felt he couldn't defeat him. As he was optimistically telling himself that they'd worry about that later, a deep voice suddenly echoed from behind them. "I know you mean well, but I advise you not to do that. Now is not the right time, young adventurers." This voice startled Ronald, as he hadn't even sensed the man's presence. It seemed this elf was no pushover. "No need to be so wary, I am merely a hermit in this mountain." He chuckled and continued, introducing himself as serving an ancient spirit named Senian. For safety reasons, he, also known as Saranti, invited the group to talk elsewhere, but was unexpectedly met with Ronan pointing his sword directly at his face. This disrespectful act of his left the entire group stunned and speechless. "I apologize, but there have been many crazy people lately. So, listen and repeat exactly what I say, A2TE, you bastard." Ronan shouted as if short-circuited, leaving Saranti utterly bewildered. A moment later, though slightly embarrassed, Saranti successfully uttered the confusing phrase and leisurely led Ronan's group to follow him. Learning that Saranti was over 1,000 years old shocked Ronan and his companions to their core. That meant he had lived even before the Empire was founded, and even for an elf to live that long. Thinking this, Ronan suddenly remembered what Saranti had said earlier. He wanted to know what "not the right time" meant. About that, the monsters have been acting strangely lately. Orcs aren't nocturnal, but they've been roaming the mountain range every night. Orcs usually don't leave their territory, but people have discovered them outside the mountain range. Many unusual phenomena have been occurring lately. Since we haven't found the cause yet, it's best for all of you to be careful. So, why don't you all rest here for a bit?" As Saranti explained, he raised his hand to create a swirling vortex. In an instant, a magnificent and splendid temple, also known as Saranti's Temple, appeared before everyone. Saranti's incredibly powerful hidden protective magic left everyone gaping, especially Ronan, who couldn't even sense the actual presence of a temple here. He's definitely not a normal elf like the others, Ronan thought. After following Saranti into the temple, the group was once again like, "What the fuck," when they saw that the spirit Saranti served was nothing more than a rock. Saranti asked to explain that later, as it was too long. He gently invited the group to quickly put away their luggage and rest. Maria remembered that Ronan was looking for something, so she nudged him to quickly ask Saranti about it at once. When he heard that Ronan was looking for that strange eye curse, he immediately guessed it was probably because of the curse on Ronan, which made Ronan freeze, feeling exposed. "I had a vague suspicion about that, thanks to the strange and dangerous echoes around you. Ronan, can you spare a moment for me?" "I want to talk to you," Saranti said softly, stroking his chin. As Saranti poured tea for Ronan, he revealed that he had recognized from the very beginning that Ronan was no ordinary student. Ronan forced an awkward smile, ignoring him, but his mind was swirling with countless thoughts. What the heck? Am I getting caught up in his story without even realizing it? Am I being too sensitive? Is it true that this man has nothing to do with those bastards? I don't sense their aura from him, and he didn't react at all, even when I mentioned A2TE. If that's the case then, as he was lost in thought, the clink of a cup being set down suddenly interrupted Ronan's reverie. Saranti gently invited Ronan to drink the tea to help clear his mind. Ronan was a bit hesitant, worried if he had put some kind of mind-altering spell in it. Following the rising smoke, an intense aroma wafted from the teacup, directly into Ronan's nose. In an instant, Ronan's eyes widened as he saw the flow of magic suddenly appear before him with incredible clarity. Saranti, seeing Ronan's bewildered expression, merely smiled gently, his mysterious eyes asking Ronan how he felt about the tea scent, and if he liked it. "Do I like it? It's like I have new eyes." "What was that just now? How could you?" Ronan was so astonished he stammered, unable to speak. "This tea is made from an extremely rare herb in Lelai. It has the ability to heal and enhance the senses by radiating a rich source of energy. You shouldn't have been able to see all the effects of this tea at once like that. But perhaps because the energy sealed by your curse has been partially released, you were able to feel so much of its wonder. Saranti gently explained. Before giving the recipe to Ronan, Saranti also didn't forget to warn him not to use a cursed item to block and break a curse within himself. Removing a curse while simultaneously taking another life source, once or twice, is fine. But if you abuse it too many times, your own life will be in danger. Don't tell me you already knew that method but still used it. Saranti's words made Ronan sweat more and more because he simply wanted to use it to remove the curse within him as quickly as possible. Saranti gently advised Ronan to avoid doing that from now on because if anything unforeseen happened, the consequences would be extremely unpredictable. Come to think of it, Professor Secret also said something similar. Even the professor couldn't remove the curse within me. That's why he prepared so many things for me to break the curse, but was helpless because the curses within me were too strong. Even though I know many people are trying to help me, have I become impatient ever since facing that entity? If I'm careless, I'll die before I catch those bastards, and my goal of regression will also fail. Anyway, who exactly is this old man? It seems I never met him in my previous life. Somehow, he looks very familiar, Ronan thought to himself. He also mentioned to Saranti about the crazy fanatics who kept rambling about the return of the stars, which slightly surprised Saranti, and his eyes quickly turned vigilant. That night, Saranti couldn't sleep thinking about the fanatics Ronan had mentioned that afternoon. He only feared that if they had a conspiracy like before, thousands of lives would be painfully taken by disaster. Saranti was confused, wondering if he should just sit by and watch it happen, and if Ronan was the answer he was looking for. So many questions swirled in his head, making Saranti feel like his brain would explode. Suddenly, Ronan's voice rang out from behind, interrupting Saranti's thoughts. He was about to get a drink when he coincidentally found Saranti lost in thought down here. Hearing Ronan wonder about the hidden meaning behind the sacred stone statue that Saranti had always revered, he smiled and explained. Once every millennium, our church relocates these stones to a sacred place far from the royal territory. That is where great storms always erupt. Most of the stones couldn't last 200 years before being blown away or crumbling. But even with such conditions, some stones stood firm for 1,000 years, demonstrating an unyielding will against time. Noble souls would be placed into such stones and become the sacred idols of Sin. Saranti still remembered the day he moved this stone with his brothers, but now he was alone. Everyone has many different personal circumstances, it's complicated and cannot be fully explained. Devoting my entire life to God, but never receiving an answer, no matter how long I waited. I, too, lost faith many times, and many times wanted to turn my back on this place and leave freely. But each time, I had an intuition, and thanks to that intuition, I continued to stay here. A feeling that Sain's will is still present here, inside this stone, and will one day become a catalyst to help save our beautiful world. To me, that feeling is like destiny. That always urged me to try and preserve this place, waiting for the day I can complete that mission. And I think that moment is very near. Saranti said, then strongly patted Ronan's shoulder, his heart filled with determination. The next day, leaving Saranti's words behind, the whole group prepared early. That miraculous tea proved quite effective for everyone. With Leilai's energy flowing through every cell, everyone's senses became sharper. Ronan also followed Saranti to search for more herbs, traversing mountain ranges he had never set foot in. Displaying kindness to those he met for the first time along with subtle gestures in every action, Saranti made Ronan feel stranger the more he observed him. And just like that, 2 peaceful weeks passed. But as always, peace always precedes the storm. After which, it will leave pain for everyone. Finally, the inevitable would come, on the day Ronan, drenched in blood, skillfully dealt with Saranti with his sword under the glowing red sunset. Returning to the present, on the day of conquering Orc Village, despite Saranti's worries, everyone was already prepared to set off. Seeing Ronan shyly explain that the group had to act early to return to the academy, Sar'anti could only bid them a wistful farewell. He cast a spell on the group, saying it would allow them to enter and exit the temple freely. So if anything happens, don't hesitate to run here and never let your guard down. You might be very strong, but the forest is very treacherous and dangerous, Sar'anti warned in a low voice. Deep within the pitch-black forest, countless bloody, dismembered orc corpses were piled up on the ground. Next to it, the sound of clopping footsteps and blood dripping steadily from the sword blade gently echoed. The one who caused all this was a snow-white-skinned elf girl whose face was filled with extreme resentment, her lips sneering, her eyes glaring, vowing to personally find Sar'anti no matter what. Seeing the orcs below laughing joyfully as they shared the pile of treasures, Ronan guessed they had probably plundered them from the surrounding villages during that time. Seeing that the entire group was ready for action, Ronan finally gave the signal to prepare for battle, to show those orcs what a real fight is like. While the monsters were happily chatting, Maria and Brahm silently jumped down right behind them, and with Iso's mental magic support, swiftly swung their swords repeatedly, chopping them to bits like mincemeat. The remaining orcs, seeing their comrades in danger, switched to attack mode, roaring and rushing in droves, but one by one they were sent to meet their ancestors by Iso's mental magic. Ronan stood by, cheering for Iso and clapping his hands excitedly due to her perfect accuracy, guessing that she had now mastered this mental magic. Overwhelmed by Ronan's excitement, Iso was terrified to the point of speechless tears. In desperation, she bravely swung her hand with all her might, unleashing a mental magic attack that instantly wiped out the remaining monsters. As the mist and smoke gradually dissipated, a scene of bloody death for the orcs appeared before the group's eyes. Iso trembled, afraid that she would be severely punished for what she had done, but fortunately, Ronan and everyone else were there to encourage her. Everyone was demonstrating their abilities in real combat. It was truly worth the effort of traveling such a long way to this mountain range. I guess we can raise the difficulty of the next level quite a bit now. While he was contemplating, Sita poked Ronan's face and then screamed incessantly, making him stop to see what was happening. Following Sita's cries, the group was horrified to discover an elf covered in blood, tightly bound to a tree. With Sita's healing magic, the elf girl gradually opened her eyes and woke up. She stared at everyone in shock, then suddenly coughed up blood profusely, which made Ronan very confused as to why Sita's healing magic had no effect. Could the mana surrounding you all be coming from that temple? If so, please take me to that person. They're coming here. If we get there any later, Sar'anti's life will be in danger. The elf girl trembled and screamed, then abruptly fainted, leaving the group bewildered and confused. Sar'anti was busy cleaning the stone at the temple when he suddenly saw Ronan rushing in, making him jump. Ronan was carrying the elf girl on his back, wanting to ask Sar'anti to help him save her. Sar'anti looked over and his eyes widened when he recognized Briaya, his face darkening at her miserable state. While Ronan carried the elf girl to meet Sar'anti, the remaining members were tasked with checking the surroundings but found nothing suspicious. Only Iso was extremely puzzled to see strange magical circles appearing on the heads of the scattered orc corpses around them. After giving first aid to the elf girl, Sar'anti thanked Ronan for helping him save his older sister. She is one of the few remaining followers of Sane in this world, and for a time, she was a loyal follower with deeper faith than anyone else. I don't know how to repay you. You saved her life. Sar'anti thanked Ronald profusely, making him awkwardly scratch his head. Speaking of which, Ronald curiously asked Sar'anti who exactly the people threatening the elf girl were that made her so worried, even warning him. Sar'anti remained silent, only looking towards the stone in front of him and calmly replied, "Actually, I don't understand what they're saying either. All I know is that they are a cult that worships a mysterious godlike creature, and they've committed many evil deeds that even I find hard to comprehend. And they operate by hiding their identities. But they operate at the Nebula Church." Ronald's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He never expected the people targeting Sar'anti to be the Nebula Church. Seeing Ronald's strong reaction, Sar'anti just chuckled, saying that they had visited him before but had been quiet for a long time, and now they were active again. Sorrenti's nonchalant attitude, as if it were a joke, made Ronald anxious, and he strongly advised him to quickly seek refuge with the organization. No, I cannot abandon this place where so many souls reside. Moreover, wherever I move, the people there will also suffer the consequences. I don't want that, so you and your companions should leave here quickly. I also hope you won't get caught up in this danger. I hope you understand my intentions. Sorrenti's strong affirmation left Ronald with no words to persuade him. When it was time to say goodbye, Ronald promised he would definitely bring the strongest senior he knew to help Sorrenti, on the condition that he hide carefully and not do anything risky. Sorrenti chuckled and gently slipped a ring into Ronald's hand as a gift for saving the elf girl. Bria. It is considered the admission ticket to the Magic Tower. If you go to the Dawn Magic Tower, give it to the librarian there. That place will surely help you find clues about your curse. So have a safe journey, Ronald. These past days together have truly been a gift to me. Sorrenti tearfully held Ronald's hand to bid farewell, making him embarrassed and quickly vanish like the wind. That evening, Sorrenti stood before Bria, her sharp, cold eyes, completely unlike those in the morning, staring intently at the woman in front of her, who could also be called Bria, the church assassin. She no longer revealed her inherent weakness, her body full of murderous intent. She turned to Sorrenti and smiled, looking incredibly terrifying. They just had to choose you as an assassin and send you here, truly vicious. Sorrenti spoke coldly. You're giving your patients paralyzing poison and you dare say that? You're looking for an antidote? Don't make me laugh. Bria cackled in response. She stated that she had originally wanted to attract Sorrenti's attention with monsters, but it was all useless. However, she then met Ronald's group, whose bodies were full of Sorrenti's aura. Out of respect for a fellow disciple, Bria chose to pretend to be kidnapped by the orcs instead of slaughtering Ronald's entire group. Upon hearing this, Sorrenti glared furiously, strongly asserting that he would not let her do that. Bria burst into arrogant laughter. Oh, so scary, I'm too scared to joke around anymore. Anyway, that's enough talk. I'll convey the church's order to you, persuade Sorrenti Limason. If he refuses, kill him without mercy. As soon as she finished speaking, streams of power from Sorrenti and Bria immediately clashed, exploding with an earth-shattering roar. After leaving Sorrenti's house, Ronald felt a strange, inexplicable sensation surge through him. Maria's group ran up, panting, to inform Ronald that Iso had found suspicious magic on the orcs' heads. Ronald, dazed and bewildered in thought, was startled by a huge explosion that rocked the entire area. Realizing the sound came from the temple, Ronald paled, thinking of Sorrenti. Ronald feared that he might have already passed away. A thunderous earthquake shook, followed by a ferocious, two-headed ox charging wildly towards the group. In the dusty, ruined temple, Bria and Sorrenti were intensely battling each other with their impressive dark magic. Immersed in Sorrenti's magical flow, Bria showed no hesitation or fear, mockingly scoffing that this was what she wanted. With the blood-stained sword in her hand, Bria furiously charged, creating an earthquake that collapsed everything around them. In this desolate and ruined landscape, the battle-hungry Bria swung her sword and charged again, but Sorrenti's shield seemed to be a step faster. Instantly, another shockwave erupted, throwing both of them far apart. Bria irritably wiped the blood from her face, smirking and teasing, "Damn it, you really are an old fox. Killing you would be a waste, why don't you come with me? If it were you, you could certainly hold a high position, just like me. I refuse. I am a devout person, so I cannot worship evil cults. And it seems you become weaker. I didn't expect Romham's shadow to be so slow. Do those cult teachings not suit you?" Sorrenti smirked and replied, "Of course not, I'm just a little bored. It's just that you were too busy stalling for time to help those kids escape, so you paid no attention to me. You put on that pitiful act so that kid wouldn't get involved in this, right? So that he could leave here feeling safe. That's why I'm curious, why someone like you, who has no interest in this world at all, would protect him so much." Bria grinned, speaking each word as if hitting Sorrenti's soft spot. He flinched, his face turning pale, fiercely threatening her that if she dared to touch Ronald's group, she wouldn't escape his grasp. Oh my, how scary, but what can be done now? I've already touched them. Bria laughed delightedly. A few screams suddenly reached Saranti's ears, making him realize in a panic that the sound was coming from where Ronald's group had set off. Taking advantage of Saranti's momentary distraction, Bria cunningly swung her sword straight at him. Caught by surprise, Saranti was instantly struck, blood splattering profusely and drenching the cold sword blade. Ronald's group, at this moment, all looked ashen-faced upon seeing the bloodthirsty, belligerent two-headed oxer. Ronald yelled loudly for everyone to get behind him, but it seemed it was already too late. Brahm, due to carelessness, was playfully struck by the fierce oxer. Even a light physical blow instantly sent Brahm's soul from his body, making everyone so scared they nearly wet their pants. After dealing with Brahm, the monster was about to swing its hand for the next attack on Maria, but luckily Ronald managed to rush forward and block it with his sword, saving her life in that moment of crisis. Take Sita and take care of Brahm, this guy is my guest. Ronald's eyes widened, grinding his teeth, his hand gripping the sword hilt trembling uncontrollably. Under Ronald's urgent insistence, Maria reluctantly suppressed her fear and quickly fled with Iso. Ronald, straining to withstand the terrifying force of the oxer in front of him, sweated profusely, thinking, I'm sure the magic circle in its eye is similar to what controlled the giant in the cave back then. They definitely come from the Nebula cult. Unable to hold on any longer, Ronald loosened his grip and was immediately flung backward violently by the oxer's downward force, sending him flying like a chicken. Indestructible and persistent, Ronald once again charged forward, swinging his sword swiftly at the monster's body, but unbelievably, it didn't even make it lose a single hair. The oxer, emboldened, grew increasingly fierce and bloodthirsty. Ronald's sword strikes were basically only enough to tickle it. It swung its arm and with one punch, Ronald and the sword emitting faint killing intent in his hand were flung away like a tiny frog. With the hatred of seeing his comrade attacked right before his eyes and being unable to do more, Ronald's hand trembled as he gripped the sword hilt tightly, his sharp eyes snarling as he tried to regain his composure once more. He took a deep breath, his decisive stance radiating power as he charged directly at the enraged oxer. The reason I couldn't defeat this monster the first time I met it in my previous life was because I couldn't penetrate its thick skin to land a critical blow that would make it falter. But now it's different, with this sword and the swordsmanship techniques I've learned. Ronald poured all his strength into the sword in his hand. With the Navarro's fighting style, he fiercely and determinedly swung his long sword horizontally and vertically at the oxer's body. A moment of silence passed, and the monster that was so ferocious just moments before was now sliced into N pieces after Ronald's last attack. Finally, Ronald dealt with the oxer, though it took some time and effort. Maria and Iso rushed over, carrying Brahm, explaining that thanks to Sita, Brahm had received first aid but still needed a professional healer. Ronald was somewhat relieved to hear this, and gently instructed the group to return to the academy first, while he would go to Saranti's place to check on him. Upon arriving at the gate, he saw the devastated and collapsed scene of the temple, shocking Ronald to his core. Panicked, he then saw Saranti, now with only one arm, in such a miserable and ruined state that Ronald was greatly agitated. He quickly ran to help him, wanting to know who had caused all this. It's all right, calm down, you must leave this place quickly first. Somehow we got through this situation, but we don't know when they'll attack again. Before he could finish his words, a magic energy ray pierced straight through Saranti's chest, killing him instantly. Fresh blood from his chest and mouth gushed all over Ronald's face, which was frozen in utter shock. Saranti collapsed at Ronald's feet, his weak breath slowly fading away. While Ronald was utterly bewildered by what was happening, Bria, following a surge of energy, suddenly landed like a deity. She cooed, teasing Saranti, "You almost got me killed. How could you do that to your old friend? Using such dangerous skills on me, just like how one of your arms was blown off. I could have died from it, you know? That is, if I didn't have a little blessing from the stars." She sneered, then haughtily turned to Ronald, whispering in his ear, praising him for surviving the encounter with the two-headed oxer, which made Ronald gnash his teeth in anger. "Who are you?" he growled. Knowing Ronald had never seen her with this face before, Bria smirked, ran a hand through her hair, revealing the gentle and lovely face of the poor elf girl from yesterday. "Thank you for saving me, adventurer. I'm really grateful to you. Thanks to you, I was able to cross the temple's border. In return, I'll send you to the Golden Spring." Bria shrieked. Ronald, who hadn't even fully recovered from being tricked, was now bombarded with Bria's relentless magic attacks, making him panic like hell. With a boom, Bria saw Ronald manage to dodge her magic attack and smirked, giving him a compliment. Ronald silently stood beside Saranti, and after entrusting Sita with his treatment, bravely took up his sword and stood up to solo Bria. "You dog! Not only did you destroy someone else's forge, but you also had people track the Duke. And you still have the nerve to crawl all the way here?" Nebula Glacier. Ronald's eyes widened, and he furiously yelled. Bria realized Ronald was the one who had dealt with her followers on their mission and found it quite interesting. "So skilled at this age, no wonder my children were defeated." Bria quickly and nimbly dodged Ronald's every sword stroke while taunting him, driving him absolutely mad. Successfully piquing Bria's curiosity, she then relentlessly unleashed attacks on Ronald, making him tremble slightly at her immense power. "She's too strong. She can read all my movements. I need to finish this in one blow while she's still off guard," Ronald tremblingly told himself as the force of their clash met and erupted with a roar. Seeing Ronald strain himself, Bria was delighted and wanted to invite him to join her. She made the offer while swinging her arm to attack Saranti, who was lying nearby, arrogantly threatening Ronald if he refused. "We'll stab Saranti in the most painful way possible." Saranti trembled and whispered, urging Ronan to run away quickly. Ronan silently clutched the sword hilt, Bria's soft whispers in his ear urging him to make a quick decision, making Ronan extremely tense. "My choice is to tear you to pieces, you rotten dog." Ronan suddenly lunged forward with all his might, fiercely punching and kicking Bria. This only made her more amused and desirous of him. While the two were fiercely fighting, as if to shake the very foundations, Saranti sat nearby, tired and trembling, whispering Ronan's name. Bria hadn't met such an equally matched opponent like Ronan in a long time, so she was incredibly pumped up. She fought like she'd never fought before, her final fierce strike piercing straight into Ronan's chest, catching him off guard. "When you open your eyes, starlight will greet you." Bria grinned from ear to ear, cackling as she thrust the sharp sword tip directly at Ronan's face. At this moment of life and death, fortunately, Saranti, by some miracle, manifested a mana shield that coincidentally helped Ronan block Bria's sword strike. Bria, having missed her stab, was furious, turning to curse Saranti for daring to interfere. "I thought I told you, Bria, if you touch him, I won't stand by." Saranti spoke up. Though he was on his last legs, he still forced himself to muster strength to create a shield to protect Ronan. Ronan worried about Saranti's strength, shouting for him to stop, but Saranti only pushed himself more fiercely, saying, "You've done very well, Ronan. You've bought me time to prepare. So, please leave the rest to me and step back." As soon as he finished speaking, Saranti immediately swung his hand to cast a spell, pulling Ronan away, leaving trails of intense murderous aura radiating faintly in the air. Bria gritted her teeth and charged, vowing not to let it go, but suddenly countless flashes of lightning appeared abruptly in the sky. She paused briefly, her face gradually turning pale as she trembled and spoke, "You've suffered so many injuries. How can you? Bria, our connection ends here. Goodbye, my former sister." Saranti said, then resolutely extended his hand, and countless lightning bolts struck Bria's body, making her scream in pain. Ronan watched in fear as streams of white lightning struck Bria's body, with Saranti beside him exerting all his might to control the force. "I have to end this at all costs. Even if I have to burn all my mana and life force." Saranti thought, gritting his teeth, blood now overflowing from his mouth. Bria was both pained and hateful, all her hatred and resentment compressed and then erupted into countless evil energies covering her entire body. "We are apostles chosen by the stars. As long as the blessing of the stars granted by him is with us, no one will dare to stop us. In other words, I don't need to be lenient with someone like you anymore. So, you're done for. Bria advanced step by step towards Saranti, sword in hand, her eyes burning with hatred, incinerating the memories of yesteryear. Sita hissed and flew to block Bria, trying to help Saranti convey his final words to Ronan. Can you hear what I'm saying, Ronan? We don't have much time, so I'll get straight to the point. It seems she can neutralize my attacks with a skill called the Blessing of the Stars. Bria's movements are very limited now because she is severely injured. So, you should stay away from this place and prepare for the future battle. Leave these troublesome matters for this old man to resolve. Bria, burning with rage, was about to swing her sword at Saranti but was suddenly stopped by Ronan in an instant. Don't even think about giving up, Saranti, it's not over yet. Besides, there's something she doesn't know. From way back then until now, I've never run away. So just trust me this one time, Ronan shouted. Bria had already let Ronan go, but he kept dragging himself back to interfere, which really made her furious. As the evil force was unleashed at Ronan, suddenly the lightning dance created by Saranti powerfully intercepted Bria's terrifying attack on his behalf. Engulfed in lightning, Bria frowned and once again used the blessing of the stars, yelling and vowing to finish off both Saranti's entire family and Ronan with this impending sword strike. The scene suddenly shifted to Bria slowly collapsing, her entire body cut into bloody pieces, looking like a block of frozen pork. Her eyes were pale and cracked, her gaze vacant, blood dripping from the corners of her mouth, and a hint of regret that she was just a moment away from getting an answer from Saranti. Seeing Bria's ruined body fall at his feet, not intact, Ronan breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing she lowered her guard because of that blessing or whatever, otherwise I'd be done for. In my previous life, no one but me could lay a finger on the giants. Can the assassins of the nebula use that power as a blessing? Ronan thought, dazed. Hearing Saranti's faint cry from the opposite side, Ronan rushed over, yelling at Sita to use healing magic immediately. Saranti, covered in wounds, tremblingly reached out and clasped Ronan's hand, softly whispering, I'm fine, I'm sorry, but can you help me one last time? At Saranti's request, Ronan laboriously dragged him to lean against a large rock. Seeing Saranti cough up blood so miserably made Ronan extremely scared, thinking it was his fault. Don't say that, it's only a matter of time, it's no one's fault. Ronan, this will be a very arduous and prolonged battle. You will be hurt countless times and lose many things. Though it might be a bit brazen, please, continue until the very end. If it's you, I believe you can do it. Saranti smiled faintly, and a dazzling green light suddenly emanated from his body. Saranti gradually turned into a stone statue, before completely losing his consciousness. He managed to reach out and touch Ronan's tear-streaked face, gently saying, Thank you, Ronan, for becoming the answer for us. Together with Sinyan, I will accompany you to the very end. As soon as he finished speaking, the light instantly burst forth and then gradually gathered into a small orb hovering in the air. After their farewell, Ronan's group left the mountain range and returned to the academy. Thus, the group's first expedition concluded with many things Saranti left behind. The principal knew Ronan had been through a lot, and wondered if he would calmly overcome the death of someone he was close to. If I said I was fine, I'd be lying, but if I just sat around blaming myself, I think he'd be sad. So don't worry, thank you for your concern. Ronan replied with a smile. After promising his teacher that he wouldn't do anything reckless that would endanger his life in the future, Ronan sprinted out as if his feet had motors. Thinking about it, did he not have any classes because he'd completed them all already? Then he probably hasn't heard the news that it will start soon. The principal stroked his beard, talking to himself. A moment later, at the Special Adventure Club building, Ronan was extremely surprised to see Sulapin standing tall inside, already waiting for him. The two of them quickly sat down together to discuss the matter of the Clasier Nebula. Sulapin said he had organized a large-scale investigation within the family to eliminate the rats since 15 days ago, and as of today, 19 traitors have been identified. Among them, I personally handled 5. The rest will be thrown into Rotterdam prison so they can be thoroughly investigated there. But a problem has arisen. I suspect the anti-lying enchantment might have been nullified for them. Sulapin suddenly lowered his voice, sounding mysterious, which made Ronan tense up as well. What do you mean? The anti-lying enchantment isn't working? Ronan immediately asked. After preliminary investigations with all 19 of them, just like with Lie, no enchantments worked, so no information could be extracted. Considering this case, it means someone has found a way to counteract our enchantment. Sulapin held his head, his voice flat. Ronan listened, feeling a headache coming on, and secretly thought that there seemed to be no other way, even beyond his own magical power and the cruel interrogation methods of the jailers. After finishing their discussion for the day, Sulapin abruptly stood up to bid Ronan farewell, not forgetting to remind him that they would meet again during the upcoming midterm exam. Oh damn it, if Sulapin hadn't reminded him, Ronan would have completely forgotten about this midterm exam. 2 days later, the practical combat assessment, the midterm exam, officially began on the deserted island of Philin. After all the students had gathered neatly in rows, the new female teacher began to explain the rules and procedures of this exam. Instead of testing various terrains and battlefields with different challenges, the Academy deployed everyone to this island to participate in a lawless survival battle. Don't worry about injuries or death, I've prepared safety equipment. As soon as the wearer of these rings loses their combat ability, the teleportation magic within will activate, bringing you back to Philin. Furthermore, professional priests and healers have been assigned to wait there, so no matter how serious the injury, it won't be a problem. In other words, everyone in this battle must give it their all. Any method or scheme is acceptable. Kill and be killed, engrave that in your minds, at least for today. The excited and fiery demeanor of the female teacher made all the students below break out in a cold sweat. Now it's time to line up to receive your rings when your name is called. The ring will send each person to a predetermined coordinate immediately after wearing it. The first name called was unexpectedly Ade-san, just as Ronan had anticipated upon seeing the commander participating. The students behind whispered among themselves, believing Ade-san was just a weak, unashamed repeat student. Ronan remained silent, contemplating an unexpected display here. However, all those things are the most objective assessment of the commander's current strength. There's nothing I'm expecting from the commander here. If she participates in the battle with her current skills, the only thing awaiting her is death. What will the commander's choice be now? After a wait, it was finally Ronan's turn to receive the ring, and in a flash, he was teleported to a certain dense forest. Suddenly, he smirked subtly, urging the senior hiding behind a distant tree to appear, which made the senior jump in fright. At this moment, another person from behind intended to swing an axe to ambush Ronan, but Sukena was instantly turned from hunter to hunted by him. Holding the cold blade to his throat, Ronan glared and stated his guess that there were probably countless others allied together here. As expected, since this is a dense forest with many traps, ambushing people here is indeed a very good plan. Before he could finish his sentence, Ronan suddenly turned around and unleashed a burst of power, making someone lurking to shoot from a tree fall to the ground with a thud, like a ripe fruit. Knowing their plan had been discovered, the whole group of seniors decided to risk it all and charge Ronan at once. Taking advantage of their numbers, they fiercely charged Ronan, burning with fighting spirit. It took a fair amount of time for Ronan to finally finish sending them all back to the starting line. These annoying people really wasted a lot of his time. Suddenly Ronan thought of Ade-san, curious if she was okay now. Ade-san was definitely not okay at all right now, surrounded and ganged up on by countless other students. Her whole body was utterly exhausted, sticky fresh blood covered her, but they showed no sign of stopping. Ade-san was utterly exhausted, but the hungry tigers in front of her were still growling, ready to pounce on her. Knowing that Aon and his subordinates were being careless in their guard, confident they would never lose, Ade-san seized this opportunity, aiming straight for their weaknesses and unleashing a storm of attacks. Caught by surprise, her powerful force quickly separated the subordinates' souls from their bodies, their limbs flying off. Her body was covered in wounds, but Ade-san refused to stop, because Aon was still alive. However, just as she was about to gather her strength to strike him, Aon unexpectedly delivered a critical blow to her chest, sending Ade-san flying back several tens of meters in agony, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. Aon was very pleased to see Ade-san trembling and gasping on the ground like a puppy. I was curious what you were planning, but it turns out it was just some petty tricks. How pathetic. Ade-san, you're smart, you should have realized it. No matter how much you resist, you can't stand against me. Aon's eyes widened as he burst into mocking laughter. Little did he know, Ronan had been casually observing him from behind the whole time. Everything that happened was exactly as Ronan had predicted. Overall, she gave it her best in that fight. After harassing the enemy by using the terrain to her advantage and exploiting their overconfidence, she was excellent at seizing opportunities to take down those two. Her progress with a solid foundation is truly commendable. It's just that there's currently a skill gap that she hasn't been able to overcome yet. Now I'm sure that as soon as this test ends, she'll need to learn more, Ronan mused to himself. However, just as he was about to quietly leave, Ronan unexpectedly witnessed Ade-san somehow trembling and standing up, instantly blocking Aon's attack. Aon was a bit surprised, not expecting her to still have the strength to resist. The test isn't over yet, and I haven't given up, Ade-san said, then ferociously swung her sword and charged at Aon, leaving a swift cut across his face. Though not deep, it was enough for him to carry that scar on his cheek for life. Aon roared in rage, unleashing all his strength to relentlessly beat Ade-san. Only when she finally collapsed did he slightly stop, wondering why she tried so hard. I've always wondered. Not just your foundation, your skills, you don't even have the talent like other new students, but why do you struggle and refuse to give up like this? Everyone says you're hopeless and can't improve. Honestly, you know that best, don't you? So why go to such lengths? Because I have to become a commander. Ade-san, tears streaming down her face, recalled everything from the past and quietly revealed. Hearing that, Aon looked at her with disdain. What the hell is a commander? Unbelievable. The issue isn't whether to give up or not, but because I believe nothing can stop me from achieving my dream. My destiny must be determined by me, Ade-san replied forcefully. Aon didn't want to hear her lies anymore, gritting his teeth and preparing to deliver a fatal blow, intending to bury Ade-san and her fanciful dreams. But at that very moment, Ronan suddenly intervened. Without a word, he thrust his sword straight into Aon's stomach, eliminating him in a flash. Ade-san was completely surprised to see Ronan appear, her eyes wide with confusion. Ade-san finally regained her composure, quietly thanking Ronan and wondering what he was doing here. Ronan didn't answer her question but gently helped her up, saying he had something he needed to hear from her. The two quickly went to the cliffside, Ade-san bewildered as she heard Ronan ask her why she wanted to become a commander. Seeing him insist on knowing, she just silently wondered if Ronan had heard about Kana's night. Ade-san was referring to the raid caused by the beast humans 10 years ago. That was the first battle between the Empire, who wanted to expand its territory to the north, and the Confederation of Beast Humans, who wanted to prevent it. On that night, I lost my family, Ade-san sadly recounted. That evening, her mother and brothers said goodbye to her to go out. And that was Addison's last conversation with her family. After that, she heard that the village's knights had been summoned that day for a campaign to prevent the castle wall from being destroyed. That was no different from sending the knights to their deaths. They had failed against the power of the beast humans. It was a complete tragedy. Perhaps you also know that not long ago, negotiations between the Empire and the Alliance of Beast Humans took place. In exchange for territorial integrity, the Beast Humans had to merge with the Empire's army. In that process, our village's sacrifice only bought useless memorial stones in the cemetery. Some say that day was a noble sacrifice, but I disagree because they could have lived, Ade-san cried out sobbing. She felt that they could have lived but ultimately died in vain due to the incompetence of their leaders. Unable to accept that truth, Ade-san vowed to become a perfect commander, to never cause such wasteful sacrifices. A tense silence hung in the air for a while before Ade-san startled, gave a slight laugh, and apologized to Ronan for talking too much. But through today's events, he has come to understand many things. Just as I thought, making her give up is impossible. Even so, I can't just ignore it and let her die in vain. Because I don't want to experience that uncomfortable feeling again, Ronan sadly recalled the past. Suddenly, at this moment, a surge of mana flooded in, greatly astonishing Ade-san. Ronan stood by, just sighing, and quickly asked Ade-san if she knew what dark magic was. The awakening conditions are very difficult, but if you can use it, you'll be much stronger. Someone I once knew became famous because of it, and that person was exactly like you. So you can definitely do it. Let's take a look first. Ronan said, then hastily pulled Ade-san, who had no idea what was going on, towards him. Don't worry, you just need to know that I want to help you. I will help you, so let's do everything we can together, Commander. Ronan chuckled, then abruptly pushed Ade-san straight off the cliff. She gasped, falling freely, staring at Ronan with eyes full of existential doubt, then gradually faded from the system. That's all for today. Now, only Ronan and Sly Fen remain here. He had defeated everyone else before coming here. Both of them were burning with battle lust, looking at each other with affectionate eyes, then immediately drew their swords and fiercely charged at each other. The two of them truly wanted to know who the most insane person in this academy was. Ade-san suddenly opened her eyes, groggily realizing that students were lined up in front of her like ants, then she remembered she was at Filion. My body has been healed, so I was eliminated and sent back to the academy? Now that I think about it, Ronan said I came in third. So, the last ones remaining in this test were the two of them. On the screen right now was the intense solo battle between Ronan and Sly Fen, witnessed by N students. The two of them were fiercely clashing, hitting each other. Ronan struggled a bit as Sly Fen split his sword storm to attack, feeling that he was truly no ordinary opponent. But at this moment, his power was dispersed. Ronan thought to himself and then charged forward again, unleashing merciless meteor sword strikes that made the surrounding earth, rocks, and trees tilt and collapse. Amidst the dusty ruins, Ronan quietly sighed in relief and stopped, finally having blocked Sly Fen. If that was his full power, I'd be dead. What's going on? Everything has exceeded my predictions. Compared to last time, when he faced that rat Dolan, his ability to control the sword storm has improved by leaps and bounds. His speed, which was previously inferior to mine, is now on par. This guy, could it be that he's even stronger now than he was in his previous life? Ronan evaluated his opponent while sweating in fear at Sly Fen's terrifying strength. Even though he's suppressing the power of his sword storm, could he be planning to use that method to compensate for a lack of strength? Can he really devour magic power to enhance his strength? Moreover, he uses the instructor's sword techniques so perfectly. I was always confident I excelled in swordsmanship, but that gap has now narrowed. Accelerating with magic power has reached its limit. Now is the time to take a risk. If I let him adapt more to my movements, I won't have any chance of winning. I can't hesitate any longer. I must end this in one move. She regained her composure. Ronan suppressed the oppressive feeling her opponent gave her, gripped the sword tightly in her hand, and charged at Sly Fen. And Sly Fen, at this very moment, had the same thought of ambushing Ronan. The two charged, their eyes meeting intensely, their aura erupting like a fierce storm, flashing brightly and then exploding into utter destruction. Sly Fen's entire body was severely cut by Ronan, but his resistance was still impressive. Under Ronan's incoming sword strikes, Sly Fen was a step faster, dodging and counterattacking, which made Ronan bleed. Though both were battered with numerous wounds all over their bodies, they still fiercely fought each other, neither willing to yield. This scene utterly astonished the students outside, leaving them wide-eyed and open-mouthed. They couldn't believe first-year students could fight so amazingly. This level of topographical destruction would make even war look like child's play. Ade-san was both scared and worried for Ronan, her eyes full of dazed confusion as she watched the match. The female instructor curved her lips and praised both of them for having matured a lot since they first enrolled. However, whether they wanted to or not, With the next collision, this battle would end, she mused to herself. The current battle was a stalemate, both of them were injured. Ronan felt that choosing to come to Filion was the best decision ever because meeting a formidable rival like Sly Fen was exactly as he'd hoped. Sly Fen wanted to end the battle. Ronan thought the same because if they continued attacking at this level, it would feel like they were becoming best friends. Sly Fen's eyes sharpened. He swung his sword towards Ronan, saying, "I won't regret anything in this battle. You should show me everything you've got too." With that, Sly Fen unleashed his full power. Seeing him like that, Ronan was also ready for battle, a dangerous expression on his face. He wanted Sly Fen on his side in this battle, but he still had to defeat him to establish the hierarchy between them first. Ronan switched to attack mode, charging straight towards Sly Fen like lightning, then unleashing a sword strike that startled Sly Fen. His speed was as fast as the speed of light, making Sly Fen unable to keep up. Sly Fen felt that Ronan must be crazy, using such speed would surely come at a great cost. "I've learned something from you again, Ronan," he said, plunging his sword straight into the ground. He released energy in front of his body for defense, and Ronan also felt he was quite mad. With such wounds on his body, controlling magic at will was impossible, and it would also injure him more severely. Did he want to win that badly? But Ronan didn't give up either. He attacked Sly Fen's defense with all his might. However, Ronan's action was exactly as Sly Fen had calculated. Sly Fen unleashed all his power and magic into this move. A surge of power erupted, summoning the Shield Storm technique. A beam of light shot straight into the sky. A terrifying whirlwind shattered everything around it. At the center of that storm, two teenagers, covered in wounds, still stood firm. Ronan was furious. He silently cursed this bastard. "If you want to die, die alone." Who in their right mind would unleash a sword storm with enough power to engulf even themselves? He truly is a reckless daredevil, a madman when it comes to swordsmanship. A cold smile appeared on Ronan's face. He was determined to end this battle here. Ronan raised his sword, and a red surge of power emanated from it. Outside, the students watching the battle held their breath, looking at him. Ade-san clenched her hands, also nervously watching him. Ms. Navarro was quite excited because the battle was reaching its climax. Back to the battle, Ronan and Sly Fen unleashed their final sword strikes. The two swords clashed, an explosion rang out, and dust flew everywhere. It was a great battle. It's hard to imagine such a wonderful match. Both Ronan and Sly Fen fell down together. Despite being exhausted, he still managed to say to Sly Fen, "You're good." "But I won." After saying that, he officially collapsed. They fell down next to each other, covered in wounds, blood splattering everywhere. Outside the stands, the spectators were astonished by their power, and then everyone cheered. The midterm exam to improve swordsmanship in real combat has officially concluded. In the recovery room, Ronan slowly opened his eyes. "You're awake, Ronan." Ronan heard the voice and looked back. It was Ade-san asking him, and next to her was Konaviros. "I'm with you too," meaning. Ronan hadn't finished his sentence when Konaviros interrupted, "That's right, the exam is over." Although the result was too difficult to decide because both of them were severely injured, it was an amazing battle. Ronan and Sly Fen made this match very worth watching, especially for the Academy students. But because Ronan woke up first, he was certified to be better than Sly Fen in terms of physical strength. Ronan heard that and smiled smugly, thinking he had defeated Sly Fen. Before he could enjoy it for long, Konaviros announced that since they both passed out at the same time, the battle was a draw, and both of them ranked first. Ronan was very calm after hearing the announcement, his face showing no emotion. Both Konaviros and Ade-san were surprised to see him so calm and accept the result so quickly. In her head, she had imagined Ronan yelling, saying, "I can't accept such a ridiculous result." She even had her sword ready, waiting to hit him with it when he yelled. Ronan scratched his head, speechless with the two of them. He just felt the result was very reasonable based on the battle situation. Sleeping is very strong, stronger than I imagined. So I'll train even harder and more diligently, so I'll win next time. Hearing him say that, Konohiro smirked. She felt that he had not only grown in skill but also matured a lot in his thinking. Exactly, there's no need to be angry. It was definitely a good experience for both of you, especially for you, Ronin, because you can use magic. What you've always wanted. When Ronin heard magic, he was astonished. He excitedly pointed at himself and asked Konohiro again to confirm. Seeing him so agitated, Konohiro was a bit skeptical. Didn't you use it in the finals? Sword Aura is actually powered by magic. Hearing his teacher say that, Ronin finally remembered. He looked at his hands, recalling using that move and indeed feeling something strange in his body. It turned out he had been able to use magic. Konohiro closed her eyes and nodded in confirmation. That's right, that's the sword aura you were able to use when you controlled your magic. Based on the power you've accumulated so far, your sword aura seems quite strong. You'll need to practice a lot to master it. Ronin clenched his fists. He stared at his hands, his expression very tense as if deep in thought. Ade-san was also very surprised to hear Konohiro's analysis. Currently, Ronin hasn't yet developed the acute senses to wield magic as he wishes. Konohiro sighed because Ronin was not like other students. Since they didn't know when Ronin's body would unlock a new restriction, he had to act now. Konohiro ordered Ade-san to take Ronin to meet that useless bastard this afternoon. Ade-san was curious if the useless bastard she mentioned was Professor Jaredin. She was also a little surprised to hear Konohiro call Professor Jaredin a useless bastard, because he seemed quite mysterious. The next day, Ade-san led Ronin to meet Professor Jaredin as Navarose had instructed. It had been a long time since she'd seen this professor. Ronin was also curious, thinking this professor must be very skilled, otherwise a demanding professor like Konohiro wouldn't have recommended him. Ade-san happily turned to tell him that the professor was the best at optimizing magic, which is why other professors often sought his help. Ade-san recounted that sometimes during magic application classes, if a student's magic got blocked, their heart would harden, and that's when they'd need Professor Jaredin's help. He'd resolve it quickly and efficiently, so he seemed pretty amazing. Ade-san explained to Ronin as they walked. Ronin put both hands to his head. He gently ran his fingers through his hair, a habit when he was thinking about something. He wondered why Konohiro didn't like someone like that. Ade-san tilted her face towards Ronin. Her expression seemed calm, but her tension was hidden in her eyes. Ade-san told Ronin that she didn't know much about the two professors' situation. She thought they just didn't get along. Ronin would understand once he met Professor Jaredin, because he was a bit special. Ronin smirked slightly. Anyway, this wasn't too important. The important thing was that he could use magic. If that professor was so mysterious, he would also know about the Commander-in-Chief's magic. Dark magic was an unknown type of magic in his previous life, so he didn't understand much about it, but it was good if both he and Ade-san went to study it. As they walked, Ade-san suddenly remembered something and turned to ask Ronin, as she'd heard Ronin had gone to see Sleepin before leaving. She wondered if he agreed with the result. Ronin put his hand to his chin and smiled confidently. Of course, that was an agreement he wouldn't refuse. He recalled the scene. He sat with his chin propped in the classroom. Sleepin stood before him and asked, "Come see me after I'm discharged." "I think we're on the same wavelength, Ronin." As soon as he finished, his expression changed 180 degrees. He thought Ronin was just like him, dissatisfied with the draw result of the battle. Sleepin was furious, filled with killing intent. He drew his sword and told Ronin to go to the training room to finish the match from the recent midterm exam. Ronin calmly looked at him, telling him not to glare like that. Although Ronin also disliked the result, his purpose for coming today wasn't about that. Sleepin calmed down. He was doubtful. Suddenly, Ronin called his name and threw a punch forward, making him flinch. After taking a closer look, it was a piece of paper. It turned out Ronin had handed him a piece of paper. The content on the paper was an invitation to join the club. Ronan smiled pleasingly at him, wanting him to join his club. Hearing that, Sleafin looked stunned, as if thinking, what the hell is wrong with this guy? Ronan friendly promoted his club. You can leave the club and gain practical experience. You won't get bored if you join my club. Sleafin angrily turned his head away. Do you think I have nothing better to do? He was curious why Ronan was looking for him. He didn't want to befriend someone he would defeat in the future. Sleafin didn't want to listen to Ronan's nonsense anymore, so he angrily left. Ronan watched him leave, then suddenly spoke with a very twisted expression. Ah, what a pity. The club members are planning to hold a celebratory party on his island. That's also when my sister, Aero, will be at that party. Sleafin imagined the beautiful Aero smiling at him, and his eyes darkened. Sleafin clenched his fists, turned around and angrily shouted, Aero moved to that island with you guys? He aggressively advanced towards Ronan, saying, Tell me more details. Where exactly? Is it safe around there? Have you prepared guards for the day she leaves? Ronan knew that this guy would react like this whenever Aero was mentioned. Just as he expected, Ronan stuck out his tongue, provoking Sleafin, No, I won't tell you. Why should I tell someone who isn't even a club member? Who knows, if you join, I will. Before he could finish his sentence, Sleafin grabbed a pen and signed, the pen's ink grazing Ronan's face before he signed the paper in Ronan's hand. He signed his name decisively, in a posture as if swinging a sword, causing ink to fly everywhere, even getting into Ronan's eyes. Sleafin capped the pen, his face grim, his voice cold and emphasizing each word, Now tell me everything in detail. Ending the flashback, Ronan remembered that the scoundrel Sleafin would become the Lord of Gracia in the future and felt quite nervous. At this moment, Ade-san reported that they had arrived. Ronan looked up at the gloomy tower in front of them, Tower 41. Ronan shivered, feeling that this place was terrifying. Professor's secret was bad enough before. This person seems even worse. At this moment, a voice rang out from behind, What do you two want? Were you sent here by her student? Yes, the person speaking was Professor Jaredin. A person in a black cloak, with hair covering half their face, looking very cold. Seeing this, he had a huge pile of backpacks on his back. Ade-san extended her hand to introduce Ronan, Hello, Professor, well. Ronan is having difficulty controlling his magic, so we received advice from the professor to come to you. Jaredin looked at them coldly, She sent you here just for magic control? You must be a potential student. After speaking, he walked up to Ronan, Ronan, what do you think? Ronan was a little scared standing before Professor Jaredin. He greeted Professor Jaredin, but the professor dismissed it, telling him to skip the greetings. He asked how much he had prepared. Ronan didn't understand what the professor was talking about. Professor Jaredin held out his hand and emotionlessly said to Ronan, I don't do charity, there must be a tuition fee because I'm working overtime. So I'm sure you've prepared how much? That's right, he's asking for overtime tuition. Ronan was unexpectedly disbelieving, and Ade-san was equally surprised. Professor, are you really asking for money? Seeing that he seemed to understand, Jaredin elaborated for Ronan, at least 10 gold coins per hour per person. Both Ronan and Ade-san froze, unable to believe it. Is he joking? No, he's serious. Looking at Jaredin's face, you could tell. He had been indifferent until now, but as soon as money was mentioned, his eyes lit up. Ronan awkwardly said that he was also dirt poor right now, asking if the professor had another way. As soon as he heard there was no money, Professor Jaredin's attitude changed immediately, his face full of disgust. TCH, there is. That is, just go home. When you go, you'd best take 10 gold coins from those Navarros bastards. Hearing the professor say that, Ronan knew there was another way. Then Professor Jaredin turned back and told them to follow him. Professor Jaredin proposed a deal, and it involved the Saranti ring. While answering questions about the Saranti ring, Ronan and Ade-san were immediately taken to a room. Looking around, they didn't know where they were. This place was not only clean but also desolate, not like a prison. Since being in here, he couldn't hear anything from outside anymore. Perhaps the professor had cast a spell to block the tower. All the door locks were reinforced with magic. Ronan grew more curious, wondering what was here that Professor Jaredin guarded so strictly. Jaredin sat at the table, face to face with Ronan and Ade-san. Before we officially start talking, can I see it? Ronan immediately understood. He took out the ring and handed it to Professor Jaredin, his mouth continuously reminding him that it was very expensive, so be careful. Jaredin took the ring and told him not to worry, as he also treasured it greatly. Jaredin brought the ring closer to his eyes to see it more clearly. He exclaimed, "Oh! You can only truly feel it when you see it with your own eyes." Such a pure stream of mana means the dragon spent at least 2,000 years to possess almost all magical elements. No, or rather, elemental essence. Ronan received the ring back and asked Professor Jaredin, "You know about this ring?" Jaredin tapped the table. "If I want to be a professor at Philian, I should at least know that much, shouldn't I?" Then he presented a condition to the two students. They had to extract a little magic from the ring. Because he had been conducting an experiment for a very long time, and this experiment required mana from creatures that had lived and used magic for an extended period. Of course, there were also high-level creatures in Philian, but how could they compare to this ring? Jaredin guessed that the owner of this ring had a very good relationship with Ronan. That's right. Ronan closed his eyes, clutching the ring tightly in his hand, and beautiful moments with Sinyan flashed through his mind. He agreed to Professor Jaredin's request. Professor Jaredin promised to fully support him if he allowed him to do so. Ronan felt this condition wasn't too bad, but he had one more request. He wanted Professor Jaredin to help Ade-san as well. Ade-san was surprised to hear Ronan say that. He pointed at himself, stammering, "Me? Me?" Jaredin, now unhappy, frowned and said, "Just a very small amount of magic, and Ronan dares to make conditions?" Ronan stood up and slammed the table. "If you don't want to, then fine, I'm leaving." Professor Jaredin said that wasn't what he meant. He wanted to renegotiate with Ronan. But Ronan resolutely told Ade-san to go home. Professor Jaredin had a headache from encountering someone who wasn't easy to deal with. He reluctantly accepted Ronan's request. Jaredin, Ronan's negotiation skills are quite good. Hearing that, Ronan didn't leave. He sat down, a triumphant smile on his face, and said Professor Jaredin was praising him too much. Jaredin didn't want to waste any more time either. He stood up, slammed the table, and said, "Then let's look at your problem first. If she's thought far enough to send you to me, then it must be urgent." After speaking, he cast a magic circle and told Ronan to stand inside it. Ronan stepped into the magic circle. Professor Jaredin stood behind him, his hand placed on Ronan's back. He closed his eyes and said, "Have Ronan's senses been blocked for a long time?" There are no traces of mana usage in his body, meaning Ronan has never used mana. Ronan told him the truth. He could only see it but had never been able to use it because some bastard had cursed him. Jaredin also told him that this wasn't a normal curse because as soon as the mana flow was opened, it tried to close again. Suddenly, he realized something. "Wait, I'll infuse my mana and try to open it. Along with that, you'll feel a pain like a knife cutting into your spine, but you can bear it, right?" Ronan was stunned. "Huh, what do you mean, Professor?" Just as he said this, a wave of pain hit, making Ronan cry out. What the hell?" Ade-san was also very worried about him. Jaredin used magic, his consciousness entering Ronan's mana flow. It was quite simple to enter, so he thought unsealing it would be quick. But before he could be happy for long, he encountered a source of power. Jaredin stared in shock at what was before his eyes wide in disbelief, because there was a skeleton in Ronan's body. It was the core. Then he gritted his teeth and used all his strength to resist, but it had no effect. Professor Jaredin was sent flying. Both Ronan and Ade-san were startled by this. They ran to Professor Jaredin. "Are you all right, Professor?" Jaredin vomited a lot of blood, but he still didn't stop. He continued to try casting a spell, Casua, Luna Gear, Delphi Rim. Open. When Ronan saw the spell, he immediately remembered the spell Li had mentioned before, Separatio. At this moment, in the library, Professor Secret suddenly felt a surge of energy. Jaredin suddenly opened the door. What could be happening? She immediately entered Tower 41, saw Ronan and Ade-san, and Professor Jaredin vomiting blood. She was surprised, wondering what kind of situation this was. She told Ronan and Ade-san to step back, then rushed to heal Jaredin. Jaredin kept muttering, "Core, core." Professor Secret heard that and turned to ask, did Professor Jaredin infuse mana into Ronan's body? Ronan didn't hide it and replied, yes, he said he would open the mana flow in my body. Professor Secret heard that and no longer had any doubts. She told Ronan that it was probably because the curse in Ronan's body had compressed the mana and transferred it to Jaredin, and that thing couldn't be easily stopped by anyone, a great demon's curse. If this continues, Professor Jaredin will die. Ronan stood there, bewildered. Because of me, the professor is going to die? Secret caught the heavily injured Jaredin. If he isn't treated in time, he'll definitely die. Fortunately, the curse hasn't rooted deeply yet, he can still be saved. After that, Professor Secret cast a spell, and a disgusting, eye-covered demon crawled out from Professor Jaredin's mouth. Secret grabbed it and threw it towards Ronan. Now! Ronan! Slash! Ronan reacted in time. He immediately drew his sword, his eyes filled with killing intent, and he continuously slashed at the monster, cutting it into many small pieces. Ade-san also ran closer to Professor Jaredin. At this point, he seemed to be doing better. He sat up, wiping away blood with one hand, and thanked Professor Secret. Thanks to her, he was able to keep his life. Secret said it wasn't entirely thanks to her, but rather Jaredin's quick reaction. If the curse had rooted deeper, even she would have been helpless. I've told you before, haven't I? Recently, I've seen the most terrifying curse ever on a student. Upon hearing this, Jaredin guessed it was Ronan. After dealing with the monster, Ronan also ran over to check on Professor Jaredin. With Addison's help, he stood up and replied to Ronan, thanks to you, I had an interesting experience. I can't believe such a terrifying curse exists in this world. It seems your life must be full of challenges. Anyway, I kept my promise. After speaking, he turned to Professor Secret and asked if she could examine Ronan's condition. Secret's eyes widened. She looked at Ronan with astonishment. Ronan's body has a flow of magic. Then she ran over and pulled Ronan's shirt open, leaving him frozen for 5 seconds. I can't believe it. It's true, the magic bloodline, though weak, has been activated. She repeatedly asked Ronan if he had recently encountered a curse related to bloodlines. For example, falling into a pit full of cursed eyes. Ronan replied that he had never encountered such things. Secret still stared at him, her face full of disbelief as to why the curse sealing his magic bloodline had weakened. Currently, some mysterious energy is eroding that curse, like a storm eroding a rock. Of course, the curse is still trying to seal the bloodline because it's very difficult to deal with. But thanks to that mysterious energy, plus Jaredin expanding the magic bloodline, this magic flow won't be easily sealed again now. Hearing Professor Secret's analysis, Ronan was overjoyed, like he'd hit the jackpot. He eagerly confirmed once more, so, I can use magic now? But Professor Secret's next words were like a bucket of cold water thrown on him. Theoretically, yes. But because the curse is constantly attacking the bloodline, freely using magic will require more time. But if you train diligently every day, it'll take about 20 more years. The number 20 years made Ronan want to disappear. He angrily asked Professor Secret, what are you talking about? How can I wait 20 years? Professor Secret crossed her arms and shook her head. The fact that you can use magic at all is already a miracle. You don't need to risk your life to break the curse, just diligent training will allow you to use magic. Suddenly, footsteps approached. There's still a way to shorten the time. That was Professor Jaredin's voice. He was walking over with Addison's help. Professor Jaredin continued, depending on your inner strength, the time can be significantly shortened. If you use the magic cultivation method that I created. Scene changes to the library. Jaredin was preparing to continue expanding your magic channel. He instructed Ronan that the magic he could control right now was just a tiny bit. The magic channel that just opened was also much narrower than other students. However, if you learn this method and diligently cultivate to expand your magic channel, the magic you can control will increase. Depending on your talent, but perhaps in another 5 years, you'll be able to control an amount of magic equivalent to others. After speaking, he channeled magic into him to guide the path of the magic channel. Although it would cost Professor Jaredin some inner strength, it was the only way, as the curse was gradually weakening. Ronan was very grateful to Professor Jaredin for helping him so much. And then, just like now, another wave of pain came. Professor Jaredin continued to explain that the difference of this method compared to others is that you have to control the speed and direction of magic to an extreme degree at each point it passes through. Ronan was in so much pain that he broke out in a sweat all over. Professor Jaredin advised him absolutely not to be impatient and to carefully guide the magic in every moment. Use magic to compensate for the damaged pathways that have been suppressed for a long time. Then, slowly follow the flow of magic to feel it, and eventually, that magic will become your own. Ronan took a deep breath. He followed Professor Jaredin's words, slowly tracing the flow. Professor Jaredin was astonished because he had only instructed once, and Ronan had already succeeded. Moreover, he was operating it perfectly. Seeing this, he laughed heartily, knowing he had not misjudged the person. Professor Jaredin instructed him to work harder and practice diligently every day from now on. Ronan slowly opened his eyes and looked at his hand. He could now use magic. He clenched his fist, recalling the days of slaughter in the past. Magic was something he dared not dream of in the past, but now it's much better. Thank you very much, Professor. Why did you demand such strictness, sir? Turning around, he was startled to see Professor Jaredin had collapsed. Despite this, he still tried to reach for Ronan, trembling as he called Ronan, as if wanting to say something. He said not to worry about his body, there was something much more important. That was in the laboratory, full of goblin body parts and corpses, and his most important thing. It was a girl being preserved in a glass cage. Professor Jaredin used his last strength to curl up and speak to Ronan. Right now, give me the ring. Professor Jaredin grabbed Ronan's shoulder, telling him to give him the ring. Ronan was greatly surprised to see Professor Jaredin's lifeless eyes. Professor Secret saw this and explained. It must be due to a temporary emotional disorder. It seems that ring is very important for Professor Jaredin's research. Secret looked at Jaredin with eyes full of pity. Ronan carried Professor Jaredin, along with Ade-san, and all three stepped into the magic circle to take Professor Jaredin to the nearest medical room in the Legend building. At full speed, they'd get there in about 5 minutes. But at this moment, the door to Building 41 was still locked, and perhaps its protective barrier had become stronger than before. Professor Jaredin mumbled some magic spell and then said, "I'm going now, returning to you right away, by your side." And then, another door's protective barrier opened. Ronan said that the professor had opened the wrong path. Not this way, but Jaredin ignored Ronan's words. He continued to utter those incomprehensible words, "must go down, for you, before the rose withers." Ronan had no other choice but to carry Professor Jaredin into that gate. Ade-san followed him, and they slowly walked down a long corridor. As soon as they entered the room at the end of the corridor, Ade-san gasped and covered her mouth in fright. Ronan was no less surprised than Ade-san. It seemed they had seen something they shouldn't have. It was the body of a beautiful woman protected inside a glass case, surrounded by many roses. It must be because of this woman that Professor Jaredin was acting this way. Ronan placed Professor Jaredin on a chair next to the woman and asked Ade-san to take care of the professor. Then he walked around to examine the place more closely. Inside, there were all sorts of suspicious ingredients, eyes, hearts, and even traces of experiments on monster bodies. A quick glance revealed that this was no ordinary laboratory. Ronan walked over to look at the book on the table. He couldn't believe that Professor Jaredin had gone so far beyond the limits. Ronan glanced at Professor Jaredin, thinking, what in the world is this old man doing? Jaredin had lost consciousness by then, but his mouth kept uttering incomprehensible sentences. Almost done. Wait a moment, just a little more, Sunia. The scene shifts to a memoir, in an unknown year, month, and day of the imperial calendar. In a laboratory, a young man was heartbroken, looking at the body of a girl. Yes, that young man was Professor Jaredin in his youth. He was the one who had preserved the girl's body in time before it decomposed. He believed that the body was the vessel of the soul, so as long as the body remained intact, he could revive his wife. It turned out that the mysterious body was Professor Jaredin's wife, Sunia. Everyone said that no one had ever successfully used resurrection magic, but he didn't care. He would never give up. These were his notes on his research attempts to save Sunia. The 54th resurrection, the O's heart bought from the northern black market, was also useless. Arranging the work schedule at the magic tower to conduct experiments was also reaching its limit. The 76th resurrection, the magic tower stripped him of his position due to improper working hours. At this time, he was carrying his bag out to earn money to continue his experiments. With the help of Principal Carter, he became a professor at the academy, and then he moved Sunia to Filian's magic tower basement. Jaredin stood before Sunia's body, gazing at her. Although he hated teaching foolish students, it was the only way to earn money. The 81st resurrection, the 96th, the 101st, then the 115th, the 120th, the 127th, and the 134th resurrection still had no new progress. Ronald read the words in that book. He understood everything now, so this was why Professor Jaredin liked money so much. That's right, the ingredients in this lab weren't easy to find. In short, everything Professor Jaredin did was for love. Ronald stood some distance away, turning his head to look at Professor Jaredin. He remembered in his previous life, he had also seen people who lost everything for love. Suddenly, the scene of that foolish sword saint meeting Sister Aero for the first time appeared in his mind. Getting back to the main topic, he placed his hand on the table and looked closely at the book. He pondered deeply and realized a problem. The end for such people was often not good, especially when someone approached and took advantage of them during their weakness. Suddenly, he saw a line in the book about illicit research, which read, "Perhaps I have no other choice but to accept a deal with them." Ronald noticed something suspicious, a deal with them. He picked up the letter tucked inside the book. Ronald couldn't believe this letter was sent by them. At this moment, Professor Jaredin woke up. Ade-san helped him up. Seeing Ronald doing something shady, he shouted, "Hey, what are you doing, kid?" Anger appeared on his face. "You're touching my stuff, aren't you?" Ronald quickly closed the book. He flinched and explained, "What are you talking about?" "I was just seeing if there was anything to help the professor recover faster. Besides, I can't even control my magic yet, so how would I know what's what?" He tried to find an excuse to hide their letter in his jacket pocket. The scene shifts to another place, a gloomy one. A raven perched outside. Inside the cave, a voice echoed, "Everything is going according to plan. I've made contact with him." Perhaps this place was their lair, the people mentioned in that letter. The subordinate continued, though he hesitated slightly, "It's only a matter of time before he's moved to comply. Something that only the master can bestow upon him. Because he desperately needs bloodline essence." Many people here were tied up and blindfolded. Sitting before that crowd was a mysterious figure with golden hair and sharp nails, enjoying a glass of red liquid, likely fresh blood. He pushed the glass away, wiping the blood from his mouth with his hand. How ridiculous! Even Jaredin was ultimately ruined by a woman. Humans are truly too foolish. After the task was done, Professor Jaredin handed the ring back to Ronald. Ronald took the ring and examined it, turning it over and over. He wondered why it looked no different than before. Professor Jaredin emphasized again, "I said I only extracted a small amount. Besides, the amount of magic contained in this ring was already very large. Anyway, thanks to you, One of the difficulties for the next experiment has been easily solved. I should thank you. Ronald put the ring into his jacket pocket. If it weren't for Professor Jaredin, he'd probably be running around everywhere looking for someone to break the curse, so lending the ring to Professor Jaredin was nothing. Professor Jaredin also thought about Ronald and Ade-san seeing his wife in the basement. He figured Ronald had already guessed part of it. I apologize for having to rely on you. But please keep it a secret. Ronald waved his hand while scratching his head, saying, all right, I get it. I don't want to get involved in other people's affairs either. Jaredin thanked him once more. Then he turned to Ade-san, as for your matter, I'll look into it when I have time. Though it's not as complex as Ronald's case, you clearly possess an ill-omened aura as well. Professor Jaredin's words startled Ade-san slightly. Leaving Tower 41, Ade-san wanted to go prepare lectures for the professor, so she bid farewell to Ronald. Ronald told her to go, saying, you've worked hard today. So, they went their separate ways. Ronald took out the paper he had stolen from Professor Jaredin. He didn't know if what was on this paper was proof that they were involved with the cult. If Professor Jaredin was their accomplice, he only had one option. He opened the purple paper to look, but there were no words, only blood. He was confused, wondering what this was. Could it be a secret message created by magic? If so, it would be troublesome. He decided to show it to Asolo, but suddenly a lot of blood flew out of the paper, hovering above Ronald's head. Suddenly, a voice from afar made Ronald jump. This is a letter written with vampire magic. The voice was Ophelia's. She came because she sensed an aura of blood magic. But she didn't expect to meet Ronald here. Long time no see, Ronald. The scene shifts to the Special Class Adventure Tower. In a room in the guild, Ronald and Ophelia were sitting opposite each other, chatting. You startled me. A few days ago, you took Sita away, saying you needed her help with some research, and then you disappeared without a trace. I thought you were really busy. Ophelia, with one hand propped on her chin and the other playing with Bayek, still replied to Ronald, yeah, thanks to you and Sita, my research has made a lot of progress. To show my thanks, I taught Sita some blood magic. Her talent truly exceeded expectations. The next time you meet her, you'll definitely be surprised. She also asked Ronald why he had a bloodletter. Ronald didn't know what a bloodletter was, so he asked Ophelia if it was the letter from earlier. Ophelia explained. It's usually used by vampires to transmit secret messages. After saying that, she demonstrated for Ronald. Ophelia channeled magic into Ronald's bloodletter, and the blood inside flew out, revealing the words. Ronald was stunned when he saw the message. He thought, could it be that they're not the Nebula Gang? If so, that's a relief. But he also wondered who or what Bloodclaw was. Ophelia knew a little about Bloodclaw, so she explained to Ronald that Bloodclaw was founded by vampires less than 200 years old. It's a young organization that specializes in evil deeds. Their goal is to restore the golden age of vampires, but they're just a bunch of arrogant kids. Ophelia was also curious as to how they got their hands on bloodline essence, something extremely rare and hard to find even in the vampire world. The more she thought about it, the more suspicious it seemed. Ophelia stood up and asked Ronald if he could tell her who the owner of the letter was. Before Ronald could explain, Ophelia continued to warn him. Hearing that the situation was so serious, Ronald told Ophelia the truth. He found the letter in Professor Jaredin's lab. Ophelia was surprised, not expecting the owner of the letter to be a professor at the academy. Ophelia wanted to confirm again. Only then did Ronald realize that Professor Jaredin was a tower professor. He's that skilled? Ophelia slammed the table. His magic is renowned even among vampires. His rank is top tier across the entire continent. Ronald thought that since the professor was so skilled, he probably wouldn't be in danger. He could just go there, take care of them all, and get the item back. But Ophelia didn't think so. But if what he wants is the bloodline essence, then it's different, because it's a special form of vampire magic, formed in the bodies of those who have used blood magic for a long time. It contains a huge amount of energy, and depending on how it's used, it can unleash extraordinary power. And crucially, without the cooperation of the vampire who possesses it to release its power with magic, the essence becomes useless. In other words, if they don't cooperate, Professor Jaredin won't be able to obtain the complete bloodline essence. After Ophelia's explanation, Ronald clenched his fists, his face filled with worry. Ophelia nodded in response to Ronald's words. The scene shifts to Professor Jaredin's meeting location. 4 people were waiting there. From a distance, they saw the figure of a person in a hooded cloak approaching. The white-haired man quickly confirmed that Jaredin had arrived. He also told his comrade next to him that Tower Mage Jaredin Stonesong was the candidate for the subordinate position their master had mentioned. The hooded figure was getting closer. The white-haired man turned to the black-haired man and asked why he couldn't sense any special magical energy. The black-haired man told him not to let his guard down. Seeing the person arrive, a soldier stepped forward to greet him. The cloaked figure admitted he was indeed Professor Jaredin, then asked them where their master was. The other man said their master was waiting inside, but first, he requested the professor remove his hood. They needed to confirm if it was indeed Professor Jaredin, to prepare for the worst-case scenario. Jaredin followed their instructions, taking off the hood of his cloak and sneering. The cloak's hood came down, revealing Professor Jaredin's face. The group thanked Jaredin for his cooperation, then invited him in. But suddenly he noticed something suspicious. Isn't Jaredin a mage, so why is he carrying a sword? When Jaredin saw that he had noticed, he immediately approached and drew his sword, startling him. Before he could even understand what was happening, he was cut in half. His comrades were also cut into many pieces, still not understanding what had happened. Wasn't it obvious? This person wasn't Professor Jaredin, but Ronald in disguise. A few days ago, after discussing the bloodletter incident, Ronald asked Ophelia to create a shape-shifting potion. Now she had finished making it and brought it to Ronald. She also warned that it would only last 30 minutes to transform into Professor Jaredin. The potion's effect wouldn't last long, but it would be enough to fool that organization. Ronald took the potion. He was very grateful to Ophelia for making this potion for him. It must have been difficult to create, right? Ophelia was very worried about him. Are you going alone? Are you sure you'll be okay? They might not be fully grown, but they're still vampires who have lived for at least 100 years. Ophelia offered to go with Ronald, but Ronald immediately waved his hand, refusing. He was afraid it would be awkward if this caused Ophelia to conflict with her own kind. Ronald declared boldly, "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Of course, for them, it might not be the case. After speaking, he put the potion bottle inside his coat pocket. Back to the present. After Ronald cut down the vampire soldiers, he still kept one alive. That guy saw his comrade's body parts scattered everywhere and was terrified. "No way, you're not Jaredin." Ronald lunged forward, grabbed his neck, telling him to be quiet. Then he pointed his sword at the guy's mouth and threatened, "From now on, you'll only answer my questions. Unless you want to become a shish kebab." After getting the information, Ronald went into the cave. This place really didn't have any traps. Ronald sighed, thinking if he had known the guy was so honest, he would have spared his life. But oh well, it's a pity, but never mind. Going deeper inside, he spotted a temple. This temple gave him a very strange feeling, perhaps because of the patterns on it. He felt like he had seen them somewhere before. But there seemed to be something more important. At this moment, he was standing before a mysterious gate, from which dense dark aura emanated, reeking of blood. He wondered what they were doing that he could still smell such a strong stench of blood from outside the door. Suddenly, the door opened. Ronald gasped in shock, unable to believe the sight before him. One vampire was drinking blood from a severed arm, another was sucking blood from a woman's neck. And many others were enjoying their meal. But the most notable person was that one, the blonde-haired individual holding a wine glass sitting at the table. He was enjoying blood as if it were wine, while waiting for Jaredin. "You're here, huh?" You must have had a rough journey. Welcome, Jared Stone. I am the leader of Bloodclaw, Swell von Onfen. He placed the wine glass on the table and apologized to Jaredin for letting him see such a chaotic scene. He even blamed Jaredin for being a bit late, saying they had a meal because they waited for him for so long. Then he invited Jaredin to join them if he hadn't eaten yet. Ronald, in Jaredin's form, was completely stunned. He hypnotized himself to calm down. It was too late to save those people now. It seemed no one was left alive. Now he should just focus on his original objective. Ronald approached Onfen. Thank you, but I won't eat. I feel a bit nauseous. Besides, you've gathered so many people just for one pact, haven't you? The vampires stopped eating when they heard Ronald speak, their fierce eyes turning towards Jaredin, who was actually Ronald in disguise. Onfen told him not to be shy, because for such a great talent as him, these things were nothing. It's been a long time since the whole group gathered like this, which proves they are very seriously awaiting you. Ronald told him to state his conditions, saying he only wanted the blood essence and didn't care about anything else. Onfen also said directly, it's very simple, just a blood pact related to his life is enough, that's all. After speaking, he gave an evil laugh. Just like that, he would become a puppet for him to manipulate. Jaredin said he was being foolish again, demanding such a thing. You want me to become your slave? Onfen shook his head. Oh dear, what a pity, why would you think that? This is worth more than such a lowly proposal. Instead, this is an opportunity to shed your lowly human flesh and achieve honors beyond your imagination. He swiftly used magic to glide past Jaredin, then extended his hand, illustrating that, you will bring a new life to our society. To do that, we must eliminate the old, peaceful generation. Onfen leaned back, laughing, and continued, I am offering you the chance to be a pioneer in that historic moment, a proud warrior in the holy war for the resurgence of our kind. What do you think? Isn't this an unimaginable honor for a human? Jaredin looked down at him from above. Honor? I don't know what any of that is, but I really think you're insane. Hearing such harsh words, Onfen still smiled cheerfully. As a human, it's normal not to understand his profound idea. His hand condensed the essence that Jaredin desired, his voice also deepened considerably. This is your only chance to obtain the blood essence. I assure you, if this pact is broken, there will be no other way to get this, because even for us, it's a very rare thing. Having said that, he returned to his original position. Jaredin clenched his fists, looking around. It seems you won't let me leave if I refuse, will you? Onfen complimented Jaredin on having good intuition, just like other magic mages. He snapped his fingers, and a group of vampires appeared instantly, surrounding Jaredin. Like this, have you made your decision yet? Onfen jumped onto the table and sat, looking at Jaredin, his voice full of menace. Don't even think about refusing. You must have realized that the mana flow is abnormal, right? Because the magic tools surrounding this place are all the best. No matter how skilled Jaredin is, as long as he's human, using magic is extremely difficult. Even if he uses his full mana, it will quickly shatter, and then he'll never be able to use mana again. Onfen advised, since things have come to this, try to think positively. He picked up his wine glass and continued to enjoy his drink, his face full of cunning, as he continued to threaten Jaredin. You wouldn't want your beloved wife to become a delicious blood bag like those corpses over there, would you? Two other large vampires grabbed Jaredin's shoulders, telling him to accept the pact. It would be over in a moment. Silently listening to the vampires babble on, Ronald was about to lose his patience. He took off his hood. The appearance-altering potion also wore off at just the right time, revealing his handsome face, which stunned Onfen. You bastards prepared thoroughly, didn't you? I had no other choice. Fortunately, I came here instead of Professor Jaredin. Onfen asked who he was and how a human could get in here. Ronald quickly drew his sword. As before, in just a blink of an eye, the subordinates were cut into pieces, blood splattering everywhere. This scene left Onfen utterly astonished. Ronald hoisted his sword onto his shoulder, striking a powerful pose. Does that matter? Shut up and sit tight. You blood-sucking bastards, today is the day you all die. What a beautiful day to eliminate vermin. Seeing Ronald's fearless demeanor, Anfin screamed, "Who are you? How dare you not know my identity, you lowly human?" Ronald threw his cloak aside and lunged towards Anfin with extreme speed, giving him no time to react. As he was about to make a move, Ronald swiftly sliced off his arm, followed by many other slashes that cut off both of his arms and legs. Anfin roared, about to threaten Ronald, "Do you think you can escape this unscathed?" but was immediately struck in the face with a sword hilt, sending him flying into the wall. Ronald coldly replied to Anfin, "You just stay there and wait. I promise to deal with you in a way that makes you wish you were dead." Other members of the Blood Claw, seeing such a sight, panicked. They hadn't expected Anfin to be unable to withstand even one attack from Ronald. They informed each other that he wasn't normal, then surrounded Ronald. Ronald looked at them disdainfully. He remembered Ophelia saying these flies used blood as a weapon to attack, and now he saw it was true. They transformed several weapons and charged to attack Ronald. They used a bloodworm technique to create a pool of blood under his feet, then bound Ronald's legs. They rushed to attack Ronald all at once. But who was Ronald? His swordsmanship was no joke. Whoever charged at him, he chopped them down. But there were too many of them, like a swarm of annoying flies. Their regeneration ability was too fast, making him start to feel difficulty. One guy from afar used a blood bullet technique to shoot at Ronald. He tilted his body. The bullet grazed past him by only a few millimeters. Luckily, Ronald dodged in time because this was a mid-level mage's magic. But Ronald quickly realized that this was probably the full power of the Blood Claw. Another vampire rushed to attack Ronald directly, but a second later, her head and body quickly said their goodbyes to each other. Ronald chopped to pieces all those who charged at him. Only one remained. He was terrified by Ronald's power. He couldn't believe his eyes anymore, a place where human magic was suppressed, and moreover, Ronald's legs were still bound by his magic. Ronald turned to the last one alive. "What are you doing standing there blank-faced? Not planning to fight me? Now it's just you." Ronald stabbed his sword into the bloodworm, then casually said to him, "I only pretended to fall into your trap to make you guys a bit overconfident. I felt really bad coming here, but now I can do what I want to do." Ronald told him to look closely at his sword, to let him know how special his blade was. He retreated in fear, wanting to escape, but he was too naive. Did he really think he could escape Ronald? He ran over and slashed down. That vampire was cut in half. Ronald turned back to him. "Running away isn't the answer, you bastard. Now that I've dealt with these small fries, let's get back to our conversation with that guy. That bastard Anfin." Anfin slowly opened his eyes. He felt a lot of pain, like being pricked by needles. It seemed he wasn't fully conscious yet. Ronald walked up to him, stabbed his sword directly into Anfin's thigh, then leaned close to Anfin's face, his expression full of malice. "You're awake, huh? I was so worried about you, thought you were a goner." At this moment, Anfin truly sobered up. He looked at the chaotic scene around him. In such a short time, all of his subordinates had been defeated by one human kid. Seeing Anfin stunned, Ronald smiled as if nothing had happened. "My apologies, it seems your comrades are severely wounded. I tried to help them regenerate their bodies, but they couldn't be whole again. So, if you don't want to share their fate, obediently hand over the bloodline essence." Anfin gritted his teeth. He was unwilling. He screamed, "Damn it, what exactly is happening to lead to this? You're the one who could save everyone. Why? Hearing him, Ronald was doubtful, thinking he had gone mad, wondering why he was talking to himself. But Ronald quickly noticed something wasn't right. He turned around to look, and the result astonished him. Someone had been standing behind Ronald this whole time, but Ronald hadn't sensed it at all. The man reminded Ronald, "I won't repeat myself, human." Ronald was sent flying far away. He touched his neck. Luckily, that guy hadn't intended to kill him. If he had, Ronald would surely have checked out. The mysterious person approached Anfin, looking down at him from above. How disappointing. When you proposed a deal with me, you swore you'd turn Jaredin into your subordinate. He criticized Anfin for just being good at putting on a show, not only blinded by unrealistic ideals but also losing his sanity. Anfin trembled, looking at him, trying to deny it. Anfin begged him for another chance, but it was too late. The mysterious person finished him off in an instant. At this moment, Ronald became enraged again. He was furious that he dared to openly steal his belongings. If you are the true master of the bloodline essence, then cooperate with me if you want to return alive. Ronald pointed his sword at him. The mysterious person started to take an interest in Ronald. You're as arrogant as him. That's an interesting offer, but what if I refuse? Hearing his refusal, Ronald began to fight him. He unleashed a fatal blow, but the guy blocked it with only one hand. As a result, Ronald's sword only made a small cut on his palm. Your fangs are sharp, kid. You managed to injure me, even though my body has been strengthened by vampire magic. It seems you have some skill, daring to risk attacking me. The mysterious person's face was revealed. He was a very handsome vampire. He was wearing a patterned shirt with a noble-looking red brooch at the collar. That guy was very strong. He looked at the wound on his hand, eager to see what other talents Ronald possessed. His eyes turned cold, then he unleashed a blood slash attack on Ronald, which made Ronald a little scared. Ronald used his sword to parry his blood slash. Just as he broke through that move, he continued with a blood bullet. Ronald recalled the earlier move from that little shrimp. Perhaps this was the same type of magic. Ronald continued to slash the blood bullet with his sword. A large explosion occurred, and the vampire saw such swordsmanship for the first time. Not only did Ronald nullify his magic, but he could also cut through magic power. Although I didn't expect much, you're just as interesting as him. When Ronald heard him say that, he felt like he was the leader of a bunch of mosquitoes, buzzing loudly. Ronald told him to shut up, then angrily charged forward, hand over the essence of the bloodline. The vampire laughed when he saw Ronald's insolence. He began to unleash a very powerful move, Good Spirit. To reward your performance, I will show my respect. Before either of them could strike, a voice came from afar, making both stop the fight. The person who had just arrived called out, "Both of you, stop." The vampire seemed to know whose voice it was. She was standing in front of Ronald as if protecting him. Indeed, the one who stopped their attack was Ophelia Dynite. Ophelia appeared and immediately stated the mysterious person's identity. "Long time no see, Ba Jiak. Though I'm not happy to see you again." As she was speaking, Ronald interrupted, a little annoyed. "What is it, Sister Ophelia? I told you not to come here. Why would you? And more importantly, do you know the leader of those mosquitoes?" Ophelia looked at Ban Zak and said in a rather cold tone, "How could I not know? Ban Zak von Wesoa, a pure-blood descendant who rules the vampire world and is the Vampire Duke's most trusted right-hand man." Ban Zak frowned, looking at Ophelia, his expression having softened. "I didn't expect to meet you here, to meet again in a place like this. I've really wanted to see you, Ophelia." Ban Zak's face now only showed gentleness. "Are you doing well?" Ban Zak walked closer to Ophelia, talking a lot as he approached. It had been 83 years since he last saw Ophelia. He wondered why Ophelia saved that kid Ronan. But never mind, that's not important. Ban Zak said with deep affection to Ophelia, "What's important is that I'm with you now." Ophelia told him to stop because she didn't want to hear such nonsense, then told Ban Zak not to come near her. Ophelia reminded him of that day, which left Ban Zak speechless. Ban Zak closed his eyes, recalling what happened that day. It was an unforgettable nightmare. That day was a heavy rain, with continuous thunder and lightning. Ophelia hugged her sister, who was lying in a pool of blood. She cried very loudly. Then she looked up at Ban Zak with eyes full of hatred. It seemed Ban Zak had killed her sister. Ending his memory, Ban Zak said that Ophelia still needed more time to forgive him. Ophelia's face fell. She knew it wasn't entirely his fault. "I know it was inevitable. You were only trying to stop my sister from harming the Archduke. You had no other choice." Moreover, at that time, my sister had completely lost control. Looking back, it couldn't be considered normal behavior. It was as if she was being controlled by someone. But you also know that the past cannot be changed. Banzak clenched his fist. He understood Ophelia's feelings. He had regretted it greatly. Ronan stood behind, watching their conversation. Although he didn't understand what was happening, it seemed everything had been resolved. Ophelia continued to ask Banzak why he was cooperating with the Blood Claws. Because, as she knew, Banzak wouldn't hesitate with those brats. And you even lent them your blood essence. Are you also in need of something from Jared and Stone? Banzak's face became serious. He covered half his face with one hand and coldly replied to Ophelia, "If it's you, I'm sure you've already guessed the reason. He and I have an unfinished battle." Banzak recounted how he had accidentally met Jaredin at the far west of the continent that day, and they had dueled as warriors. Banzak said he had fought many strong opponents, but the number of worthy rivals could be counted on one hand. If the sun hadn't set early that day, it might have been the battle of a lifetime. Banzak looked at his clenched fist and continued the story. He had tried to find Jaredin after that battle, but Jaredin had vanished, disappearing perfectly. Even he couldn't find him. He had suppressed his longing for a rematch with Jaredin for many years. Then one day, those brats, Ansufan, came to his palace to propose a deal. Ansufan knelt before Banzak, flattering him, saying they knew Jaredin's whereabouts. As long as Banzak gave them his blood essence, they would not only bring Jaredin before him but also turn Jaredin into Banzak's loyal subordinate. So Banzak could enjoy endless battles. At that time, Banzak sat on his chair, looking down at Ansufan. He chuckled softly. Although he knew their intentions, he didn't care. After all, they were just a bunch of brats. And the result was as everyone had seen, everything fell apart because of a human kid named Ronan. Ronan stood with his arms crossed, looking very displeased with Banzak's words. Clearly, Banzak was the one who started the trouble first. Banzak watched Ronan with his hand on his chin, as if deep in thought, and he mused to himself, though he had limited his strength, that kid Ronan could still hold his own. Meaning, in just 10 years, or perhaps 5, Ronan will certainly become a formidable opponent. Moreover, Ronan possesses a strange aura that is difficult to sense. It's truly very interesting. Banzak intended to unleash a move to put an end to his future threat. But he suddenly didn't do it anymore because now wasn't the right time. Ophelia was still here. He didn't want to repeat the mistake a second time. He didn't want to hurt Ophelia again. Banzak gave Ronan the bloodline essence, which surprised Ronan greatly because it was something extremely precious to vampires. Banzak turned and walked away, leaving them his back. He waved his hand to show no thanks were needed, then he added another sentence. Most vampires can't obtain it even if they trade their lives, but I think it's worth it. This is a gift for my future prey, the friend I've associated with after 80 years. Banzak turned his head to look at Ronan. He felt that giving the bloodline essence to Ronan was not a waste at all. Banzak's action surprised Ophelia. She silently watched Banzak. Banzak suddenly cast a magic spell at the wall on the other side. Then he told Ronan and Ophelia to look in that direction, because all this time, behind that wall, there had been a strange aura exactly like Ronan's. After saying that, he disappeared. Before leaving, he also left a message: "Next time we meet, I hope you're stronger, so I can have more fun." Ronan asked Ophelia if he was always so boastful, which left Ophelia unsure how to answer. He looked towards that wall. There's a strange aura there. Could it be? Thinking this, Ronan's expression turned cold. Back at Tower 41, Jaredin couldn't believe his eyes when he saw the bloodline essence. Ronan excitedly gave the bloodline essence to Professor Jaredin, not forgetting to take credit for how hard he worked to get it. Jaredin took Ronan's hand and knelt down to thank Ronan. Remembering his wife, he felt even more grateful to Ronan. Jaredin's tears streamed down, and Ronan didn't know what to do seeing Professor Jaredin's actions. He sighed and comforted Jaredin, saying he hadn't even heard him take credit yet. At this moment, Banzak stood outside the tower, watching Ronan and Jaredin. He suddenly said, "Nothing is more boring than fighting someone who has lost the will to fight. I came here today just to check on my old opponent's situation. I wanted to be curious. So don't worry, Ophelia." It turned out he had noticed Ophelia had arrived and was standing behind him. Banzak assured Ophelia that he wouldn't do anything further. Ophelia knew Banzak wasn't such a despicable person. She came to see Banzak today to thank him. "Thank you, Banzak, for helping my friend." Banzak stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He only turned his head to look at Ophelia. Suddenly hearing Ophelia's "I really mean it" made him smile. Only 83 years and such great progress already? Perhaps he should thank that kid Ronan. He turned to face Ophelia. Though he really wanted to stay here forever, he knew it was impossible. Before leaving, Banzak reminded Ophelia that a wicked force had recently appeared in the vampire world, causing trouble. "It seems they are the ones pulling the strings behind Huyet. If you need my help, just contact me." After saying that, Banzak disappeared, this time even more dramatically than before. His voice still echoed in the air. "I always await your invitation, Ophelia. My immortal rose." After obtaining the bloodline essence, Professor Jaredin immediately used Saran's magic and the bloodline essence to begin the 144th experiment. Ronan and Professor Jaredin stood before the glass cage containing Sunia's body. Due to the nature of the experiment, it would take a long time to get results, but Ronan saw Jaredin's joy and knew that this was the hope for Professor Jaredin to continue living. Suddenly, Jaredin turned to say that Ronan has been very strange lately. The mysterious aura eroding the curse within Ronan has become much stronger than before. Jaredin asked Ronan, "Did you perhaps encounter some opportunity while fighting Huyet? Ronan didn't know how to explain it, only able to say he got lucky. Recalling his time with the Blood Claws, when he went in behind the wall that Banzak had broken, Ronan saw a statue of the god Sinam inside. He approached the statue, unable to believe that this place was hiding something like this. Perhaps even the Blood Claws didn't know. Ronan guessed this must be the ruins of some ancient temple. Suddenly, the statue glowed, and an aura from the Sinam statue flowed into Ronan's body. He looked at his hand, unsure what was happening. Back in the present, Professor Jaredin took Ronan's hand. Even though he didn't know what kind of fortune it was definitely a great blessing and good luck. "Thanks to this aura, your magic bloodline has also expanded. Although it still needs to stabilize, in this state, you can control magic to a certain extent." Hearing Professor Jaredin say that, Ronan looked down at his hand in surprise. Indeed, it was completely different from last time. He seemed to have understood something. Ronan gently used his finger to push the sword out of its sheath. He thought to himself, "So now I can truly use sword energy. Not just imitate it anymore." Then a dangerous look appeared in Ronan's eyes, reflected in his sword. 4 days later, under a clear, sunny sky, the people of Mavas were rushing to evaluate. The Empire's army was also dispatched here. Ronan, Flipfan, and Iso were all here, arriving on horseback. Looking at the scene before them, it seemed a wyvern had indeed appeared, just as Slipfan had said. And the reason they were in the Romera Mountains, Ronan's homeland, was due to a message Slipfan sent 4 days prior, right before Aero's move. 4 days earlier, Slipfan unexpectedly received news that the monsters around the Romera Mountains were in a state of frenzy and attacking indiscriminately. They gathered in a room. Slipfan said that fortunately, Nim Burton hadn't been affected yet, and the Grancia family had also dispatched a portion of their night order here. But they still couldn't let their guard down. This morning, people even spotted wyverns flying in the sky over the mountains. Hearing this, Ronan broke out in a cold sweat. Wyverns are monsters with superior flying ability. Their fangs and claws are full of venom, making even seasoned mercenaries wary. Flipfan added seriously, "If they come in large numbers, we can't guarantee Aero's 100% safety." For that reason, they decided to prepare for the move earlier than planned. Back in the present, just thinking about Sister Aero made Slipfan furious. He gritted his teeth in anger. Because of those guys, Lady Arrow's perfect moving plan was ruined. Unforgivable. Flip Fan angrily gripped the reins, gritting his teeth. Once I get Lady Arrow to safety, I will definitely exterminate all the monsters in these mountains. His rage left Ronan speechless next to him. Ronan told Slip Fan to stop mumbling. Since they were almost there, Ronan instructed Slip Fan to go ahead and command the dispatched night squad, while he and Iso would follow. Flip Fan asked him suspiciously why he had to do that. Ronan said it was because he had a bad feeling and wanted to look around to check the situation. He then angrily pointed at Slip Fan's face, telling him not to take advantage of his absence to play any wicked tricks on his beloved sister if he didn't want to die young. Flip Fan also got angry, yelling at Ronan, "How dare you be so disrespectful and speak nonsense to a Grancia knight like that?" Then he suppressed his emotions. But if there's something that needs verifying, then so be it. The more we delay, the more danger Lady Arrow is in. As a knight, I won't allow that to happen. Having said that, he galloped away. Ronan watched him, shaking his head in bewilderment. Iso stepped forward and asked Ronan, "What's this bad feeling you mentioned?" Ronan explained. Suddenly, the gentle monsters turned aggressive, then gigantic monsters started appearing. This motif is too familiar, isn't it? Dazan Cappadocia of the Vadian Mountains was also destroyed this way. Because of their schemes. Iso gasped in surprise. So, could the Nebula Class Society be behind this incident? Ronan said, "That's just my thought for now. First, we need to go to where the monsters appeared to investigate." He remembered them. When the ceiling barrier was broken, only he could trace their distinct magical energy. The scene shifts to an area full of monsters. A red-haired man sat on the shoulder of a giant monster, resting his chin in his hand, feeling regretful that he had already tamed all the monsters in this area. But he couldn't go punish the heretics here, because he had no orders from the Baron. Still, he had to follow the orders from above. The monsters suddenly roared, making the red-haired man feel that something was unusual, because, theoretically, the controlled monsters shouldn't be able to feel such emotions. From afar in the forest, a giant black tiger holding a great saber approached, scaring the red-haired man and the monsters. The red-haired man couldn't believe his eyes. How could something like this be happening? The black tiger looked at the red-haired man in front of it, then coldly spoke, "Are you hiding here? Why are you here?" As Nebula Glacier finished speaking, the black tiger lunged and grabbed Nebula Glacier's head. With a single slash, his head and neck were separated. The monsters saw the head of their controller in the black tiger's hand and became even more terrified. They rushed to attack the black tiger, but all of them were annihilated. After eliminating the monsters, the black tiger left with the words, "You cowardly rats, don't dare show your faces. The hunt has only just begun." This tiger was none other than Sword Saint Zappa. Ronan and Aesol already felt annoyed seeing the guards in front of the gate. These guards being the knight's army doubled the trouble. A knight guarding the gate ordered those wanting to enter the city to stop. Today, this city gate is only for those on official business. Take another route or wait in place. He added, "This is an order from Sir Zappa, captain of the Empire's elite unit, who is currently participating in the monster extermination campaign." Ronan and Aesol were also a bit surprised. He knew this captain, the leader of the Empire's most elite unit, who had defeated Professor Navi Rose and was currently the Empire's strongest swordsman. Aesol heard that Sword Saint Zappa was also here and guessed that the current situation in this area must be serious. Ronan also felt that something was amiss, because deploying the Empire's entire elite army just for a monster rebellion was truly suspicious. Perhaps his guess was correct. It must have been those Nebula Glacier bastards interfering. Ronan turned his horse around and told Aesol to prepare to use telepathy. They needed to get over the city wall and search the nearby forest. They were sure to find traces. The scene shifts to the sky, where a girl, a member of Nebula Glacier, was flying a wyvern using magic. She was confused because she had lost contact with her red-haired comrade on the ground. Something must have happened. The blue-haired girl intended to act on the plan immediately, but then she thought that their objective was the wyverns anyway, so she couldn't waste energy on trivial matters. If the plan was delayed, the Lord of Nebula Glacier would not spare her. The blue-haired girl ordered the flying wyverns to continue on their route, ensuring no more mistakes occurred. Ronan and Aesol looked up from the ground at the wyverns flying in the sky. His eyes lit up. Finally, I see them. All right, Aesol, let's begin. A flying wyvern was suddenly attacked by a huge rock flying towards it. The unexpected attack surprised all of Nebula Glacier. Aesol used his manipulation magic to make the surrounding rocks explode and fly up, hitting and severely injuring those wyverns. The blue-haired girl looked at the situation in front of her in astonishment. It's not the head mage of the magic tower. How could this be? At this moment, Ronan flew up from a distance and slashed at the black wyvern with his sword. He smugly declared that this wyvern was perfect for him to test his true sword energy. One slash from Ronan decapitated the wyvern. Ronan was very pleased with the power of his sword energy. It was stronger than he thought. Both its range and power were superior to when he wasn't channeling magic into it. The blue-haired girl stared blankly, horrified to see another wyvern eliminated. Ronan stood behind her and explained, in this area, you wouldn't be able to see those rocks. He then chuckled, taunting, because I'm a local here. You stupid little rats. The blue-haired girl, a subordinate of Nebula Glacier, angrily immediately used magic to attack Ronan. Who are you to dare block my path? Before she could finish her move, her hand was severed by Ronan. Ronan even politely apologized to her, saying he was a bit clumsy and only meant to chop off her hand, but ended up severing her entire arm. She cried out in pain. Ronan approached her, mocking, you were defeated so quickly, truly small fry. With your abilities, you couldn't possibly accomplish such a big task alone. Where are your comrades? She lay on the dragon's back, groaning ceaselessly from the pain. Ronan stepped on her, his sword pointed directly at her face. You bastards have destroyed so many villages, and you complain about just this? Ronan told her to stop pretending and quickly reveal Nebula Glacier's true plan. Ronan plunged his sword next to her face, she cried, but a cruel look still lingered in her eyes. Despite being beaten so badly, she remained defiant. Ha, ridiculous. As a torch chosen by the light, do you think a lowly person like you can make me fail this important mission? As she spoke, a large amount of magic emanated from her entire body. Ronan wondered what trick she was about to pull. It turned out she had summoned a giant wyvern. Ronan looked at the enormous wyvern in front of him. He hadn't expected her to hide such a huge wyvern so high up, where he couldn't sense its magic. She burst into laughter, smugly declaring that this was the strongest wyvern. Now, even if Ronan regretted it, it was too late. The giant wyvern opened its mouth, intending to swallow Ronan whole, but suddenly, the giant wyvern was sliced in half. Of course, it wasn't Ronan who did the slicing. The one who sliced it was Sword Saint Zappa himself. Ronan had never met Zappa, but hearing the girl scream, he was also surprised to see Zappa. Zappa swung his hand, raking his claws towards Ronan. Ronan froze, watching the move, but it wasn't aimed at Ronan. Instead, it slashed the wyvern he was standing on. Ronan was terrified by that power. He couldn't believe his eyes. How could he be so incredibly strong? Those others were cut to pieces. Ronan was also grabbed by the neck by Zappa. Who are you? You're not like those blind fanatics. Ronan cried out, gritting his teeth. You damn cat, are you going to side with those filthy rats? Do you want to die? Ronan was tense. He swung his sword at Zappa, making him let go. This sword strike was very light. Ronan launched it to test Zappa's strength, but he didn't expect Zappa to just stand there and not block it. Ronan was scared. He truly lives up to his reputation as the one who defeated Professor Navi Rose. Of course, he knew without fighting that he wasn't skilled enough, but just standing there wasn't an option either. He couldn't just stand there and wait to die. Ronan was planning to wait for Zappa to let his guard down and then escape, when Zappa suddenly spoke to him. You are a warrior. Ronan didn't understand what he intended. Zappa told him to greet properly, draw his sword, then point it straight ahead and slash downwards. As Zappa brought his blade down, he told Ronin to block it. Ronin managed to block Zappa's blade. He praised Ronin, saying that while his strength was still weak, his defensive technique was perfect. But he realized Ronin's attack just now was very familiar. "Are you Navirose's student?" Ronin also frankly admitted, "I am Ronin, a student of Filian Academy." Ronin arrogantly said, "What? You want to be his student too? Unfortunately, you are not qualified." Zappa looked at Ronin. He felt Ronin was very insolent, truly a chip off the old block. Zappa apologized to Ronin, saying his greeting was a bit much. Originally, a sparring match is more meaningful than 1,000 words. As a warrior, you understand what I mean, right? Ronin heard that and gave a cold laugh. He understood. Ronin lunged forward, intending to attack Zappa with all his might, adding, "Take my greeting, you damn cat." Zappa calmly looked at Ronin. Ronin's sword hadn't even touched Zappa when it was stopped by two of Zappa's subordinate knights. One of them squeezed his neck, and the other blocked his sword. The black beast blocking Ronin's sword was named Bia. He was the captain of Squad 3 of the Hyena Beast King classification, part of Zappa's forces. The orange beast choking Ronin was named Beatty, captain of Squad 2 of the Bear Beast King classification, part of Zappa's forces. Bia wondered who this kid was to dare attack Zappa. Beatty felt Bia was asking a silly question. Anyone attacking Zappa would, of course, be those fanatics. It's obvious from him drawing his sword. And yet you ask. Beatty threw Ronin far away. He told his comrade not to interfere and let him handle it. Ronin was thrown back, but he flipped over and landed successfully. Beatty attacked Ronin with his claws, but then he was surprised that Ronin could track his movements. Ronin stood behind him. He was also getting a bit heated. Beatty felt Ronin wasn't to be underestimated. Both were about to deliver a finishing blow when someone suddenly stopped them. The unknown person's two swords were pointed directly at Ronin's and Beatty's necks. This person was Nemia, the deputy captain of the Lion Beastkin squad, part of Zappa's forces. At this point, Zappa and Bia also approached. He told Beatty to stop, that Ronin wasn't an enemy. "I'm just receiving his greeting." Beatty's jaw dropped. He couldn't believe that a young kid like Ronin could block a strike from Sword Saint Zappa, something only a few people in their own squad could do. Then Zappa revealed something that astonished Beatty even more. Ronin was a student of Navirose, the former Sword Saint, who had once given their squad a lot of trouble. Beatty trembled remembering Navirose, thinking she was a dragon in human form. Beatty ran over and grabbed Ronin's hand, smiling friendly and fawningly, saying, "Sorry, kid. I'm a bit hot-headed, so sometimes I act without thinking. Can you keep this a secret?" Seeing him like that, Ronin guessed he must be one of Professor Navirose's victims, probably having taken many sword strikes from her. Zappa walked over and asked the lioness, Deputy Captain Nemia, if everything had been resolved. Nemia reported in detail that all the rampaging monsters had been eliminated and the suspects, members of the cult, had been captured alive, just as Zappa had instructed. At this moment, Ronin suddenly saw a group of beastkin appearing in the sky. They were Zappa's subordinates. Zappa approached Ronin and formally introduced himself. "I am Zappa, captain of the Empire's most elite beast army, entrusted by the Emperor with the important task of eliminating Nebula Glacier, those hiding within the Empire. I am the captain, the leader of the cult eradication force." At the same time, in another part of the Romera mountain range, in Mimbiatin village, a sudden appearance of an army caused panic among the villagers, because this was a secluded mountain region. The sight of such a night squad was extremely rare. Arrow didn't understand what was happening. She looked at the young man in front of her. "Can someone explain this to me? Are you Ronin's friend?" This person was indeed Slipfan. He apologized to Arrow for startling her, because he had gathered the knights in a hurry and didn't have time to notify Arrow beforehand, which startled her. Slipfan knelt on one knee before Arrow. "Please forgive this oversight. I am Knight Slipfan, and we, with the honor of the Grancia family, request to escort Lady Arrow." Slipfan looked up, blushing as he faced Arrow. "Let's start moving your belongings." Ronan was surprised to hear Zappa introduce himself as the Cult Eradication Force, because in his previous life, such a force had never existed. Perhaps it was created by the Imperial Palace after he captured the nebulas, but what surprised Ronan even more was that the Emperor had appointed Sword Saint Zappa as its leader. Ronan wondered how they could find those rats hiding everywhere. He knew that the interrogation method using the ceiling barrier was no longer effective, so he asked Zappa. Zappa praised his extensive knowledge, guessing that Navi Rose must have told him about it. Ronan was about to speak when he heard Aesol calling him. Ronan turned his head and saw Aesol dangling in the air, held by the collar by one of Zappa's subordinates. Aesol cried pitifully, pleading for Ronan's help. Zappa's wolf subordinate said that he had caught someone loitering around here, and asked Zappa if he should deal with the girl, because she was crying loudly and giving him a headache. Hearing that, Aesol cried even louder, saying that she was just looking for her friend and wasn't doing anything else. She cried and begged them not to eat her. Seeing this, Zappa asked Ronan, "Is that your friend?" Ronan shamefully covered his face, reluctantly admitting it. The scene shifts to evening. Nemia had captured several cult members and was reporting the situation to Zappa. "I report what has been gathered after eliminating the monsters around here. They used controlled monsters to cause chaos everywhere, but that was just the prelude. Their true target was the center of the mountain range." When Zappa heard center of the mountain range, he immediately guessed their true objective was the Romera Mountain Pass. This is one of the Empire's vital transport routes. It's where 1/3 of the entire Empire's goods are transported. If this place were destroyed, the Empire would lose a pillar. After hearing Zappa's analysis, Ronald understood everything. Therefore, it was not strange that those rats targeted this place. Ronald approached the cult members, drew his sword, and their faces were reflected on its blade. Ronald questioned them, saying that the road was very important and strictly guarded, so it couldn't be destroyed just by controlling a few dozen monsters. Ronald pointed his sword at their throats. "If you want to live, quickly confess what you're hiding." The blue-haired girl of the Nebula Classy cult closed her eyes. On the brink of death, she still appeared arrogant. "Do you think we fear death, you filthy heretic?" After speaking, their bodies glowed, and they gathered their magical power into one place. Then they uttered their final words. "Oh, stars, though my power is limited, I cannot complete the mission, but I will offer this entire soul to burn these filthy heretics who dare to defy the descent of the stars. Burn them all!" A beam of light shot into the sky like a signal to others. The other members of the Nebula Classy cult also noticed this. Old Baron, a member of Nebula Classy, bid farewell to his comrades. "Oh, our brethren have chosen such a noble path. It seems ordinary believers cannot stop Zappa's forces. What a pity for their noble sacrifice." That old man spoke those words, but no one knew how much sincerity was truly in his heart. The other subordinates went to ask the old man what the next step should be. They suggested, "Sir, if we can't stop Zappa any longer, perhaps we should retreat and plan later." Upon hearing that, he immediately objected, saying that retreating now would only give those people more time to prepare. To accomplish this noble mission, they certainly could not falter. With that, he took out something resembling an eye and placed it on the ground, saying, "Although it's not the center, let's start from this Romera mountainside." He let out a dangerous laugh, saying, "Punish the heretics." Then a yellow magic circle appeared. It turned out that the eye-like object was an explosive device, a masterpiece created by the great inventor Unbeatable with 30 layers of magic inscribed upon it. After absorbing magic power from the Earth's ley lines, the 30 amplified magic layers would become an explosive, leveling everything around. He ordered his 2 subordinates to protect this device until it absorbed enough magic power from the Earth's ley lines and to prevent enemies from discovering it. Both of them shouted, "Yes, sir." Baron's 2 subordinates, the bearded one on the left named Evan, a former knight captain, and the one on the right named Brewer, former head mage of the 6 Towers. Evan asked Baron, "Sir, I heard that after this mission, you will succeed Lord Bria as commander. Have you received the grace yet?" Baron stroked his beard, smugly admitting he had received the grace, and what made him smug was that grace was usually bestowed only after assuming office. But he was specially granted it by His Holiness the Patriarch beforehand, because this mission required strength to protect himself from the explosion. He also said that although his strength couldn't compare to Bria's, with this grace, he could easily deal with any unexpected events. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man Baron realized someone was attacking. He quickly created a shield to block the attacks and also protected the bomb safely. The slashes tore through the ground but could not break Baron's round shield. Despite the surprise attack, he didn't panic. Baron calmly asked, "Remarkable. While one can track ley lines to pinpoint a location, it's almost impossible once it starts absorbing magic power. How did you find us?" "Zipa, the sword." Baron calmly asked, "Do you really think you can escape? Since I arrived at Romera, I've known your positions. I was just waiting to see what tricks you'd pull." Zipa pointed at the church's people, saying, "A rotten, blind bunch, full of delusions and arrogance. Struggle all you want." Flashback to 10 minutes earlier. When the 3 church members were preparing to self-detonate, Zipa told Nemia and the other subordinates to retreat. He would stop them. But before he could act, Ronald quickly jumped up to block the stream of light they created. Ronald's action surprised Zipa, Nemia, and Asoli, who didn't know what he intended to do. Ronald used his sword to cut through the stream of light created by the church members. She was terrified by Ronald's power, but she had no choice but to believe. Because those sword strikes not only shattered their last flames but also severed their heads. Before losing consciousness, she still stared wide-eyed at Ronald. Ronald saw that those despicable people were up to something, so he struck first, sending them to the afterlife before they could successfully carry out their final intentions. This time, Zipa also looked at Ronald in astonishment, not only at the clash of power to destroy magic, but Ronald had also cut through their inherent inner energy. Ronald sheathed his sword, turned, and asked Zipa, "You already knew about this, didn't you? You fought them many times before." He walked closer to Zipa's group. Ronald was certain that these people still had another plan, and moreover, it was a major issue being directed by high-level leaders of the cult. Ronald looked Zipa straight in the face, his voice firm. "I don't know who you are, but if you're the vanguard of the cult hunting unit, then you must have a way to track them, right? Then cooperate with me, and I will help you gain the Emperor's favor." Back to the present. Baron looked at the traces left by Zipa's move and fell into thought. He hadn't sensed Zipa's presence at all until he was hit by that attack. In other words, Zipa's attack contained no internal energy, but was merely a wave of wind pressure caused by absolute power. As expected of the Sword Saint Zipa, a true monster. Baron asked his 2 teammates if they could withstand this important guest. Evan and Brewer seriously replied, "If it is for the Star's mission, we will gladly endure it." After saying that, they began to use magic. Zipa looked at their team, consisting of only 1 knight and 2 high-level mages, and felt intrigued. If he brought his army here, these people would be very good opponents for his subordinates to train with. Evan charged to attack Zipa, believing this was the guidance of the stars, as this would be a battle that would earn him the highest title of a swordsman. He was eager to see how strong the Empire's Sword Saint truly was. If he won and gained that position, he could stand shoulder to shoulder with them. But before his delusions ended, reality struck. Zipa merely threw a punch, and Evan's sword shattered. Zipa grew angry when he heard him call it a battle of honor. Zipa not only shattered the sword but also punched his head off. Does someone like that deserve the words honor? Don't defile the honor of a true warrior. Brewer saw his teammate quickly perish and began to be afraid, but he didn't have to wait long. Zipa immediately launched a move that sent him off to join his friend. Zipa leaped up and used his leg to attack the old man Baron, but he blocked it with his shield. That shield was too sturdy, it was like a ball, with no openings. Zipa found him somewhat familiar and asked if he had been hiding in the cult all this time. Perhaps Zipa recognized him, the man wanted for killing thousands of residents in the western village named Athen during an experiment decades ago, and then disappearing without a trace. Baron, the one who massacred Athen village. Baron was pleased to have his name known by the Sword Saint, but now he was merely a follower of the star. He had long since discarded that past. Zipa didn't care which side Baron was on now, because no matter where he was, the old man was a target Zipa needed to eliminate. Baron's sturdy shield was officially shattered by Zipa's kick. But Baron didn't seem panicked, he even smiled. Baron called upon the power of the stars, shimmering purple energy mixed with a hint of darkness surrounded him. He said that ever since the saints he had meticulously selected were all destroyed by Zipa, he had known how strong the Sword Saint's power was. But surely, even the Sword Saint couldn't break the great power the star had bestowed upon him. Baron laughed like a madman. You are just a mere mortal glimmering beneath the stars. Zipa was speechless at this madman. Not only that, Baron raised his hands and asked Zipa what it felt like to witness the greatness of the stars for the first time. Tell him quickly. Zipa looked at him and found it ridiculous. While he lived in delusion without looking at the truth, his life was still threatened. Zipa drew his blade. That's why I'm killing you, prey, blinded by delusion. Zipa raised his blade high, emitting a faint blue aura. Then he swung it down with immense force where Baron was standing. The old man raised his hand, using the energy he called starlight to defend himself. A large pillar of light struck Baron. Truly extraordinary, this is the Empire's #1 Sword King. That terrifying power forced him to use all his might to block it. Zipa's slash created a long trench as if it wanted to cut the forest in half. A moment later, the dust gradually cleared, and the blade in the Sword King's hand became visible. Zipa had just finished an attack, still holding his stance. In the distance, a protective circle appeared and surrounded Baron. He was astonished. Even if it was the Sword Saint, to display such terrifying power with just sword energy. In front of and behind him was terrible devastation, a long furrow of earth was plowed up. He was a little worried. As expected, this martial art could rival what they call them. But what a pity, he said smugly, then spread his arms, looked up at the sky, and said, even the Sword Saint's ultimate sword energy is nothing more than a cheap trick before the stellar divine power. He controlled the golden orb above and issued a challenge. What will you do now, Zipa? Even now, the magic orb continued to drain magic power, and many lightning bolts appeared from it. Baron let out a sinister laugh and warned, if you retreat now, there's still a chance for another day. Who knows, you alone might escape the blast radius. Hearing that, Zipa cast a resentful gaze at him. His pride wouldn't allow him to be trampled. He continued to laugh and threaten, of course, those weaklings beside you will turn to ashes along with this mountain range. Zipa looked at him and said, completely nullifying the attack, what truly annoying power. Just as the child said, if we don't prepare carefully, it will become a great threat later on. He stared intently, highly focused, and decided, then I must deal with it thoroughly. Zipa stepped forward, his footsteps radiating a blue energy. His entire body also emitted that energy. His stance was ready as he said, let's see, how much of this stellar divine power can I withstand? The pressure created by the Sword Saint made Baron nervous. He raised his hand to block and realized that the pressure far exceeded the previous attack. Is this what's called chi force? Zipa, with his blade and claws, rushed to attack. Hidden behind the protective screen, Baron laughed loudly and provoked, fighting against heaven and earth like a dying beast. Truly impressive, Zipa, I salute you. The ground now trembled, rocks flew up even though the battle had just begun. Baron retracted his hand, and fused more energy into the shield, and challenged, then unleash all the power of the strongest in the world like you, let's see how much you can smash. Without saying more, Zipa swung his blade with a lot of chi force. His eyes were filled with determination to decide the victor. Suddenly, there was Ronald's shout, are you crazy? He yelled from afar, stop it. At this rate, before the bomb can detonate, you'll flatten the entire mountain range. Baron was slightly startled to see the boy's appearance. Ronald's voice continued, have you forgotten what we went through all this trouble for? Zipa stopped and turned to look at him, saying, finally here, slower than I thought. Ronald walked behind Zipa, slightly tired from moving quickly. He gently raised his hand. Ronald said, seriously, that's the first time I've ever heard that in my life. Don't you think it's because you're too fast? Enough, if you've already confirmed what the stellar divine power is, then retreat quickly. He gave sincere advice. No matter how strong you are, you can't do anything about it right now. Baron was stunned. It seemed his plan was being disrupted by that young man. Ronald asked the Sword Saint, "The situation is urgent. You won't stubbornly do anything useless, will you?" He replied, "Logical judgment. At this moment, Ronald, you are more suitable." Baron stood there listening to their conversation between equals, wondering, what? To speak so arrogantly to the Sword Saint, who is that kid? He called out to Baron, "Hey, old man, is this a favor?" Then he gripped the sword in his hand, preparing to draw it, and continued, "Thanks to your loud mouth, I've got a clear grasp of the situation. Ultimately, all I need to do is deal with you, and then neutralize the magic bomb behind you, and this chaos will be resolved, right?" Finishing his words, he gripped his sword tightly, pointing it at the old man. Ronald smiled. Now it was his turn to arrogantly ask the old man, "Hey, old man, are you really a high-ranking follower? Looking at your ridiculous blessing, it seems so. But anyway, you're not even half as good as that madman Brigia I chopped down, are you?" Hearing that familiar name, Baron trembled slightly and asked, "What? How do you know his name?" The old man's face turned purple with rage, his eyes wide and veins bulging as he roared, "Could it be that Lord Brigia, no, Saranti, was killed by a wretched brat like you?" He was furious, and his body began to transform. He cursed, "How dare you use your filthy tongue to insult Lord Brigia's honor?" Something shot out from his body. Many tentacles flew out from Baron's body, and he screamed, "You definitely want to die a gruesome death." The tentacles stretched out, and on them were large eyes. He continued, "Lord Brigia was one of the top devotees of the order, one who rose to the ranks of branch leader through true power, an esteemed devotee. Such a noble person, and a lowly one like you with insignificant magic." Large tendrils from above aimed at Ronan, who looked up at them. Along with sharp fangs, these tentacles were like large snakes. Baron maintained the high pitch of his voice, "How could you have defeated him?" He yelled angrily, "Stop these blasphemous words, godless one. An unbeliever like you knowing his name surely means you witnessed his death." He demanded to know the full truth of that day, and then the tentacles lunged to attack. Large mouths and sharp teeth aimed at Ronan. He calmly smiled, "The truth? If you want to know so badly, I'll tell you myself." Finishing his words, Ronan, along with his sword, dashed from his original position. He charged straight towards where Baron stood, ignoring the troublesome tentacles. In a flash, he stood before him. The old man glanced at him and said, "So, you don't just have a big mouth. I'll give you a small challenge." Baron raised his hand mockingly, "But with just this, you won't be able to defeat him. Even if you exploited his carelessness, you wouldn't even be able to touch him." But before he could finish his sentence, Ronan's sword techniques had sliced the old man into many pieces. Everything happened so fast that he still managed to ask a question even after his head was severed from his neck. Ronan struck him down, darting past and leaving behind floating fragments of his corpse. The old man's body thumped down right in front of the orb, along with Ronan's voice, "Right, that mad woman babbled just like you and died in the same state." He stepped forward and thrust his sword straight into the orb. This caused the orb to gradually lose its power, and cracks appeared. Along with that, the surrounding magic formation also faded. Ronan stood there, right in front of the fanatic's head. He raised a hand to wipe his face. "Well then, has your curiosity been satisfied?" Baron died with his eyes open. Even with his head severed and blood flowing, Baron couldn't believe what had just happened to him. His rolling head lay there, wondering, how could a child's sword pierce through the magic of the stars and cut me? His eyes were wide, blood vessels appearing. This power, transcending rules, seems to belong to a high ranker. A supreme position he couldn't even dream of reaching. Looking at Ronan's silhouette, he wondered, "Who exactly are you?" And across his face, another sword line appeared. He coldly stepped past and split his head in two. Zypa stepped forward and asked, "Did you kill him?" Ronan replied, I think it'll be easier that way. Remembering the cultists who wanted to self-destruct, ordinary cultists would end up in such a state, so they would surely have to face something worse. He continued, since they've decided to use an extreme approach, we'll have to be careful for a while. Zypa observed, that's a wise decision, we can't be blinded by our goals. The Sword Saint continued, it's a pity I couldn't fully counter the star's spell. If I could fight him again, I think I'd have a clue. Ronan grumbled, you're casually talking about wanting to blow up my hometown. You turned the forest into this with just sword energy, so have you tried imagining what would happen if you used aura? Unable to retort, Zypa put his saber behind his back. Thanks to you, everything ended easily, so I'll save that curiosity for next time. When he heard Zypa say to tell him if he needed anything, Ronan was a bit surprised. Why is the Sword Saint suddenly like this? Zypa crossed his arms in front of him and continued, the Emperor said I should reward those who helped punish the cultists. Tell me what you want within my limits and the Empire's budget. Hearing this, Ronan beamed. Really? Great. I need strong people like you. Meanwhile, the escort party continued to move through the night. Chafan led the party, and he looked extremely focused at this moment. Inside the carriage was the most important person to Ronan. His sister Aero was traveling to the imperial capital, escorted by Chafan. The party of horses and riders moved silently and tirelessly through the dark night. The unusually quiet atmosphere made everyone a bit wary. Earlier, their young Lord Chafan had told them to prepare thoroughly, as they might have to fight an army of monsters, but it would be a great relief if the party could proceed safely. They curiously asked each other about the woman in the carriage. They still didn't know she was the young lord's sister. One soldier wondered, how noble is she that Knight Grancia has to protect her? Seeing Chefan's shyness and tight muscles, it was clear she was very important to the young lord. He raised his hand and cleared his throat to start a conversation. Then he asked Aero, do you feel any discomfort during the journey? If the trip isn't comfortable, please don't hesitate to tell me. She smiled and waved her hand, of course not, Sir Chafan. It's even more comfortable than my own home. Aero suddenly realized and clapped her hands, saying, aren't you the one who must be tired from riding all day? She suggested, if you don't mind, you can ride with me in the carriage. Hearing this, he shyly scratched his head and smiled. Then he politely declined, I can't do that. I'm on a very important mission. He also seemed relieved, anyway, I'm glad you feel comfortable on this journey. If you need a rest, please say so, and I'll find a place for us to stop. Suddenly, the horses became chaotic, something was approaching and agitating them. Chafan gripped the reins tightly, and the escort team also tried to calm the horses back down. Young Lord Grancia noticed something unusual. Something was approaching. The horses whinnied continuously in fear. Chafan sensed a terrifying aura approaching. He jumped off his horse and moved forward, ordering, all forces, prepare for battle. Chafan stood at the head of the troops, not forgetting to tell them, protect Lady Aero safely at all costs. He gripped his sword tightly, for the honor of Grancia. The Grancia soldiers drew their swords in unison, for the honor of Grancia. Chafan thought to himself, unbelievable, this isn't a wyvern-level threat. It possesses such overwhelming power, just from its approach, a pair of eyes with immense pressure. He wondered, what is this after all? A somewhat familiar foot appeared. Chafan didn't hesitate, gripped his sword and quickly charged forward. His eyes widened when he noticed his opponent attacking him. Sword Saint Zypa, with a large saber in his hand, was slashing down. Chafan raised his sword to block. The impact sent rocks and debris flying around and lit up the whole area. A voice rang out, today, I've been surprised a few times. I've heard the rumors, but they even underestimate you. That voice was from Zypa, he continued, that was an excellent defense, rising star of the Empire. If the next generation Sword Saint is a human, then it must be one of you too. It seems the current Sword Saint highly values Chefan's abilities. He looked at the large figure in front of him and yelled, why do you point your sword at Grancia's banner, Sir Zypa? He calmly said, that's just a simple greeting, no need to worry. Then he gripped his saber tightly and continued, "A warrior like you must know well that clashes are more important than 100 words." Behind Zypa, a voice shouted, "Damn it, I told you to greet people the way you do in the north where you live." Chafan recognized that familiar voice. It was none other than Ronan. He gently jumped down. Then he waved and smiled, "Well done, Chafan, we're here to help." He gestured behind him and added, "Don't be too upset about what just happened, because we have a special team of porters coming." The Beastmen army was rushing towards their leader. Grancy's escorting army was in an uproar. "Are they porters?" "They're definitely Sir Zypa's Beastmen army." Chafan was utterly astonished by this. As the fierce Beastmen army gathered, Ronan asked Chafan, "Anyway, did you escort my sister well?" The next morning, a beautiful morning, in the capital Vallon, a large and bustling capital with unique architecture. They arrived at a beautiful white mansion. Inside were quite flashy decorations. Arrow asked in great astonishment, "Is this real, Ronan? Is this really where we're going to live?" Before her was the most luxurious living room she had ever known, every item sparkling brightly. Ronan gloated, "Oh my, how many times have you asked? You just need to live here from now on. It's right in front of Philian, we can meet often, security is very good, it'll be very convenient." Chafan placed his hand on his chest in sincerity. "I asked our family's craftsmen to help with the interior design and installation. I told them not to worry about materials, so I hope you'll like it." Arrow took his hand, smiling happily. "Of course I like it, it feels like a fairy tale here." She was very excited about the new house, not forgetting to thank Sir Chafan very much, and Ronan too. Arrow turned back to both of them and said, "I can't let you two leave on this special day. If you have time, please stay for a meal." She was very confident in her cooking skills. Ronan was delighted. "This is my first home-cooked meal in a long time." As for Chafan, his chest felt like it was about to burst at the thought of having a meal with Grad. The clatter of hooves was approaching the mansion. Instructor Navi's voice explained, "Go, bipedal beast." From outside, the ant's voice screamed, "What are you doing here?" The two young men waiting for dinner quickly turned around when they heard that familiar voice. This voice must be Instructor Navi. The two of them were standing face to face, their auras clashing. One was the current Sword Saint Zypa, the other was the previous generation's Sword Saint Navi. Around them was Zypa's beast-human army, who only dared to watch, not daring to react. Zypa greeted, "Long time no see, Navi. Still as temperamental as ever, huh?" He taunted, "How can you properly educate students with such a temper?" Navi's eyes sharpened. She retorted, "What right do you have to meddle in my teaching methods?" She shooed him away. "This is no place for a lowlife like you. Don't cause trouble. Get lost, you two-legged beast." Zypa was a bit annoyed but still held back. He responded quite gently, "Your tongue is still as sharp as ever." Then he issued a challenge, "I'm curious to see if you can take responsibility for what you just said." The atmosphere between them grew heavy. Zypa brought up a bit of the past. "Have you thoroughly reflected on your defeat yet?" Zypa used a provocative gaze. "The day you lost your Sword Saint title to me." Hearing this, Naviros flinched slightly. That defeat was a long time ago, after all. The atmosphere suddenly quieted a bit after Zypa's cutting remarks. Her pride wounded, Naviros silently gripped her sword. Her entire body radiated a powerful aura in response. "If you're curious, I'll let you see for yourself." Her oppressive aura spread across a wide area. Zypa's soldiers were rooted to the spot, unable to move their bodies. The power paralyzed their entire bodies. The beast humans were completely terrified by this oppressive force. She looked at Zypa with a murderous gaze. A large green snake appeared behind Naviros. It was called Manza. The snake coiled up, its eyes wide open. Zypa's hands trembled slightly as he wondered, "You didn't even use your full strength and I'm stiff. Could it be that you've grown stronger since then?" He gripped his saber tightly, slowly channeling his aura. "How interesting, you snake woman." From the tip of his saber, a familiar blue aura appeared. It gradually manifested in Zypa's eyes and throughout his body. He decided, I'll humor you. Zypa stood there, and behind him, the imposing eyes of a tiger, the lord of the mountains, appeared. The two energy flows collided, creating a huge explosion. Ronan heard it and immediately stepped out. He shouted, startling both of them, Are you two insane? Standing on the upper floor, Ronan called down. What's going on in front of someone's house? Arrow immediately rushed out and held him back, stopping him from going down. Ronan angrily roared, Do you even know who you're standing in front of? If she gets even a little bit serious, all of you will die today. A moment later, he stood before the two generations of sword saints. Then he stood there, stomping his foot and scolding them. Ronan looked at the two and said, You sword saints are no different from children. Do you know what almost happened because of your power display? He didn't hesitate to scold both of them, saying, Aren't you ashamed? Strangely, neither of them showed any resistance. Zypa closed his eyes tightly and admitted his fault. Indeed, I was a bit too agitated. But he still didn't forget to provoke. I let a female snake provoke me into anger. How ludicrous. I apologize for the rudeness, Naviros fumed, unable to do anything. He walked away and added, It seems the escort is safely complete. My team will withdraw. He didn't forget to leave a message for him, Ronan, next time we meet, I hope you will have become a stronger warrior. After that, he said goodbye to him, along with his close associates who were waiting there. They almost immediately vanished before Ronan's eyes. He looked relieved. Finally, I can breathe a sigh of relief. A sword saint isn't a sword saint if they don't cause a ruckus, right? Ronan turned back to ask, Speaking of which, Professor, why did you come so early this morning? Naviros's killing intent flared up again. Ronan, explain it. Don't omit any details. As she finished speaking, Ronan also paused awkwardly. A moment later, still at Ronan's two sisters' new mansion, the two sat facing each other in the living room. After a while, Ronan recounted everything that had happened. The tea was still untouched when the professor spoke. I see, so that's how it is. She asked, So, as a reward for your achievements in Lomé, that beast helped escort your sister? Ronan replied. Yes, pretty much. This made Naviros somewhat disbelieving, that guy bestowing favor upon humans? It seems he's quite fond of you. However, she still warned him, it's best you don't get involved with him anymore. That old beast is very dangerous. Ronan, somewhat puzzled, asked back, Dangerous? What do you mean, ma'am? The professor began to recount, 10 years ago, the great beast invasion in the north, the Night of Fangs. The leader of those beasts was Zypa. Hearing this startled Ronan slightly. Naviros gritted her teeth and continued, Now, thanks to the armistice, the beasts have joined the Imperial Army, and he has become the Empire's sword, but I still can't trust him. At that time, instead of confronting the Empire to the very end, Zypa gambled on himself to negotiate. He proposed turning the beast warriors into the Empire's forces, on the condition that the northern lands would not be touched. The Emperor highly valued his strength and accepted the proposal on the condition of forming a blood pact. Most in the Empire rejoiced at having the strongest sword in their hands. But in my eyes, he's merely temporarily hiding his claws to protect his kin. One day, when the blood pact is broken, he will become an even greater threat than the Creed. That is Viscount Zypa. Hearing the title Viscount, Ronan felt a little worried. He tapped his hand on the chair, thinking to himself, Speaking of which, Zypa didn't appear in the war against A2 either. Like other powerful individuals, he might have been eliminated by the Creed. But other possibilities cannot be ruled out either. The story about Zypa made the room fall silent. Naviros lowered her head slightly. I talked too much, I got off topic. Then she looked at the student in front of her and continued, Anyway, was what you said earlier true? About you being able to freely unleash that sword aura. Ronan smiled. Yes, that's right. But compared to the professor's terrifying sword aura, it's still very weak. The professor smiled, zeroed in, that useless guy at least maintained his reputation. Saying that, she stood up, preparing to leave, and instructed Ronan, "Good, then, let's start the training session right away." In front of a pile of dummies, it was still Professor Navarro's voice, "Show me your progress." Ronan complied, holding the sword in his hand, ready to perform his swordsmanship. At the same time, earlier, someone was happily enjoying a meal with Krat. Standing in the Academy's training ground, Navarro said, "The way to test your progress is very simple. Just show me your sword aura." Having said that, both of them looked towards the pile of dummies in front of them. She added, "The important thing is not a strike based on physical strength, but a sword aura with its core centered on magic power itself." Ronan gripped the sword tightly in his hand, his eyes highly focused as he replied, "I understand." From the tip of the sword, a red energy appeared. His entire body was now gradually enveloped by that aura. Ronan swung his hand, slashing horizontally in a straight line towards the dummy. The sword aura flew at a rather fast speed, cutting through the air and creating a whistling sound. Suddenly, the sword aura gradually faded, then suddenly vanished even before hitting the dummy. Ronan was astonished. What the hell? Why did it disappear right after I unleashed it? He couldn't believe it, looking suspiciously at the sword in his hand. No way, it was clearly powerful just a few days ago. Ronan continued to channel energy and magic power into the sword. "Let me try again, Professor." Navarro stopped him. "Stop it, just as I suspected." Her eyes seemed to have known this beforehand. Just being able to channel magic power into a sword is already a great achievement for you, but you haven't reached the level called sword aura yet. Ronan was stunned as the professor continued, "What you have is merely an extraordinary slash, slightly enhanced by magic power. Of course, that's already great power for a first-year student like you." After all, Ronan cut off a wyvern's head with a single strike. He still couldn't accept it and turned to ask Navarro's, "I don't quite understand, is the difference that big?" The professor explained, "Enhancing power with magic power seems to have little difference if sword aura is seen as just a compressed form of magic power that can cause great damage." She continued, "However, viewing magic power as merely a tool to increase strength is a very shallow perspective. The true power of magic power is to help you pave the way to the next level." Navarro's continued her lecture, "Therefore, I wanted to test your sword aura first, to assess your current understanding of magic power and find out what needs to be supplemented." Looking at the still intact dummies, Ronan might not fully grasp the professor's words right now. But clearly, in her realistic view, luck wouldn't always follow Ronan. This difference will determine his life in the future. Hearing this, Ronan flinched slightly. He recalled the opponents he had just faced, from Brya, Zero-Din, and even the sword Saint Zypa. With her experience, Navarro's noticed the despondency in Ronan's eyes. She walked over and patted his shoulder to encourage him. "This is just the beginning, you can gradually make up for the shortcomings." The professor walked alongside him and affirmed, "And I'm here to help you do that." She took the sword from Ronan's hand. "Now it's time to solidify the fundamentals." Then she held it in front of her chest, pointing it skyward, her eyes closed tight. "Then naturally, things like this will also become possible." Ronan asked curiously, "Professor, why is my La Mantilla?" The sword in Navarro's hand glowed. The red magic power on the sword combined with the professor's blue energy, creating a duality. The aura radiating intensely made him raise his hand to resist. His body felt pushed back. Navarro's demeanor was very gentle, but her power was immense. She told him to pay attention, because this is the true form of the La Mantilla sword. Ronan asked back in astonishment, "The true form of La Mantilla? That stark red color?" The professor held the sword's tip across her body and replied, "That's right. It resonates with the magic power I infuse and unleashes its hidden strength. Just like my Urusa, or Duke Grancia's Palerat, weapons forged by masters and achieving the title of legendary swords all conceal their true power." She swung the sword behind her, preparing to strike forward. Navarro slashed horizontally just like Ronan did earlier, but much more gently. When their true power is revealed, they achieve many times more potency than normal. An incredibly powerful sword energy was generated from the La Mantilla. The professor marveled. When Master Doran said he created a masterpiece, he wasn't wrong. Ronan witnessed the scene and its destructive power, which utterly astonished him. Everything in front of them was almost completely destroyed. The arena floor was covered with protective magic, and all that from just one strike? He wondered, when I infused magic power, nothing happened. Returning the sword to Ronan, Naviros explained, because your magic power is too weak, La Mantilla cannot resonate. The sword itself knows its master's weakness best. He suddenly felt belittled and a little annoyed. His eyes lit up as he looked at the sword. Thanks to that, he now clearly knew what his immediate goal was. Ronan stepped forward with determination. He glanced at her and asked, "Where do we start, Professor? I want to show this disrespectful thing who its master is." Naviros was quite pleased, looking at him with a praising smile. Such willpower. Then we'll start by training to maintain magic power. As soon as she finished speaking, Ronan was already ready. He began to infuse magic power into the sword. On the first day of training, his magic power sustain time was 48 seconds. The professor continuously reminded Ronan, don't get complacent, not even for a moment. By the third day of training, the time had increased to 1 minute 32 seconds. On the sixth day of training, the sustained time was 2 minutes 12 seconds. Ronan remained highly focused, sometimes meditating to achieve greater efficiency. The time kept increasing little by little, 2 minutes 50 seconds, over 3 minutes, then over 5 minutes. On the 14th day of training, the stopwatch in Professor Navarro's hand ticked away. This time it was 13 minutes. She told Ronan, the sustained time you set has long been surpassed. The professor thought, this is something that would take a normal person several years to achieve. The professor requested, now, maintain that state and unleash sword energy. No need to repeat what to pay attention to, right? Ronan concentrated, gripping the La Mantilla tightly in his hand and pointing it downwards, magic power being infused into it. He slowly raised the sword's tip and replied, of course, I learned from someone, didn't I? With that, he swung his arm and made a horizontal slash. The slash was much lighter and more elegant compared to 2 weeks ago. The place where the two of them stood was quite still. The wind blew gently and Ronan sheathed his sword. With a clink, the entire sword was in its scabbard. Now, the new dummies began to show changes after the recent slash. They trembled and Ronald's magic sword slash had traveled across the entire training ground. The sword energy path was thin but strong, cutting across the heads of the dummies. As he turned and sheathed his sword, the heads of the dummies also separated from their necks. Ronald smiled, who's my master, anyway? The heads fell and rolled in front of Navi. She brightly praised her student, that's pretty good now. Do you understand, even a little, why you have to do this training exercise? Ronald raised his hand, looked at it, and replied, yes, with each training session, I feel it more clearly. Magic power emanated from his hand. Just focusing on maintaining magic power has helped me understand all the senses in my body better. And furthermore, I've also seen the immense potential of the magic power hidden within me. The flame of magic power seemed to blaze in his heart and veins. The professor seemed quite pleased. Now it seems you've grasped the basics of magic power. Professor Jaredin's voice rang out, your voluntary enthusiasm to work overtime to torment your student is truly admirable. He stepped forward and continued, your passion for unique education is still the same, isn't it? He called Navi arrogant longsword. The two were slightly surprised to see Jaredin. He said seriously, sorry for bothering you in the middle of your busy schedule. Can you spare a moment? I have something important to say about your beloved disciple. Seeing him, Ronald wondered, Professor Jaredin came all the way here? Looking at his expression, he was a bit curious, and he always looks so healthy, doesn't he? Navi approached Jaredin and said, if it's about my student, could it be about magic power? He stated frankly, as you know, Ronald has a very special quality, so he needs to be regularly checked. Hearing that, Navi was somewhat displeased and warned, you're not using that as an excuse for personal gain, are you? Then she flared with killing intent, reaching for the sword on her back. If that's the case. Just seeing that made Jaredin flinch. He quickly explained, "No, don't think that. Calm down, this isn't a mercenary group, so take your hand off your sword. I just came to keep my promise." He continued, "Thanks to Ronald, after all these years, Suna finally has made progress, a glimmer of hope has appeared." It turns out Suna had a reaction, her eyes opened. Hearing that, Navi was astonished. "What? Suna?" Jaredin continued, "There's still a long way to go, but it would be good if you could visit her sometime. Suna really enjoys hearing about your adventures." Mentioning this made Juice silent for a moment. He continued, "Also, the reason I'm here right now concerns your assistant, not Ronald." She asked, "You mean Ade-san?" Jaredin nodded, "Yes, at Ronald's request, I started investigating Ade-san some time ago." Ronald also turned his attention to the story about Ade-san. Jaredin warned, "Although it's not enough to draw a definitive conclusion, if my hypothesis is correct, that child is in danger." He was more serious than ever. "She possesses a power that even she herself finds difficult to control. You must have realized the danger from that power a long time ago, haven't you?" Navi was silent for a moment. She clenched her fists and asked, "Is that why you kept her by your side, to monitor her?" He explained that he did so in case something went wrong, she could put all of us. Navi cut him off, "That's enough, Jaredin. My assistant isn't as weak as you think," she said with a serious look, "so don't casually decide her future." Jaredin couldn't say anything more. He replied, "If you say so, I understand. I'll let the child make her own choice." Ronald himself also needed to think. Ronald himself also needed to think about Addison's current life and previous life. The two men only dared to stand from afar, looking at Navi's back. Ronald realized, it seemed the professor was very angry. He turned and asked, "That reminds me, earlier you mentioned something about a mercenary group. Were you two once mercenaries?" Jaredin replied, "That's right. About 10 years ago, we were quite famous in the southern region." He recounted, "Although it wasn't a pleasant encounter at first, I first met Navi back then. We were assigned missions to eliminate each other and faced off. The memory of that day was still vivid. Jaredin was injured and knelt there. At that time, Navi was truly the embodiment of death. That was her. That horrifying feeling, I still can't put into words even now." He scratched his chin and nodded, "Compared to those days, I guess you could say she's become more human now." Ronald stammered, "More human, you say?" Perhaps he found his professor still too fierce. Jaredin continued to recount, "The result was that day, I was miserably defeated and almost stepped through the gates of death." He reminisced, "If it weren't for Suna, the local resident who helped me, I would surely have perished. Suna took care of me, who was like a soulless corpse at the time, devotedly, and from that, we naturally became husband and wife. After that, perhaps because we went through a battle together, Navi and I became like comrades again. Of course, the only reason we maintained that relationship was thanks to Suna's purity and innocence. And Navi hates me, entirely my fault. She's angry with my incompetence for failing to protect Suna. And for my foolishness in still not being able to let go of Suna. Even so, Navi kept the secret until the very end. Suna's treatment until now has also been thanks to her care. So, if Suna can recover, I believe Navi will also gradually let go of her resentment. Even though she looks that way on the outside, she's a very emotional person." The next day, at the Hall of Truth in the main building, Department of Magic. In the dark magic research room, inside were large test tubes along with specimens. Ronald exclaimed, "I can't believe there's a place even gloomier than the professor's lab." He wondered, "Are we really allowed in here?" Jaredin replied, "Even if it's dark, we have to bear it, because only here can it be used." He stood before something like a machine, with symbols appearing on the ground like a magic circle. "That's the Earthrid device needed for this." He called it the Human Mana Extraction Machine, an ancient, ultimate spell that can extract the original mana hidden in living bodies. Jaredin added, "Ade-san, people like you who can't understand their own mana would even spend all their wealth to try this device." He pointed to the circle in the middle and said, "Girl, stand on it. It's time to face the secret of the power hidden within you." Ade-san obeyed. She stepped into the device and stood in the center circle. The professor asked her again, "On your way here, have you mentally prepared yourself?" Then Jaredin placed his hand on the blue orb in front. "I'll start right away." From Addison's body, a stream of death energy emanated. She asked worriedly, "Professor, what is this?" "Something black is emanating from my body." That death energy grew more and more intense and spread throughout the room. It even seeped into the test tubes of the other creatures. The specimens seemed to be agitated by the death energy and started growling in response. Ronald thought to himself, it hasn't even been activated yet, and it's already having an effect. He recalled his previous life. This power once helped his former life's general command the battlefield like an Iron Queen, truly astonishing. This is the most powerful and terrifying force in the Empire's history. Even its current owner is astonished by it. She asked tremblingly, "What is this? Why does my mana have this color?" Jaredin mused, "That strange energy, there's no doubt about it, it's the mana of darkness." Ade-san stood there repeating, "The mana of darkness?" Her entire body was now that black mana. She said, "I've heard Ronald mention it before, but what is it?" "I've never heard of such mana." Jaredin replied, "Of course. The mana of darkness is considered top secret, so much so that it's hard to find anyone who knows about it, even here." He turned to look at Ronald and continued, "I don't understand how he knows about it either." He scratched his head to avoid the question, "Let's just skip the minor details." Jaredin continued, "Even if it weren't top secret, there wouldn't be much information to find. The mana of darkness often lies dormant within the body, for a few short years or even centuries, and even when its power erupts, most cannot endure it and perish. It's only just leaked out a little, but you can feel it, can't you?" Upon hearing this, worry was clearly visible on Addison's face. The professor continued to explain, "It is something completely different, unlike the mana we use. This kind of power can be granted to those who cannot control mana. A power equal to that of a sword master, even turning seemingly impossible things into reality. That is the power of dark mana, surpassing both reason and order. The problem is that this power erupts unexpectedly, not at the will of its owner. And the owner usually cannot control it, leading it to destroy entire areas, turning them into disasters. When its energy is depleted, the owner will ultimately self-immolate." Jaredin asked the girl, "So, do you really want this power?" "Ade-san, if you wish, I can place a binding." She was stunned and thought, the risks this thing brings are too great. The professor added, "To prevent the mana from erupting or to find a way to eliminate dark mana completely." He advised Ade-san, "Think carefully. In history, those who possessed dark mana, whether they controlled it or not, none came to a good end. They were either executed and beheaded, or they self-destructed, leading to death." Jaredin repeated, "Are you ready to accept the double-edged power of dark mana?" Ade-san was silent in thought and struggle. What would she decide? Addison's eyes drooped. She recalled her childhood, remembering the losses she had experienced. She remembered the image of the young man encouraging her, "Don't worry, I'll help you. Let's do our best, General." Ade-san had her answer. "It would be a lie if I said I wasn't afraid." She looked towards Ronald, who had once told her, "Don't worry, try your best." Ade-san smiled, full of faith. Ronald was also slightly surprised that at this moment, she was mindful of his past words. She continued, "Therefore, I cannot let myself falter. Please help me, Professor Jaredin." Hearing that, he silently placed his hand on the orb. Then he smiled, looking at her, "That's a good perspective. Right, perhaps you should also have such courage." Jaredin channeled energy into the orb. It began to glow. "So, now that everything is clear, let's begin right away." He started performing the magic purification for Ade-san. Once again, the machine started. This time, her body emitted a red aura, not the dark magic from before. It slowly emanated and gathered into a small orb above Addison's head. It shone as brightly as the sun. She turned back, wondering, Professor, could this familiar feeling be? Jaredin replied, I have extracted the magic you have accumulated until now. He continued, to explain why, let me guess the situation you faced. I guess you've always thought you had no talent for magic at all. There were times, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't keep up with those at the same level. Ade-san was surprised. How? How do you know that, Professor? Jaredin looked up at the two streams of magic above and answered, of course. As I said, dark magic is a power beyond the ordinary. Such a power would never remain dormant. The dark magic constantly conflicted with the magic she had accumulated and hindered Addison's development. He also seemed surprised. Even so, the fact that you accumulated this amount of magic is truly astonishing. Although you've tried very hard, perhaps you should give up on those results. Hearing that, Ade-san asked with some concern, what do you mean? While the two streams of magic collided, the professor continued to explain, the solution is very simple. If two sources of power constantly interfere with each other, then just remove the unnecessary one. I'll make sure only dark magic remains in your body. At the same time, the dark magic above has completely devoured the red magic orb. He looked at Ronan. How interesting, these two are quite special. One can't accumulate magic, and the other can't get rid of excess magic. Hearing that, he became a little worried. This situation makes me feel a bit uneasy. Don't tell me it'll take another 5 years like last time. Jaredin replied, indeed, great prospects. You guessed correctly. He continued, once magic has taken root, it's not easy to remove. Now, thanks to the extraction tool, it's temporarily separated, but once it stops working, it will return to the body immediately. Ronan asked, if there was a way to remove magic instantly, would it cause serious harm to the body? The professor looked at him and replied, no, there wouldn't be. The body would simply return to a state without magic, but why do you ask? After hearing the answer, Ronan immediately drew his sword and slashed at the magic. Both Ade-san and the professor were utterly astonished, wondering what he was doing. Jaredin was quite surprised to see Addison's magic had vanished. As for Ronan, he sheathed his sword, then this is too simple. He smiled, waiting 5 years is too long. I still have a lot to do. Ade-san stood there, her dark magic continuing to erupt, radiating more powerfully than before. She was unleashing an seemingly infinite source of magic within her body. In an instant, it nearly enveloped the entire laboratory area. After some time, Ade-san slowly opened her eyes. Before her now was Ronan's blurry image. He asked, are you awake? Behind him was Professor Jaredin. Ronan was overjoyed, thank goodness, Ade-san. She awkwardly asked him, Ronan, why am I resting my head on your lap? While she was wondering why she had fainted, the beasts in the test tubes began to react. It seemed they had been agitated by the magic, their eyes filled with fury and their sharp fangs bared. The beasts roared simultaneously as if the rage within their bodies had been stimulated. Ade-san wondered, why are the sleeping experimental entities suddenly rebelling? These are clearly my creations. The professor explained, listen, when the original magic disappeared, the previously suppressed dark magic temporarily erupted and led to all this. He turned to look at her, congratulations, you've succeeded no matter what. The anomalous energy mass in her heart's core, they are the nucleus of pure dark magic. This is the power Ade-san must cultivate from now on. She truly felt something cold and heavy, different from magic. Jaredin said that it was currently overactive, a side effect of that magic being removed. But it will return to the size of a handful of sand soon. It seems you're not paying much attention to that, are you? Her gaze was directed towards the test tubes. The professor followed her gaze and continued, the ability you gained from awakening dark magic, explore it slowly later, but first, we need to calm everything down. Seeing him raise his hand to deal with the rampaging beasts, Ronan quickly stopped him, wait, Professor, could Ade-san handle that? Then he turned to the girl and said, can you tell those experimental creatures to be quiet? In your current state, I'm sure you can do it. Ade-san began to mouth words to the beasts. Quiet? Just that much, and everything became much quieter. The beasts had quieted down and returned to their deep sleep. Who knew it was a mind control ability? Jaredin scratched his head. Mind manipulation usually requires a massive amount of magic and ancient spells, yet you did it with just one sentence. This seems much more dangerous than we thought. Ronan and Addison's worries were clearly visible on their faces. Ronan thought to himself, the new power the general received, mind control. This ability allows one to absolutely impose their will on living subjects. Like manipulating the minds of an entire massive army, if there's enough magic. If it were just consciousness manipulation, it would only be an effective control tool, but if applied to the scale of military units, it could create puppets that defy death itself. They would charge forward without an ounce of fear. And the general didn't hesitate to use this ability against the wicked enemy. In the previous life's war, such an army defied everything, sacrificing themselves to fight against the A forces. At that time, Ade-san used this skill on the Imperial Army. Ronan was also there, standing behind her. He once asked, "Is this truly the only way, General?" And the answer he received was, "Yes, this is the only way to win. So focus on preparing for the final battle." This made Ronan think deeply at the time. She once said, "That's the only reason you and I are still alive." Back to reality, looking at the girl in front of him, she used to be forced to live like a cold-hearted person. Ronan clenched his fist, thinking, if one day I face a similar situation, what can I do? He wondered, at that moment, what would the general choose? The three of them stood in the middle of the magic laboratory. Everything had returned to its usual quiet and gloomy state. The next morning, on the way to the academy, Ronan said to her, "Sister Ade-san, today is truly a lucky day, isn't it? You look quite cheerful. Not only did you awaken a new power, but the professor also promised to train you directly." Joan turned back and asked Ade-san, "So, how does it feel to be getting closer to the title of general? It seems you're excited, but then you froze." Ade-san was lost in thought about the terrifying power of dark magic in her hands. Ade-san asked, "Ronan, if this power grows, one day it could affect even humans, couldn't it?" She looked at her palm worriedly. "Is it okay to use such a dangerous power?" "Initially, I was really excited to gain this new power, because I felt I was getting closer to my dream. But when facing the true nature of this power, when those beasts were agitated." Currently, Ade-san felt even more concerned about the power in her hands. "One day, I fear I'll be swept away by the notion of protecting a greater good, turning innocent people into puppets to sacrifice for that purpose, and considering it natural. I'm afraid I'll become a monster that stops at nothing." What she had just said was exactly what had happened in both their previous lives, which astonished Ronan. He thought to himself, she's recognized both sides of the ability she possesses, hasn't she? In their previous life, the general's strategies were almost always perfect. Her excellent judgment saved countless lives and became a guiding light for them towards tomorrow. But behind it all were soldiers controlled by this power, and their sacrifice was undeniable. However, I have no right to say that the general's path was wrong. Ade-san interrupted his thoughts. "Hey Ronan, if that really happens, when that moment comes, will you stop me?" The sudden question flustered him. He couldn't answer in time. Ade-san smiled radiantly, "Because I feel that if you're by my side at that moment, I'll have the strength to overcome it." Just like right now, she had overcome the negative thoughts that had just appeared. Ronan fell silent for a moment. Then he smiled. "Sister, don't regret those words you just said once you achieve success." Ronan turned and walked away, not forgetting to warn, "And at that time, there will be many things we can't foresee." Ade-san heard this and was confused. "What? That's a bit. Really?" From that day on, those rare peaceful days passed at Filion. Sister Ade-san, along with Professor Jaredin, began their dark magic training. Initially, even controlling a single sparrow was difficult, but now she could control 5 at once, and was about to try her hand with larger beasts. Brother Brahm was still diligently training himself as usual. As for Sister Ophelia, who was rarely seen during the day, She seemed to be completely absorbed in teaching Sita blood magic. She trained Sita to attack, and its magic attack looked quite powerful. Its destructive power was not to be underestimated. It could blow the head off a training dummy. Ophelia was also astonished by this. Oh my, it succeeded perfectly with blood on the first try. She praised it. Sita truly is a genius. Both looked very happy and excited about this training. What skill will I teach you next? Melee combat with blood cutter, or the type suitable for mass destruction, blood mist. Ophelia was a bit overzealous in her training. And Ronan himself also had his own peaceful moments, practicing swordsmanship with Cheek Fan. Ronan looked at him, questioning, I feel like you've gotten a bit faster. You've been secretly training hard again, haven't you? Cheek Fan laughed and replied, your skills have also become more refined. Have you received special training? But both felt the other wasn't good enough. They looked at each other like enemies. Then they lunged at each other, each claiming to be better than the other. Maria, watching from the sidelines, was even worried. Aren't they tired after fighting for several hours straight? She asked, if you're so enthusiastic, why not go to the battlefield? Why fight here? It's really confusing. Iso, behind her, scratched her head. She was a bit too naive. Iso said, is that so? But looking at them. Before she could finish, Maria smiled and brought up Ronan's charm, right? The way he gets excited during training. She even turned back to Iso for confirmation, right, kid? Iso smiled brightly, blushing slightly as she replied, yes, that's right. Back home, Ronan was very strong and admirable. She touched her two index fingers together, her shyness clearly showing. Maria wondered, so, in your eyes, Ronan is that amazing too? The girl lowered her face shyly and replied, maybe I should become more like Ronan too. Maria laughed loudly, what is this? Like, don't tell me you're jealous, kid. Then she put her arm around the girl's shoulder, you're so cute. Don't worry, no matter what, Iso is still the best in my eyes. No, it's not like that, it's just. Then the two girls walked away. Come on, let's finish our combined training. Next time, we'll have to teach Ronan a painful lesson in our sparring session. How about it? Good idea, cute kid? Iso replied vaguely, but in her heart, Ronan was already in a different position. Another day at Philian Academy. Ronan held up the teacup and said, the professor suddenly called me, so I had already guessed this, and it turns out my feeling wasn't wrong. Just smelling the fragrance is enough to awaken my senses. This taste is just like the one I once tasted at Saran Sanctuary. Ronan continued, he said he wouldn't waste even a single leaf until he successfully cultivated it, and now he's even brewing tea to offer me. He asked, have you finally succeeded, Professor Varon? He laughed loudly, it's all thanks to you, Ronan. Professor Varon Phoenicia is now the advising professor of the Special Adventure Club. He continued, after the adventure in the Baidian Mountains, Ronan received a gift from Sir Saran and handed it over to me. He excitedly said, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't even know this herb existed. Although it was very difficult, I feel so happy now that I've successfully grown this herb. The two pets are also looking around and enjoying the tea's aroma. He was glad because it would benefit many people in the future. Ronan applauded that. Anyway, he also wanted to thank him for all the times he had to clean up the mess after every club activity. Ronan put his hand over his mouth, smiling slyly, perhaps now we can repay him at least a few times, huh? Professor Varon was a bit flustered, that's a bit troublesome. Sita took a breath of tea and sprawled out in front of the blue bird, Mopet. He held out a scroll and said, anyway, the real reason I called you today is about this. This is a reply letter. It's from the place you wanted to go to learn about your curse. The Tower of Dawn, an eerie-looking tower enveloped in red light. It stood tall and imposing under the moonlight, looking like the traditional color of the vampire clan. Ronan was overjoyed, the visit has been accepted. He excitedly said, I've been looking forward to this so much I'm getting impatient. Professor Varon advised, but don't get too excited. Remember to stay safe. After the recent unfortunate incident, that place must be in great chaos. He added, Ronan won't be going alone, because the Magic Tower tour for elite students is also being held this time. You'll go with a classmate. Inside Urbit's somewhat gloomy room, she scribbled someone's name with a heart on a piece of paper. Her eyes looked a bit eerie. Perhaps she's the one who will go with Ronan. One beautiful morning, on the West Wing airship, it was waiting for Academy members heading towards the Tower of Dawn. Urbit sat there when she saw Ronan appear and wondered why he was there. He cheerfully raised his hand in greeting and replied, "Oh, just as Professor Varen said, huh? Long time no see, Urbit, or should I call you AG?" Hearing that affectionate name, she snapped, "I told you not to call me that. That nickname is only for Sister Ade-san." Urbit continued, "But wait, answer my question first." Ronan slowly walked towards a seat and asked, "What question?" "This airship only goes to one place. Of course I'm going to the Tower of Dawn for some business." She still had questions. Someone from the sword magic system has business at the magic tower? Isn't the one always by your side coming with you? Ronan sat down and replied, "As you know, my situation is a bit complicated. I did plan to bring him along, but lately he wants to focus on training with Maria for a while." He curiously asked Urbit, "But where are all the other first-year students? Why are you sitting here alone?" "Professor said some magic system students would come along," she smiled. "Of course I'm going alone. The Tower of Dawn is famous for its fire magic. Only the 10 most outstanding students in the fire magic course are given the opportunity to visit it. That was a condition that, besides Urbit, the head of all years in the magic system, other first-year students couldn't even dream of." She showed pride, "So I'm enjoying this rare moment of quiet." Ronan teased, "So you don't have any friends, which is why you're lonely, right?" Then he laughed loudly, "Well then, let's go together and have fun. I'm also going alone, so I'll especially keep you company. How about it? Great, right?" Urbit heard those words like a bolt from the blue. From inside the ship, her shouts at Ronan echoed outside, "Who needs whose company?" High in the sky, Urbit's voice rang out, "Oh, forget it." Time passed, and the Academy's airship had traveled a long way. Inside, the students were still chatting happily, but Urbit seemed quite displeased. She complained that they were about to enter the Dawn Tower, yet they were still sitting there chatting, while many were getting fed up wondering when they would arrive. Many were even playing cards. Why didn't they think of a few more questions related to magic? Wouldn't that be more useful? Urbit brushed her hair back and said, "Sighing won't make things any better, which is why I can't stand associating with these mediocre people." She looked at her friends and asked him, "Ronan, you think so too, don't you?" Before he could answer, Urbit interrupted and answered for him, "Of course you think so too. You're the only one in this academy who truly understands my value, because you're the only one I acknowledge after Sister Ade-san." She recalled the sparring match at the academy and praised Ronan, saying he had achieved many impressive feats recently. Especially in front of everyone, crushing that arrogant Grancia without mercy. Moreover, you even helped Sword Saint Zappa prevent the terrorist attack by the evil cult. Urbit continued, "I heard that achievement has reached the Imperial Palace. Our entire Akaluzer family is also extremely interested in you." Saying this, she suddenly thought of something. She immediately became sharp, and "Hey, when are you going to reply to the invitation I sent? Do you know it's been months? Don't tell me you're testing the Akaluzer family." She spoke nonstop, "What a great opportunity this is. If you join our family immediately." Ronan almost had no chance to interject. He thought to himself, she says she doesn't need company, but she's so talkative. Well, testing her like this isn't bad. Let's change the subject then. He lightly tapped his hand and smiled, "Since we're on the topic, let me ask you something. Hey, Urbit, why do you admire Sister Ade-san so much?" His question startled her. Urbit looked flustered. What? Why are you suddenly asking that?" Clearly, she was very curious about this. Currently, Sister Addison's efforts are indeed widely recognized. Thinking back, if based on the standards you often talk about, when she was a repeater, that senior wouldn't even deserve the title of a prodigy. Yet you revere her so much, you must have seen something different in her, right? Herbert was silent for a moment, then replied, of course. Her attitude changed, becoming much gentler when speaking about Ade-san. My sister Ade-san was completely different from everyone else from the very beginning. She recounted, I first met her not long after I enrolled. At that time, I was lost in the library while looking for research materials. And the one who proactively came to guide me diligently was Sister Ade-san. At that time, Ade-san had chatted with Herbert. I saw your performance in the entrance exam. And praised her. It's truly unbelievable to achieve such success as only a first-year student. At that time, Ade-san was very friendly, so much so that my mouth hung open, but Herbert considered those hollow compliments. She had thought, everyone likes to add those phrases after a compliment, like, as expected, the Akaluzer family bloodline is truly special. Two brilliant talents shining brightly. It sounds like praise, but the hidden meaning within is despicable. Everything I achieved was dismissed by them, attributed to innate luck, to justify their own pathetic lives. While Herbert was thinking that girl was also that type of person, Ade-san surprised her. That's truly admirable. To achieve that at such a young age, I can't imagine how much effort you must have put in. Then she gave her a pure smile. I can't imagine, you must have been very lonely and struggled a lot. Addison's sincere words made Herbert see her in a different light. She continued, of course, someone like me can't fully understand how you feel. But if things ever get too difficult, or you want to talk about anything, come to me anytime. Addison's closeness moved Herbert. Another reassuring statement, even if I can't help much, as your senior, I can listen and share with you, was enough to make Herbert's always lonely heart flutter. That day's excitement is a rare memory of my own. I can't explain it in more detail. She blushed shyly recalling those memories and added, but most importantly, Sister Ade-san, she's incredibly beautiful. Hearing that made Ronan a bit confused. Herbert described Ade-san. Her hair is like black silk, her tall, graceful figure exudes elegance. Is there anyone in this world who can compare to that beauty? She spoke about her sister as if she were a goddess. That's not all, just thinking about her is enchanting. I miss you so much, Sister Ade-san. Ronan paled, thinking, why do geniuses like her turn out this way? He could only sigh and let them be. A relationship with her will surely be of great use to Sister Ade-san someday, and that's enough. The ship continued to speed forward when Ronan suddenly felt that something was wrong. He stood up and said, stop chattering and get up. Draw your staff quickly. She wondered, what do you mean? Ronan was a bit urgent, no time to explain, hurry. He warned, while the Academy's ship was still moving very fast, something is coming. In a flash, the two shadows leaped to the front of the ship. Ronan, without letting Herbert prepare, lifted her and dashed forward. She was a bit annoyed. What kind of rude behavior is this? How dare you lift a lady like a sack of flour? You clearly know nothing about courtesy towards women. Ignoring the minor details, Ronan asked, are you strong enough to use telekinesis to keep someone suspended? It's here, prepare yourself. She wondered, what exactly has been coming this whole time? Herbert saw nothing, she only saw clouds. Suddenly, in front of them, something like a fireball with a dazzling light was rushing towards them. Eyes wide, that is. Exactly, it was a massive fireball, many times larger than the Academy's grand ship. Kneeling there, said, magic used for aerial interception in war, why is it suddenly appearing here? Ronan prepared to draw his sword. I don't need to tell you what to do I? He gripped his sword tightly, ready to charge. Ronan drew his sword and jumped out. Now, I'll leave it to you. Herbert held her magic staff, channeling purple mana into it, not forgetting to scold, Ronan, acting on your own again. She used magic, invisible hand. Purple mana gradually enveloped Ronan. He stomped on the mast at the ship's bow to gain momentum. Then he jumped straight towards the fireball in front of him. Ronan faced the danger alone, without hesitation. He swung his sword and hovered in midair thanks to Herbert's magic. Ronan, with what he had learned, was channeling magic into his La Mantia sword. Then, a net of sword aura was unleashed. His eyes glowed red, full of determination. And he unleashed a powerful blow, slashing straight into the center of the sphere. His move inadvertently caused the large sphere to split into smaller ones, and they showed no sign of stopping. Ronan gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath, "Damn it, more fragments than I thought." Looking at the fragments getting closer and closer, if this continues, the airship will. In that instant, the fragments were blocked by something. Ronan turned around, utterly surprised. Herbert stood there and said, what's with that look? Don't you think I can handle these fragments? She raised her hand, summoning many fire arrows, and proudly stated her name, "I am Herbert Akaluzer." Ronan looked down from above. Herbert had neutralized the danger with her magic. He smiled and praised her. Indeed, the young lady of the Akaluzer family is not one to just talk big. Ronan shouted down, "Excellent, well done, Ag." She grumbled annoyingly, "I told you not to call me that." Then, he returned to where Herbert was standing, and despite her complaining, he sighed in relief, "Somehow, we made it through." But if this is a welcoming ceremony, that was a bit much. He was just wondering, what exactly is happening at the Dawn Magic Tower? The towering spire below, finally, the Academy's ship had arrived at its destination. There was a magic circle above the tower, and the ship was slowly approaching. A voice echoed from the tower, "Hey, can you hear me?" The voice from the magic circle continued to ask, "Is everyone all right?" "We've confirmed a spell intended to shoot down a flying vehicle was fired from the magic tower." Ronan was astonished. "This is a wide-area communication spell." Someone from inside the tower looked out, trying to explain, "However, that was not our intention. This was an unforeseen incident. We've taken the best possible safety measures, so please land with peace of mind. We wish to apologize and explain directly what happened." That was all the information the Dawn Tower sent them. Finally, the ship landed, and many people were standing below. The Academy students asked each other, "What was that fireball that flew towards us earlier? How could something like that happen at the Dawn Tower?" They were curious, but who handled it? Is it really safe for us to continue like this? On this side, Herbert clicked her tongue. "Ugh, how disappointing. One of the 5 great magic towers caused such an absurd incident." She clearly looked annoyed. "If there's no reasonable explanation, I'll file an official complaint through my family." Ronan completely understood her anger. However, he suggested, "Let's hear what they have to say first. I think I know what happened." He recalled that day he chatted with Professor Varin. He was quite surprised. He was quite surprised to learn the reason why no one had been allowed to visit the Dawn Magic Tower before. The professor nodded. "You know better than I do. After the Academy attack and the Grancia family's infiltration, the entire empire is trying to hunt down the cult." The professor continued, "During that time, the Dawn Magic Tower was also conducting an internal investigation. We discovered 3 members of the cult shortly after, but things didn't go according to plan. Before we could apprehend them, the cultists, cornered, used self-destruct magic. Fortunately, the mages at the scene reacted quickly, so there were no casualties. However, about 1/5 of the land area around the magic tower was destroyed." Varin continued to share. "Although the situation has stabilized to some extent now, you still need to be careful, Ronan." He added, "We still don't know why they infiltrated here. But because their plan failed, the danger still remains. And right now, he and the apprentices are standing before the door of the Dawn Tower." Ronan thought to himself, "This is just a guess. But it's highly likely this is the church's doing. There's no way that fireball was just a coincidence." He clenched his fist. If he notices anything suspicious happen, he must act first. The tower door slowly opened. From inside, someone hurriedly ran out and quickly said, "Damn it. I apologize for making you wait so long." A red-robed member of the tower bowed before everyone. I sincerely apologize for the serious difficulties you experienced earlier. He continued, since the tower master of the Dawn Magic Tower is currently absent. I, Anfula, acting tower master, sincerely apologize. This man is Fila, the deputy tower master of the Dawn Magic Tower. Ronan and everyone were quite surprised by his appearance. He seemed to recognize him, wondering, this person is here? In his previous life, the most famous person in the entire empire when it came to fire magic. It was the firebird Anfula, the man currently flustered in front of him. Ronan didn't expect that. He would be the one from the Dawn Tower. He closed his eyes for a moment, showing remorse. It's right for me to explain everything about the current situation. But shamefully, we still haven't found much. However, one thing we can confirm for sure. We have collected traces of magic power, which we believe belong to the culprit in the launch mechanism room. We are currently checking with all members of the Magic Tower, so the culprit will soon be apprehended. In that room, everyone was standing around a blue orb. Anfula bowed his head once more. Of course, we will compensate for any other losses you may have incurred. And we will, of course, enhance our internal security to ensure no incidents affect your visit plans. So we ask for your understanding. The Academy members were also understanding. If Anfula said so, then of course. Elizabeth looked puzzled. I never thought a mage of Anfula's standing would apologize himself. She brought her hand to her mouth. With his sincerity, I think we can trust him and overlook it this time. Meanwhile, Ronan remained silent, with his hand on the hilt of his sword. He thought to himself, if it's Anfula, then he's definitely trustworthy. In his previous life, in the battle against A, he stood on the front lines, buying time for everyone. As one of the pioneers, in a battle where lives hung in the balance, he burned his own body many times to save his comrades, until his very life turned to ashes. He never hesitated, not even once. His hand dropped from his sword. There's no way he'd be on their side. I should look elsewhere. Suddenly Anfula asked them, you two are the ones who blocked the fireball earlier, aren't you? He placed his hand on his chest to show sincerity. Our magic tower is greatly indebted to you both. We can't believe you're still students. As the acting tower master, I thank you both from the bottom of my heart. Ronan. Elizabeth. Hearing Anfula say that, he was a little surprised and asked back, you know me? Ronan continued, that's one thing. That makes sense. But how do you know me? Anfula smiled and replied, there's no need to be surprised, because I've heard about you before. He turned inside and offered an invitation. Could the two of you follow me? I want to express my gratitude and say something else. The tower's door was wide open. The academy students would enter. Ronan and the other person were following the vice tower master. As they walked, Anfula began to briefly introduce the place. This is the center of the Dawn Magic Tower, where we research magic. Elizabeth seemed quite astonished by what she was seeing. It was the main hall of the Magic Research Building. It was spacious and many mages were present. They were always in a hurry and discussing magic. The results of comparing the mages' magic power. Area C isn't ready yet. They said it would be ready in 30 minutes. Anfula chuckled wryly. That's a flowery way of putting it. But due to the current situation, this place is a bit chaotic. It's usually not like this. The mages in the hall were quite rushed. They called out to each other. Everyone, hurry up. We need to confirm the status of other magic tools as well. Elizabeth marveled. Oh. Now I understand why the Dawn Magic Tower is one of the 5 great magic towers. It's incredible that all of them are mages from level 4 and above. and could participate in a real battle at any time. Ronan agreed but didn't say it aloud. In his eyes, they were definitely not ordinary people. The problem is, he realized the atmosphere here wasn't very friendly towards us. Many gazes from the mages were directed towards them. There were whispers and murmurs. Why is this happening again? Is it because the Tower Master is absent again? We don't know when he'll return. Is it okay for us to let outsiders in under these circumstances? Someone has been missing for a while. We must not reveal that information. If the information gets out, we'll be in big trouble. Ronan followed, wondering to himself. Why does it feel like we just got into trouble? Can I really remove my curse here? In a corner somewhere in the tower, a little girl sat there hugging her teddy bear, with a frightened look, talking to herself. I understand, Master. The little girl whispered into the teddy bear's ear. But the one who gave the order. I will light some fires. By the death of... Her eyes were incredibly terrifying and eerie. Inside the grand hall of the Dawn Tower, Ronan sat before the Vice Tower Master. He spoke up proactively. The atmosphere in here. Hearing the Vice Tower Master's story, I understand this was an accident. But there's still something I don't understand. Why couldn't you deal with the fireball that attacked us? Also found it similarly difficult to understand. He couldn't answer. He sat in silence. Then he continued to listen to Ronan's question with his eyes closed. If it were the Vice Tower Master, surely before it got close to the airship, you could have completely dealt with it, right? He finally answered. You're right. He propped his chin with his hand and continued. Even if it wasn't me, the mages of Dawn could deal with it immediately upon detection, provided it was detected. Hearing this, it seemed you understood the problem. What do you mean, sir? Anfala replied. We didn't notice that fireball at all. Until it hit the airship. Not a single person noticed it. His answer stunned both of them. Wondering. This is absurd. How could such a powerful spell go unnoticed? She turned to Ronan and said, if this is true, the problem could be far more serious. If this managed to evade all of us, then it can only be explained that someone has cast a widespread perception suppression spell here. Elizabeth explained further. Furthermore, if even a level 7 mage like Sir Anfala couldn't perceive it, then it could only be the only one in this empire, Grand Mage level 9, Sir Lohan. Hearing this name, Ronan was extremely surprised. In his memory, wasn't that the old man who once sealed one of the 3 giants in his previous life? After all, he's still my ally. So he's definitely not the culprit this time. But if the enemy has power equal to his... Anfala broke out in a sweat. The expressions of the 2 students in front of him made him a little worried, and he quickly told them to calm down. Then he raised his hand and gave a wry smile. It's too early to confirm anything. It's also possible this isn't magic, but another method. He slightly frowned. His eyes showed determination. Furthermore, any element that threatens the magic tower, I will personally eradicate them. The wings and feathers of a fire phoenix appeared. A massive fire magic appeared behind him, on the outer glass pane of the tower. Not just one, but many appeared, proving that the immense magic came from the acting tower master. Anfala reassured the 2. So please rest assured and get some rest. In response, Ronan also seemed agreeable. If the Vice Tower Master says so, then I'm relieved. He clapped his hands together and said, and besides, I think I also need to reward you too. This surprised the 2, who asked back. Reward us? Anfala replied. Based on the information I received about you 2 beforehand, I have prepared gifts. First, for Miss Elizabeth, as a reward for coming in first today. I, Anfala, will personally guide her in fire elemental magic. I will impart rare spells, even in. I hope they will be useful. Hearing this made her very delighted and excited. As for Ronan, he presented a scroll. I hear you often go to dangerous places. I have prepared something more practical. This is a scroll imbued with high-level fire magic. It will surely be helpful in critical situations. He happily accepted it and profusely thanked the Vice Tower Master. This item was very essential for him. Anfala continued to ask. And regarding Ronan's purpose for coming here, I hear you're looking for books on curse removal, correct? The library of the Magic Tower is one of the most extensive in the entire empire. Finding the necessary book will not be easy. So he instructed, so he could receive maximum support from the library's side. This person must be the one assigned to assist Ronan. He also hoped that he would accept help from the Magic Library's librarian. That evening at the library, a place that indeed contained many ancient books, Ronan stood there, looking around. The space was too vast. If he searched alone, it would take a lot of time. Ronan took a golden ring from his pocket and wondered. The librarian? He wondered what kind of person it would be. If that person was specifically named, it seemed this person was very reliable. He pictured the person's stern appearance in his mind. Or if it was someone he knew, it might even be an elf. He stood in the middle of the library, looking around. But he thought, that person is here, but where exactly? A voice echoed from behind him. Excuse me. The Vice Tower Master mentioned. Student Ronan. That's you, right? Hearing his name called, he quickly turned to look. A girl was floating in the air with some books. The girl smiled and introduced, I'm the one who will assist you today. My name is. It's a pleasure to have your help. Ronan stood on the ground, looking up. He gave a wry smile and thought to himself, oh my goodness. You can never predict elves. He asked, are there no other librarians? Like another elf or an old, frail mage? She replied, no. I've been the only librarian at our Dawn Library for a long time now. Why do you ask? Hearing that, he immediately raised his clenched hand. Then he opened his hand. The ring in his hand emitted a blue light as he asked the girl, so, do you recognize this ring? It seems to be emitting elven energy. Ronan then asked, my friend, the person I'm looking for said that if you're the librarian here, you'd immediately recognize it. Seeing the ring, her expression immediately changed. She rushed directly in front of him, looking astonished. Oh my goodness! This is X's ring! She exclaimed. This is their item. How long has it been since I last saw it? Seeing the girl's reaction, Ronan thought to himself, no need to ask further. This joyful reaction says it all. X looked at him with curiosity. But how did you get this ring? Ronan was a bit flustered, unsure how to explain. It's a bit of a long story. She looked at him with sharp, slightly suspicious eyes. This is the ring X always treasured. It's not something they would just casually give to someone else. After that, X stared at Ronan and demanded, you have to tell me the truth. He pulled back his leg, gripped his sword in a defensive stance, and asked himself, what is this? In front of Ronan was a giant wolf standing right behind X. The wolf looked at him with fiery eyes. Its sharp teeth were snarling. It opened its mouth wide towards Ronan. Continued, if by any chance you've harmed that person and stolen this ring, then you'll pay the price. Along with that was the giant wolf's loud roar. Along with that was the giant wolf's loud roar. Roland was wondering what relationship it had with Saran. He slowly released his hand from the sword. It seemed he was quite certain about one thing. Seeing that intense expression, the girl in front of him cared about Saran more than anyone. He raised his hands to explain, apologizing if he had caused her to misunderstand. Roland raised both hands in goodwill. Actually, if a stranger suddenly appeared and presented an item belonging to my friend, I would also draw my sword immediately. He wanted her to let him explain clearly. Also gradually softened a bit. Roland asked, "Could you please listen to my story?" The two stopped, and Roland began to tell her what had happened to Saran. After hearing the whole story, she gradually understood the situation. Asked him, "So, Lord Roland, you mean that during your first activity at the club, you happened to meet and get to know Lord Sarranti, and then teamed up to defeat a leader of the cult who had recently caused trouble at the Magic Tower, is that right?" She looked at the ring in her hand and continued, "If that's the case, I understand why you have this ring from Lord Saran. If it had been stolen from him, you wouldn't know the relationship between Lord Sarranti and me." He smiled in relief. "That's right. Otherwise, how could I have gotten Sarranti's precious ring?" He added, "You must know, right? No matter his appearance, that person is a terrifying elf." Thought about it and agreed, "That's obvious." The girl bowed slightly. "This is clearly my fault. I sincerely apologize, Lord Roland. I didn't verify clearly, yet I dared to act so disrespectfully towards Lord Sarranti's friend." He happily waved his hand. "It's all right, it's all right. This is also my fault for not explaining clearly from the start." However, he also had a question for her. "How do you know Sarranti? It doesn't seem like a normal relationship, and that mana form looks like a wolf." Roland asked directly, "Are you an elemental spirit?" The image of the petite girl in front of him, associated with a large, fierce wolf, truly made one curious. Replied, "That's right, you noticed immediately, didn't you? And my relationship with Lord Sarranti, one could say it's quite similar to a teacher-student relationship. He taught me many things." She recounted, "Hundreds of years ago, I met Lord Sarranti. At that time, I was going through a rebellious phase, dissatisfied with everything in the world. That's why I caused a lot of trouble, such as going to human settlements without reason to disturb them, or taking over their land to make it my territory. At that time, I naively thought it was fine for me to do so, because no one in this area was strong enough to stop me. Until that day, in my gray wolf form, I heard someone approaching. Sarranti stepped forward and asked, I heard that recently, a defiant wolf has been causing trouble all over this region. He smiled warmly. That's you, isn't it? For her, before meeting Lord Sarranti, that was indeed true. At that time, she reacted quite sharply. What is this? An old elf? Get out, this is my territory. Sarranti was still very gentle then, I regret to say, but please honestly come with me. As soon as he finished speaking, his entire body emanated a vast life force, a green energy encompassing the whole area. He smiled and extended his hand towards the large wolf, saying, If possible, I don't want to hurt you. Will you cooperate? His demeanor, power, and sincerity made the large wolf become obedient. So I followed Lord Sarranti to the Magic Tower, and at that time, he was the head mage. I followed Lord Sarranti to this Dawn Magic Tower. Roland was quite surprised. Huh? Sarranti was once the head sorcerer here? Smiled. Even though he didn't use fire magic, he still became the head sorcerer. He was the only case, which proves how superior Sarranti's abilities were. She continued proudly, of course, no matter how great he was at that time, all I could think about was how to escape. But Lord Sarranti never gave up on guiding me completely. He taught me that those who only prove themselves with strength will sooner or later encounter greater strength and be crushed. To live a more righteous life, what's necessary is a compassionate heart, knowing how to harmonize with everyone and live with the world. Thanks to Lord Sarranti's guidance, I became a better person every day. After that, following his teachings, I became both the librarian and the guardian of this place. After recounting the old story, she remembered to ask, Lord Sarranti seems to still be very busy, huh? He only sent word through Lord Roland instead of coming to meet me himself. Roland stammered, What? That is. In front of him was the extremely expectant face of character name missing. He fell silent for a moment, not knowing how to speak about his death. He said to himself, Sarantí, if it were you, you wouldn't want your close ones to feel sad, would you? So he decided to lie. He smiled and replied, yes, you know, Sarantí has always been so devoted to the god Sinyan. Therefore, he said it might be difficult to contact him for a while, and asked me to convey the message. Holding the ring in her hand, said, he's always been like that, hasn't he? But I don't feel sad. Just knowing that Sarantí hasn't forgotten me, that's already a great joy for me. Suddenly, the ring emitted a dazzling blue light. Roland's eyes widened in astonishment. The shape of the ring changed in, character name missing, S hand. He wondered, what's going on? A book on the shelf with an eye on its cover was also drawn to the light. It directed its gaze downward, its eye full of mystery. 3 days later, although the staff in the magic tower were still busy, fortunately, no incidents occurred. Thanks to this, Roland could finally focus on investigating the curse. Next to a large book, he held a pen in his mouth and sighed, oh God, this is exhausting. At this rate, when will I ever finish? Was still there, asking with concern, any progress, Lord Roland? He replied, I still haven't found any clues about the curse in my body, but at least I've started to grasp the related concepts. It's all thanks to you, who taught me about the properties of curses day and night for the past 3 days. Roland smiled. The deeper I delve, the more convoluted I find this field's content, to the point where one immediately wants to give up. Beamed, but it seems that's characteristic of curse research. She added, Lord Roland, is there anything you're curious about in what you're currently reading? I just found myself with some free time. He opened the book in his hand and said, is that so? Actually, I have one thing I want to ask. I've noticed something quite prominent earlier. Looked quite expectant, but her eyes changed when she heard what Roland mentioned. What? The forbidden tome of Basura. The library space suddenly grew strangely heavy. He leaned back in his chair and asked her, what's wrong? You don't know about this either? She placed her hand on his shoulder and leaned closer to Roland, asking, how do you know that name? Don't tell me you secretly went into the Forbidden Archives. Roland panicked. Forbidden Archives? What are you talking about? I haven't even heard that such a place exists. He explained, in the books you brought me, I just saw that name appear quite often, so I merely asked. Doubtfully, I brought it. No way. That couldn't have happened, she said, then extended her hand and poured magic into the stack of books to check. Sure enough, among the books I brought, not a single one mentioned that name, not one. Roland was quite surprised. He stood up, took out the book he was reading, and said, how can this be? Right on this page, it clearly still had a lot of related content. But unexpectedly, the text had disappeared. Crossing her arms, with a serious tone, Roland, the reason Mr. Sarantí brought you here surely isn't just because I'm the librarian here. Dawn Magic Tower has more books related to curses than anywhere else, and the knowledge here is extremely rich. But even at dawn, Basura is still a word that cannot be mentioned casually. The worst forbidden book ever known, said to be penned by a demon, Basura. It seems it's the very book with the eyes from a few days ago. Those who touch it will be granted limitless power, but at the same time will be haunted by a terrible destructive instinct. In the distant past, it once drove a prosperous kingdom onto the path of destruction. That's the name mentioned, Basura the Destroyer. Deep inside the tower, Anfula stood before someone shackled, his eyes filled with mystery. He stood there saying, this is the only choice for a dawn of tomorrow. Anfula turned and walked away, saying, I believe you'll understand, Tower Master Layden. The man who was thought to have been missing for so long was being held captive here. The Tower Master still had his eyes open and seemed to understand what Anfula was saying. S conversation with Roland continued. She told him, the forbidden section of the Dawn Library is where Basura and other forbidden books are sealed. Mr. Sarantí asked an elemental like me to be the librarian here, to protect this place instead of humans who would be enchanted by the power of forbidden books. She stacked the books and questioned him, but, from your mouth, Roland, you mentioned Basura, considered the worst forbidden book. And the disappearances after Nebula's self-destruction, what are all these strange situations about? Roland was surprised to hear this. He quickly said, "Wait, what you just said, the disappearances happened right after that terrorist attack." Her face darkened as she replied, "Yes, it was a big event, so I remember it very clearly. Moreover, the missing people were all those who usually helped me with library work. So at that time, I searched everywhere in the Magic Tower, but couldn't find any trace of them. It was as if they had all completely vanished into thin air." Hearing these words, Roland went from one surprise to another. He wondered, disappeared without a trace in this place, could it be possible? Moreover, it was as if they were waiting for the self-destruction incident. Could it be that the self-destruction was just a trap to deceive all of us? Night fell at the Dawn Magic Tower. Inside the training room, dust was everywhere. Magic circles appeared on the arena floor. Stood there with her magic staff in hand, it seemed she had just gone through an intense training session. Smiled, "The real mastermind must have had a bold plan, Mr. Onfula. Your fire magic truly is on another level." She looked at the magic circle in her hand and continued, "Just applying theory has reduced mana waste to the extreme, creating such a beautiful magic formula. I really want to invite you to Akaluzar, but perhaps that's impossible, as he has dedicated his entire life to magic. Stretched, during the rest of this tour, I must learn as much as possible." She stood alone in the middle of a vast training ground. Suddenly, her eyes changed, spotting the silently lurking individual. She cast magic towards the lurker and tightly gripped his neck. Then she pulled him out into the open and suspended him in the air with magic. She then drew him in front of her, grabbed his collar and asked, "Who are you?" She glared at him, thinking, "You thought you could spy on me just by using stealth magic? I don't know which family's assassin you are, but this is truly careless." She grabbed his collar and simultaneously made his hood fall off. She recognized him. "Wait, you are. You were on the Magic Tower's bulletin board. A young man with short hair." However, currently his eyes were blank and lifeless. He was one of the missing people. She asked him, "Why are you here?" Behind her back, an explosion occurred. A fiery red vortex was rushing towards them. Smoke and dust billowed, and rocks flew everywhere. A strange hand appeared and was channeling magic. A group of 3 people exuded an eerie aura and wore mysterious hooded outfits. Perhaps the fire magic earlier was created by him, but suddenly, his eyes changed a little. A burning cloak flew from the front towards the 3 people. They immediately created a shield to block the pillar of fire. The cloak thumped to the ground behind them. She stepped forward and asked, "I thought you wanted to save your comrade, so I returned him. But you don't seem very pleased, do you?" It turns out what she threw wasn't a cloak but the lurker from earlier. They looked puzzled by the decisive actions of the girl in front of them. Elizabeth stood there, smiling eerily. "Well, attacking immediately like this, you brought it upon yourselves." She snorted, looking directly at the mysterious group, asking, "First, let me ask you one thing, because I don't understand this situation. The Magic Tower seniors, those who recently disappeared without a trace, for what reason are you attacking me?" She stood there with her magic staff on her shoulder, facing 3 people, yet perfectly calm. "And among them, you are the most mysterious. Why are you with them, the 3 sisters of the Gracia family?" One of the 3, the girl named Gracia. Everyone fell silent for a moment. Eiji continued proactively, "Your attitude shows that you won't answer easily. Good, that's even better." She extended her magic staff and said, "I also want to test Lord Onfula's formula in actual combat here. There are still many application methods I want to verify. So I hope you don't turn into ash too quickly, all right?" Finishing her words, she flashed a smile full of enjoyment. Elizabeth raised her staff, and a powerful gust of wind carrying fire launched directly towards the group. The immense power left them no time to react for a moment. 2 of them stepped forward. Then they slammed their hands down, shattering the training ground surface. They also generated a counteracting stream of mana against Elizabeth's technique. The 2 streams of power collided, unleashing immense destructive force, yet maintaining a balance. They praised Eiji, saying that you would be the new pillar of Akaluzer. Indeed, it's not an overstatement. Your power far exceeds that of a fourth-level mage, but you won't last long. Then he turned back to ask the girl behind him, Gracia, if she was ready. Burn it down. As soon as he finished speaking, a fire spear appeared in Gracia's hand. Seeing that, Eiji was momentarily stunned. The spear shot straight from her hand towards Elizabeth. It pierced through and shattered her firestorm. Then it aimed straight at where Elizabeth was standing. However, she didn't react, her eyes focused as she asked, "What is this?" The fire spear stopped right before Elizabeth's eyes, but she was quite calm at this moment. Eiji smiled, raising her hand mockingly, "Is it just something no more than a spark? A chanted spell that only amounts to this? How cute." Hearing Eiji say that left them utterly astonished. Eiji used her mana, changing the spear's trajectory and saying, "Here, let me return it to you." She channeled mana in her hand to control the fire spear. Not only that, with her ability, she also created many other purple fire spears. She directed all of them towards the three strangers. "Let me show you what it means to dare become an enemy of Akaluzer." As soon as she finished speaking, the spikes created from behind Eiji attacked forward. Elizabeth pointed towards the three strangers, and the spikes immediately shot forward. They were called fire needles, and their main target was that group of people. The pressure created an incredibly powerful aura. The two people in front grimaced as they defended, trying to create a shield. The sharp fire needles continuously pierced straight into the somewhat fragile fire shield. The increasing number gradually reduced their defensive capability. Even with their combined abilities, it was difficult to stop this incredibly powerful magic attack from Eiji. Blood appeared at the corners of the strangers' mouths. They realized that merely defending like this would be endless. One of them stood up and suggested, "Perhaps I should close the distance to end this fight. I'll go forward, and you stay here to protect Gracia." Before leaving, that person didn't forget to remind, "Don't forget this, the core plan for our master is Gracia's existence. Akaluzer must die by Gracia's hand." But at that moment, a fire needle larger than usual pierced through the shield. It flew past in front of them, to their astonishment. One of them was burned by Eiji's flame and coughed feebly. They were caught off guard, unable to believe that the wall of fire, cast with full power by fourth-level mages, could be penetrated so easily. The one who took the hit was knocked backward, while the other person's eyes were filled only with shock. He tried to use the remaining mana in his body to counterattack. He pushed off the ground and lunged straight towards Eiji, thinking, "Truly unimaginable talent." His eyes were fixed on her. He saw this as an opportunity, thinking that Akaluzer was preoccupied with attacking. Eiji was also slightly surprised by his reaction. He thought she was so engrossed in attacking that she forgot to defend. Seeing him charge, she quickly raised her hand to prepare her defense, her face looking a bit grim. He shouted, "Akaluzer, did you really not consider the opponent's ability to evade? To be so arrogant in a life-or-death moment, even a genius is just a child." A fire sword appeared in the stranger's hand. He swung the sword. The distance was very close. Then he said, "And the price to pay will be very high." At this moment, Eiji's face darkened. It was unclear how she would defend against this attack. On one side was a blazing hand delivering a full power strike. Eiji, however, was surprisingly calm. She just raised her hand, and immediately, purple fire needles appeared from nowhere, piercing upward into the attacker's body, impaling him and leaving him suspended in front of her. Now it was his turn to be surprised, hit by an attack whose danger he couldn't sense beforehand. He knelt before her. Eiji smiled, "How interesting, a deliberately exposed opening, which you mistook for an opportunity and eagerly rushed into." She looked at him with mesmerizing, murderous eyes. "It's like moths flying into a flame, isn't it?" The stranger still didn't understand. He tried to ask, "How?" There definitely wasn't enough time to recast the spell. Eiji smiled and replied, "Why bother recasting a spell?" She used her hand to control the fire needles, making them circle around him, simply adjusting the trajectory of the already activated spell. And then the fire needles pierced through the stranger's entire body. He looked like a hedgehog with large quills, all by Eiji's will. After screaming in pain, he still couldn't explain it. Handling two different types of magic simultaneously, that's impossible. She walked past him, tossed her hair to show off her coolness, and with the title of genius, replied, "To be precise, I can even do 3 types at once." Where the fire needles were embedded, his body slowly began to burn with purple fire, accompanied by Eiji's completely superior voice. Of course, you'll never get to see it, because catching moths doesn't require wasting effort. From behind him, a vortex of purple fire appeared and incinerated him. Eiji continued towards Gracia. "Looks like I overdid it a bit, didn't I?" Her figure, walking with the powerful flames behind her, made the person opposite somewhat anxious. Eiji looked over with mesmerizing, deadly eyes. "Well then, now that the annoying troublemaker has been eliminated, let's finish our talk, Gracia." Eiji spoke about the 2 charred people lying there. "He looks like that, but he's not easily killed. Because a fire mage's fire resistance is not ordinary at all. Of course, the pain he has to endure is immeasurable." She stepped closer and warned, "So, it's best you speak up obediently while I still show a bit of mercy. Though you're young, you're not so ignorant, are you?" Eiji stood opposite and continued, "Akaluzer and Gracia, if these 2 families clash, the entire empire will be plunged into a sea of blood. And no matter who wins, what remains will only be almost complete annihilation." Eiji concluded, "Such a crude scheme definitely isn't just the act of someone as immature as you. So, is it the idea of the leader on that side? But even then it doesn't make sense. The benefits of war are too small compared to the losses, and if this is an assassination plot, it's too careless." Gracia was still standing there silently. Eiji continued her deduction, "Though I don't want to admit it, you, Gracia, are not the type to easily carry out such clumsy plans. If it were only to that extent, how would you dare think of becoming Akaluzer's sole rival? Considering all factors, there seems to be only one most logical conclusion. Something seems to have appeared in the training ground. Eiji believed Gracia has been manipulated by an unscrupulous individual who wants to instigate war between the 2 families." She moved closer and still wore that victorious smile. Eiji seemed to gaze deep into Gracia's mind with her mesmerizing eyes. "And who is inside you?" The Gracia girl narrowed her mouth into a smile. Along with that, a voice from within spoke, "You've realized this much? You truly are a clever little girl." An evil aura emanated from that place and continued, "It would be a pity to kill her just for amusement." Black magical energy appeared and surrounded Eiji. She was very surprised by this evil power. Elizabeth's eyes widened. Something was putting pressure on her body. That oppressive force pressed down, making her suddenly fall to her knees. Eiji was extremely worried, bracing herself and wondering, "No way, what is this unholy aura?" Her hands braced against the ground, trembling slightly. Her body was too afraid to react. From in front of her, that black mass slowly spread towards Eiji. She looked up and wondered, "What exactly is this being in front of me right now?" The evil shadow seemed to engulf the entire training room where Eiji was kneeling. It looked like it wanted to swallow everything. A grotesque hand with sharp claws emerged from the darkness, reaching towards Eiji. Along with it was an eerie voice, "Akaluzer, O lost lamb, will be enchanted by this laughable power." That voice continued to echo, along with Eiji's fear, "Lift your head and engrave this into your mind." Her eyes widened at the sight of what was appearing before her. A figure with widely spread wings was standing right there. That person was hovering in the air, in front of Elizabeth. The space was already enveloped by an evil aura. He smiled, "How surprising that this is the image of Tower Master Lagdan." The voice echoed again, "The one who will become the master of this world, Bazora." On this side, at the meeting of 3 people in the Vice Tower Master's room, he asked Ronan, "Is what he said true? Bazora, that dangerous name, was it really found in an ordinary book?" He honestly replied, "It's true. Otherwise, how would I know the name of a forbidden book?" The Vice Tower Master pondered, "That's right, but how could that happen?" He deduced, "Perhaps the sealing power holding Bazora has weakened." We need to check immediately. Anfala shook her head. No, that can't be. Just yesterday, I personally checked the seal, and everything was intact. Hearing this, E was a bit surprised and asked again, What? Personally checked? What do you mean, sir? She frowned and shouted, Did you perhaps sneak into the forbidden book section without prior notice? E became agitated and sharp. That area is inherently dangerous due to the power of the forbidden books, so according to regulations, entry is only allowed if I or the Tower Master accompany you. The Vice Tower Master sat silently, listening to the scolding. You know that well, sir. Even Anfala, if by chance charmed by a forbidden book. E still didn't stop. I cannot overlook this matter. I will report it as soon as the Tower Master returns. He clenched his fists on the table and said, I'm sorry, E, I deceived you. That really shouldn't have happened. Uncovered his head and whined, Tower Master Lagdan has been here all along. He was sealed together with Bazora. Hearing this, both of them were utterly astonished. Anfala began to recount. A year ago, on the day everyone thought he left the tower to travel, in reality, he never left the tower. Instead, he stepped into the deepest darkness within the tower to break the seal of the supreme forbidden book, Bazora. He was charmed by the evil power within the forbidden book and absorbed the great knowledge contained within. He immediately asked, Is that why he hasn't sent any news since then? She showed her anger. I don't understand why he would crave the knowledge of a forbidden book. According to E, Tower Master Lagdan had already reached the pinnacle of pyromancy and illusion magic. The Vice Tower Master's voice, that's why he thought he could control Bazora. Anfala added, for a long time, he regretted that the knowledge in forbidden books was wasted, only causing calamities when it fell into the wrong hands. He often said, even dangerous power can become a great benefit to the world if used correctly by the right person. Among them, Bazora's knowledge is said to be able to push a mage's potential to its limit. It would surely become a great blessing for this land. Ronan, standing there with his arms crossed, spoke up at this moment, I don't need to hear more, I can guess the rest. The Tower Master ultimately failed, didn't he? An replied, initially, we underestimated that power. It's a devil the humans can never withstand. Even Sir Lagdan could only resist for a short while, as it is the ultimate embodiment of dark magic. At that very moment, the Tower Master realized he would soon become Bazora's host and immediately activated an emergency summoning scroll to call me to the Forbidden Archives. When I arrived, he was gradually being taken over by dark magic. At that time, I asked the Tower Master, did you perhaps break Bazora's seal? He replied, how shameful, Deputy Tower Master, that due to my foolishness, you've been dragged into this. While I still have some consciousness left, seal me at once. If you hesitate, the world will be in danger. At that moment, unworriedly asked, if I do that, I won't be able to save you anymore. How can I? Faced with such a great danger, the Tower Master commanded, this is no time to worry about my safety. Tower Master Lagdan then shouted, if I must witness the dawn stained with dark magic because of my arrogance, then I would rather embrace death 1,000 times over. Therefore, for the sake of our magic tower, I beg you. Hearing those words, the Deputy Tower Master's face clearly showed his distress. He could only accept reality for the greater good, I understand, Tower Master. He then reached out and used a sealing fire spell on the Tower Master, all for the dawn of tomorrow. And so, he sealed the tower and Bazora with the most powerful magic, no less potent than the original seal. Inside the room, Anfala continued, this is the truth I've hidden for so long, which should have been revealed to everyone immediately. He paused for a moment, clenching his fist, but I understand the Tower Master's heart, who did everything for this world. I cannot tarnish his honor with my own hands. He still couldn't believe what she had just heard. What? How could something like that happen? Ronan thought to himself, everything's messed up. Although the Tower Master's situation is truly pitiful, now is not the time to be lost in such emotions. All the details lead to one single conclusion, Bazora's seal has been broken. Anfala said he had personally checked the seal, but it couldn't be fully trusted. If it was a power strong enough to distort the perceptions of everyone in the magic tower, then just using an illusion of Tower Master Lacton, the one who had become the host, would be enough to deceive Onfula's senses alone. One perplexing thing is why Bazura, who had concealed the broken seal for so long, suddenly revealed himself at this moment. What on earth for? While he was pondering, something vague appeared beneath Ronan's feet. A purple mist was rising and engulfing him. Ronan frowned and wondered, what? Why is Nebula Claysier's magic power? He looked at the two people next to him. It wasn't coming from them, nor was it emanating from a nearby location. Yet it was so strong that it filled the entire area. Not even Breezia could unleash such powerful starlight magic. Before the two-winged monster in front of her, Elizabeth was wondering, what in the world is happening right now? She was too small before that enormous dark power. Elizabeth was kneeling before Bazura, who was hidden within the appearance of Tower Master Lacton. She trembled and thought to herself, if it's Bazura, then even in Appaloosa, it's considered extremely dangerous information, to the point where it can't be investigated without the head of the household's permission. Such an entity, why is it appearing before me? But what confuses me more now, even if the appearance has changed a little, that form is definitely Tower Master Lacton. At this moment, he looked at her and said, by that gaze, it's clear you know who I am. He stepped down in front of E and continued, very well, you've piqued my interest, if only for a moment, so I shall bestow upon you a reward. The dark entity spoke, this body belongs to Lacton, master of the Dawn Magic Tower, one of the elders who reached the pinnacle of human magic. However, now, even those who dare to covet the power of this body, not realizing their own standing, end up becoming a puppet. Hansi brought his face close to hers, with a sinister smile, just for me to play around with. Elizabeth clenched her fists. That voice continued, yes, just like you are now, Appaloosa. He squeezed her face with his hand. E replied with a trembling voice, one can't expect courtesy from an ancient forbidden tome that has been sealed away. But you really have no reverence when speaking to a lady. She was secretly calming herself, calm down. If this entity truly is the Bazura I know, then even if everyone in this magic tower combined their strength, the chance of winning would be almost zero. But that's precisely why something isn't right. Someone so powerful wouldn't need to resort to such underhanded tricks, when simply appearing and acting directly would suffice. The fact that he's not doing so proves that. As she realized something, Elizabeth smiled faintly, so that's it. She spoke directly into his core, a being that calls itself a great shadow, yet only knows how to hide behind a 10-year-old child. And perform laughable acts, like attacking that airship, those annoying petty tricks not worth mentioning. These words made Bazura flinch. Elizabeth smiled, these are all actions that someone who has truly regained their full power would never need to do. There's only one conclusion. Currently, you are not stable and safe enough to directly step into this world. The genius Appaloosa's sharp arguments made him freeze. Then, in the Tower Master's form, he laughed loudly. Half of what you said is true. A black power pierced through Elizabeth. As you've realized, I still need more time. No sooner had he finished speaking than more spikes impaled her body. E grimaced, letting out several painful gasps. He moved even closer and explained his reason, because the old man's consciousness is still resisting relentlessly, making it difficult for me to fully merge with this body. The Tower Master's hand radiated fire magic. Just a moment of carelessness, and he'll try to burn his own body to stop me. Foolish, but undeniably troublesome. However, these annoyances will soon end. He used dark magic to suppress the fire from within. He pointed his sharp finger at Elizabeth's chin, because a vessel even more brilliant than Lacton has found its way to me. She trembled slightly, asking him, a vessel? What do you mean? And she suddenly remembered a familiar name, none other than Ronan. He laughed cunningly and malevolently, that child will become my true beginning and completion. Elizabeth remained resolute, saying, all beginnings and endings are because of you, you really are. Not letting her finish, he released his hand and replied, Lacton truly is a person with an annoyingly stubborn will, which is why. Suppressing his consciousness is a bit troublesome, but it can be resolved given a certain amount of time. He looked at the Tower Master's wrinkled hands. Even so, having to exert such effort to obtain a body this old and frail does not please me, but I must accept it. He stood up and looked down at the wounded Elizabeth kneeling there, continuing, however, while imprisoning his consciousness, to pass the time, I stirred up a war signal from the airship. He tilted his head back, laughing smugly, and then, as if by fate, I discovered it. A potential power, radiant, vibrant, and overwhelming, far surpassing this old body. At first, I couldn't believe my eyes, because even reflecting on hundreds of years, I had never seen such a treasure. But after several days of careful observation of Ronan in the library, he confirmed one thing. He arrogantly granted himself the right to turn Ronan, the brilliant child in his eyes, into his vessel. Elizabeth's blood had spilled onto the floor. His ancient voice continued, therefore, this war between the two families is nothing more than entertainment for me. However, I must admit this has been a meaningful process, as I have found such a perfect vessel. Currently, E was completely controlled by the dark spikes. Bazura clenched his fist and smiled. He snapped his fingers. Elizabeth Akaluzer, that's right, you truly are a precious talent, too much to be just a mere pastime. The spikes on her body immediately transformed into magical hands. They wrapped around Elizabeth's entire body along with his enchanting words, therefore, with immense compassion, I will give you a special offer. Those arms bound her like fabric, and Bazura demanded, swear your loyalty and become my slave. From Elizabeth's eyes, Sion's figure was rushing towards her. With the knife in her hand, she was closing in on her along with Bazura's threat, or die by the hand of that Grancia woman, and become the flame that ignites the war that will consume the entire empire. He smiled sinisterly, make your choice. Eve's fear and anxiety were reflected in Sion's knife. The binding dark magic made her unable to move. She gritted her teeth, trying to struggle free. Then she smiled, you've lived for so long yet still can't read people? How dare you think I'd be swayed by such a choice? With the pride of the Akaluzer bloodline and a strong personality, E challenged, stop babbling and just do it. I'm not afraid of death, because cowards don't deserve the Akaluzer name. His smile faded, and her voice continued, let's see what you can do. Anyway, nothing will go your way. Behind the Sion puppet, Bazura's shadow and Tower Master Lakdan's body was controlling her. He looked at her angrily, what a boring kid. Then he raised his hand, signaling the puppet, I've lost interest. With the command, die. Sion's truly deadly gaze looked down with the renowned knife in her hand. As she was about to strike, cracks appeared on the knife. The dark magic shield shattered. Ronan was rushing in with the Lamantia in his hand. He had sliced it apart. He appeared quite suddenly and was charging in from that side. Ronan rushed forward at the fastest possible speed. He immediately grabbed Sion's knife-wielding arm and called out E's name loudly. She was slightly scared and surprised, as if she had just died a moment ago. Ronan added, and that familiar-looking girl too. You two owe me a favor. Retracting his words, he stomped his foot to gain momentum and continued his attack. Bazura was utterly surprised. He exclaimed, how can this be? Ronan continued to swing his sword, his sharp gaze fixed on him. He unleashed a series of slashes with abundant magical power onto Tower Master Lakdan's body. Those body fragments separated and gradually dissipated. Before completely disappearing, he wondered to himself, to pierce through Lakdan's illusion, which was reinforced by my power, even though it had no real form, and to defeat it so easily. He vanished, watching Ronan's back as he carried the Grancia girl on his shoulder and left. He was still enjoying the person he had chosen. He exclaimed happily, indeed, excellent, my vessel. The dark magic in the training ground was gradually dissipating after Bazura's illusion was eliminated. Ari and the Vice Temple Master arrived. He looked astonished. The entire training area was covered by perception-concealing magic. It seems Ronan's words were true. He raised his hand to sense, furthermore, this magic flow, it's clearly. Ari also agreed. That's right, it's exactly like Archmage Layden's. The Bazura seal has finally been broken. Vice Archmage Anfula, he exclaimed in surprise, unbelievable. Then Anfula commanded, gather all the mages of the magic tower immediately and prepare a response. Elizabeth sighed then, honestly, I look so pathetic right now, I almost want to laugh. She recalled then, the intense pain I felt in every muscle, it was all just an illusion. Ag raised her hand and looked at it, I can't believe that magic even deceived my senses. She continued, such a helpless and ridiculous sight, if Senior Ade-san knew, I wouldn't hear the end of it, Ronald. He looked at the girl lying there and smiled, even in that situation, you're truly stubborn. Ronald asked Ag, by the way, is that true? Is that kid really sleeping, sister? She replied, yes, that's right. That's the third young lady of the Gracia family, Sion Gracia. She's known to have excellent magical talent, so she was sent to study magic quite early. Ag added, I didn't expect to meet in such a troublesome situation, but I don't intend to make a big deal out of it. It's clear they were just being used by Bazura. He stood there, giving her a thumbs up and complimenting, that's true spirit, worthy of the Akaluzer family. You're amazing, Ag. She yelled, I told you not to call me that. That nickname is reserved for Senior Ade-san. Ronald chuckled to himself, she looks exhausted, but luckily, she's not seriously injured. He looked to the side, as for those ashes, if I'm not mistaken, those are the people who went missing after the terrorist attack he told me about. Although the Bazura seal has been broken, there's still a lingering distinctive magical power from their cult. As expected, these missing people are all cult infiltrators. No wonder the people who helped E at the library all disappeared. I found it suspicious from the start. Was their target the forbidden area all along? He deduced, if so, that day's terrorist attack wasn't just a simple battle, but also a diversion plan to draw all the attention of the Magic Tower, including E and Anfula. After the incident, the training ground was a bit bleak, everything became a little quieter. Elizabeth spoke up, her voice still a bit weak, Ronald, get out of here immediately. She warned him, Bazura's target is you, sir. Ronald flinched and asked, what? Ag, what are you talking about? Elizabeth replied, I don't have time for a long explanation, you know, don't you? Even what you just slashed was just an illusion, not Bazura's true form. Her eyes clearly showed the seriousness of the matter, just an illusion overwhelmed me to this extent, Bazura is a completely different entity. If that thing also possesses your body and achieves true completion, then the Dawn will inevitably be destroyed. Hearing this truly worried Ronald. Along with Ag's heartfelt reminders, so get out of here immediately, before it's too late. The image of Bazura and Archmage Layden's body reappeared. Along with that was a cunning and sinister smile. The Archmage's voice echoed again, that won't do, making Ronald freeze. That dark magic was appearing right in front of him. Ronald hastily asked, what is that, Ag? She stood still, unable to answer then. He looked into the distance, Vice Archmage, even he is frozen. While he was still wondering what exactly was happening. That voice echoed again, not just them, everyone in this magic tower, except you. Both their minds and bodies now belong to me. With this, the boring wait has ended. He looked at him from the shadows and said, Ronald, child who embodies glory, become one with me. Come to me. The entire Dawn Tower was slowly being enveloped and taken over by that dark magic. Looking from the outside, in just a little while, the entire Dawn Tower would be covered in a thick black. Ronald could only mutter curses, damn it, this bastard. He yelled into the dark space that Bazura created, what have you done? Ronald's eyes were full of fury, his sword in hand. Stop playing stupid games, come out here, you bastard, right now. On this side, deep inside the tower, Bazura, in the Tower Master's body, was sitting on a chair. He chuckled softly, muttering, how bold to still dare to raise your voice after witnessing my power. He raised his hand and said, but this place is so humble, to mark this important meeting between you and me. Someone's footsteps were approaching, along with that familiar voice, so let's move to a more worthy place, a more suitable place. Ronald startled and turned his head back. Before him was another robed member, the last missing person. She spoke up, I will lead the way to our master. Please follow me, Sir Ronald. He was quite surprised but couldn't say anything at this moment. Everything was out of control. Ronald smiled, come to a damn place like this myself? But his gaze swept around the training ground. The two girls were lying motionless nearby. In the distance were E and Vice Tower Master On. Anyway, at this moment, he had no other choice. Ronald put La Mantilla back into its sheath and continued, all right, anyway, if you don't show up, I'll just charge in myself. He told the follower in front of him, lead the way, to where Bazura is. A moment later, deep inside a dark tunnel. It was filled with murky dark magical currents. Ronald wondered, is this that place? Standing before a large, mystical door, he continued to ask, the place where that cursed piece of paper is hiding? The door opened by itself. From inside, two people gradually appeared. They stood before the captive body of Archon Layden. Ronald was startled, recognizing the groaning sounds coming from there. The Archon was pleading, please, spare my life, great Sir Bazura. His ashen face and fearful eyes were evident, I was too arrogant. A humble person like me dared to covet your power. Please grant me mercy. Seeing this, Ronald furiously clenched his teeth, then used his magic and prepared to draw his sword. He slashed straight towards that body. The image of the Tower Master was cut in half and slowly dissipated once again. Ronald yelled, this damn farce, stop it right now. Come out, you cursed piece of paper. As soon as he finished speaking, the dark aura continued to condense. The Archon's face reappeared, laughing loudly, what a pity, this was my welcome. It seems you don't find it amusing? All right, I'll humor you. As he finished speaking, a surge of dark magic poured out from the crack in the door before them. He was pushed back a distance, and that magic wrapped around his arm. The Archon's true form appeared once again. He sat on that chair, smiling sinisterly, welcome, Ronald. He looked at him with admiration, my brilliant vessel. His voice still echoed amidst the mystical dark mist, meeting face to face like this truly is an unforgettable feeling, and I want to share this special sentiment even further. He snapped his fingers, first, let's get rid of the things that displease me. And ordered the follower in front of him to commit suicide. The person standing behind Ronald immediately raised their hand and broke their own neck. Blood flowed from her eyes, yet she didn't forget to utter words of devotion, may Bazura be glorious forever and ever. Then she fell there, blood splattering everywhere. Ronald looked at him, puzzled. What new trick is this? Aren't they your comrades? Bazura replied, you're saying something ridiculous. He sneered, those people, just like the previous owner of this old body, are merely vermin who dared to covet my power. His eyes darkened. I still clearly remember the arrogant words they uttered on the first day they set foot here. They said to use my power to solidify their ideals and receive salvation. That it was the only way to survive. To me, they're nothing but vermin, yet they dared. Bazura continued to scoff, I could have turned them into mincemeat in an instant, but I generously spared their lives. I granted them the honor of obeying my commands for a brief moment. Do you understand now? Ronald was at a loss for words in the face of such power and wicked manipulation. He once again gripped his sword tightly and thought, seeing how you act and speak, I'm certain you don't belong to the church's faction. He wondered, why does Nebula's power emanate from you so strongly? Ronald still stood there with a jumble of inexplicable questions in his mind. He sighed, anyway, there's only one conclusion. Ronald pointed La Mantilla at him, I've heard enough of your self-important words. Now let me show you what someone like you truly needs. He seemed excited. Such fiery spirit, indeed. Yes, if you are to be worthy of becoming my vessel, you must at least possess such courage. Bazura didn't forget to threaten, but do you truly feel no fear in the face of such absolute power difference? where I can take your life with just a snap of my fingers." No sooner had he finished speaking than Ronald's body and sword slashed past his head. He looked at him sharply and asked, "If you were going to do that, you would have made your move long ago, wouldn't you?" But strangely, even with danger approaching, Barossa remained completely calm. He chuckled softly, "How interesting." The slash once again split that body and the chair he sat on in half. Ronald was surprised by what he witnessed. He and his chair reappeared at a farther location. Barossa raised his hand, demonstrating his authority, but such arrogance needs to be corrected. Ronald's eyes showed horror. He unleashed dark magic towards him, a large mouth seemingly wanting to swallow Ronald whole, along with a resounding voice, "Go on, struggle. Then you will realize your own powerlessness and the insurmountable gap between us." Ronald's body was helpless, as if falling deep into the giant's maw. Suddenly, a blue light appeared from within his jacket. The ring Sarenti gave him was radiating an intense aura. That blue magic appeared around Ronald. He realized and thought, this energy is from the ring. It helped him see the gigantic mouth in front of him. The gigantic teeth bit down tightly, as if swallowing and imprisoning Ronald inside. The creature's eyes detected the blue magic radiating intensely from below. Along with a curse, "You bastard," it was his sword that blocked those teeth. Ronald was straining to pry its mouth open and cursed, "How dare you open that stinking mouth so close to me? Do you want to die?" His eyes had now turned blue, the color of life. Ronald swung his sword, this time a vertical slash, splitting that gigantic head in half. Next, he swept a continuous sword strike, moving along its direction towards Bazoura. He finished his sword technique and nullified the magic from earlier. Over there, he was still sitting leisurely on his chair. Then he tapped the chair lightly a few times with his fingers, and black aura continued to emanate. Ronald quickly realized and looked back. That gigantic hideous head reappeared before him. It lunged down again, wanting to devour Ronald's body. He hastily brought his sword back, preparing to swing it up to counterattack. Between the large mouth connected to the snake-like body, blue light emanated, obscuring his entire body. And a sword energy slash followed that magic, cutting it to pieces. He once again shattered his magic, which was gradually dissipating. Bazoura was still sitting there, smiling. "Good, that move is a bit simple, but not bad at all." Ronald temporarily escaped danger, slowly landing. At this moment, he was hovering between the two halves of the magic that had just been cut. He continued, this time, human arms appeared from that entity. Along with that, heads grew out, those things stretched out and used their hands to grab Ronald's body. The human-like entities reached out and embraced him, along with Bazoura's question, "Now then, how will you escape this time?" Gripped tightly and unable to move, Ronald cursed, "Damn it." More and more of them grew out, surrounding and completely enveloping his body. Almost his entire body was being devoured by them, but from within, a purple light emanated. Bazoura raised his hand, continuing to infuse magic. The entity created by dark magic was gathering and filling the sphere. Then his hand slowly clenched. Ronald's only opening was about to be closed. The moment he clenched his hand, the sphere was completely engulfing Ronald's body. He still sat there, silently observing the sphere. His gaze did not waver, harboring deep malice. That purple magic shone brightly above Bazoura's head. Suddenly, from within, intense blue and red lights began to seep out. Another long slash was made, along with sword energy that shattered the sphere into many pieces. Bazoura stood up, laughing loudly and praising, "Excellent." He raised his hand, drawing his dark bow, and chuckled, "At least you should be able to endure this much." A large arrow was aimed to nullify the incoming sword energy attack. He released his hand, and the dark arrow shot out at extreme speed. It collided with the sword energy, creating a streak of light and crackling sounds like electricity. The collision of the two opposing magical energies created a large explosion. While Ronald was struggling to defend, Bazoura appeared calm, smiling and enjoying, "Marvelous." He spread his arms, casting even more magic and shouting, "Splendid. More." He laughed wildly, "Show me more, Ronald. Show me your full potential, don't hide anything. Suddenly, a blazing red flame erupted. Before Bazura appeared an extremely large firebird. His eyes narrowed as he wondered, what is this? He realized this was the Vice Tower Master's special magic. It's the Firebird, he exclaimed. How surprising, how can a young brat use such a high-level spell? Bazura smiled, but you've forgotten one thing. The owner of this old body has already reached the highest level of fire magic. Saying so, he raised his finger. The purple flame in his hand surged towards the opposing Firebird. He unleashed his firepower and yelled, such a small fry, it's nothing to me. And just like that, the Firebird dissipated. He smirked, what a pity, this must be your trump card, but it was blocked so easily. With a smug look, he added, even so, I still have to acknowledge your fighting spirit. As the two firepowers gradually faded, he asked Ronald, so, what will your next attack be? But unexpectedly, Ronald wasn't there. He wondered, did he disappear? It was then that he suddenly realized the Firebird wasn't an attack. He glanced around. He used it to conceal himself by expending a large amount of mana. It was a diversion. Just as he thought this, Ronald appeared behind him without him noticing. He swung his sword down, his eyes sharp, and yelled, die. Bazura noticed and turned to look, his face now a little unsightly. Ronald quickly slashed once and landed right in front of him. A red magical crack appeared on the neck of Tower Master Lagdan. Fresh blood spurted continuously from the wound. Ronald coldly turned to watch the body get decapitated. Ronald stood there as the Tower Master's body fell. A large amount of blood flowed from his neck. But surprisingly, the blood was being absorbed back, and a voice continued to echo, even with an incomplete synchronization, you dare to injure me? The wound and flesh on the severed part were connecting and healing before Ronald's astonished eyes. This was probably something he hadn't expected, his gaze remained fixed on it. Bazura turned back, smiling. Commendable. Immediately, two magical circles appeared. His sinewy body continued to protrude. Many hideous tentacles with gruesome teeth emerged from the magic portals. The wound healed, and he smiled arrogantly, feel free to display everything you have left. Ronald immediately drew his sword into a defensive stance. The enormous tentacled creatures flew straight towards him. Ronald hastily jumped to dodge, but they relentlessly pursued him. He frowned slightly, I clearly felt like I hit a physical entity, but it's still useless. Ronald thought, ultimately, I might have to drag the forbidden book that's possessing Tower Master Lagdan out. Ronald swung his sword, this is really getting tiring. Intertwined sword energy chopped the tentacles into many pieces. He thought to himself, if that's the case, using the scroll Omphila gave me for a surprise attack definitely won't be effective anymore. The Tower Master of the Magic Tower, a person who could rival Instructor Nevirus. The only reason I can still confront him is because Bazura craves my body. Without that, this battle would have ended long ago. If I confront him directly, there's no chance of winning. While thinking, he furiously attacked. Bazura still stood there, extending his hand to pour more magic. He then created a giant, dark purple spear. Then he swung his arm, launching it straight towards Ronald. That spear pierced through the tentacles and attacked his body. Ronald raised his sword in front of him, thinking, there's only one way left. Then he lowered his sword, accepting the magic with his body. Bazura on the other side noticed something unusual. Ronald decided not to defend anymore, ready to embrace death so that he couldn't achieve his goal. The spear approached his neck, stopping just an inch away. Then, that magic was completely neutralized. And perhaps the path Ronald chose was correct, he narrowly escaped death as expected. Bazura had nullified his own attack and yelled, asking, what are you trying to do? He gritted his teeth, somewhat angered. Then he roared, do you know what consequences your foolishness almost caused? How dare you touch this magnificent body, which will be the glorious beginning for me? Ronald plunged his sword into the ground and said, that's truly shameless to the extreme. Looking at it like this, anyone who didn't know would think my body originally belonged to you. He stared blankly, listening to him continue. Anyway, now I'm sure of one thing. You have no intention of killing me. Then he took out a sharp object, pointed it at his wrist, and continued, and if this continues, my body will be taken by you sooner or later. If so, I'd rather end my own life. As soon as he finished speaking, blood spurted from Ronald's wrist. He decided to use that object to cut his own wrist. The atmosphere inside the gloomiest room of the Dawn Tower gradually grew silent. Bazura stood there, witnessing Ronald commit suicide. He indignantly spoke up, "Do you think you have the right to play such a foolish game in front of me?" He glared at him, his face no longer jovial, now serious. "Do you think that scheme could fool me? The slight leniency I showed you, to complete my perfect rebirth, seems to have been misunderstood as an opportunity to play games. If you end your own life, I just need to use my power to heal it." Hearing that, Ronald retorted, "For such a great forbidden book, you talk too much. You went as far as to remove your magic as if the sky was falling, and now you're saying these things? Who could you possibly convince now?" Those words seemed to strike a nerve with him. His face changed color. Ronald smiled. "So there's a limit like that, isn't there? A corpse can't be a host, something like that." The change in his face seemed to confirm that he had guessed correctly. However, he still stood there, appearing calm, and said, "It seems you've forgotten, currently, all the humans in this magic tower are bound by my magic." He flexed his sinewy arms, issuing a challenge. "That means, if I wish, I can make all of them die instantly. So, stop with your cheap threats, unless you want to see your comrades turn into corpses." Ronald was still clutching the sharp object in his hand. After hearing him, he burst out laughing. "Are you really trying to make me laugh myself to death?" Bazura looked bewildered, showing his confusion. He continued, "Hey, you scrap of paper, how foolish do you think I am? You think I haven't seen your type before? Just by looking at your annoying face and tone of voice, I could already predict it, whether I obediently surrender my body or not. You'll never spare them either." At this moment, he seemed to see right through him. While he was surprised, Ronald continued to read him, "Go on, try it. Then I'll have even more legitimate reason to act as I please." He raised the sharp object and stabbed his artery. Blood gushed out again. Ronald smiled. "Even if I have to die, I'll make you pay big time. That's how I do things." He looked over there, his gaze firm. "If I'm just bluffing, then just wait and see. I'll give you an unforgettable memory." Bazura froze. For the first time today, someone had truly seen through his mind. Unbelievable, he thought to himself. "I thought you were just someone lucky enough to be born with talent beyond your grasp. How can such a small human possess such eyes? What exactly is going on?" Ronald interrupted his thoughts, still hesitating. Then, without another word, he decisively swung the sharp object in his hand. He yelled, "Let me show you even more clearly," then plunged it straight into his own neck. More blood flowed out, while Bazura, in the Tower Lord's body, still stood there. He couldn't believe what the young man was doing in front of him. Bazura lunged forward and managed to grab his hand in time to prevent the wound from deepening. In contrast to his worry, Ronald smiled. Blood still flowed from his neck. He asked him, "What's the real purpose behind this death threat?" He glared at him impatiently. "Tell me, Ronald." Then he roared at the bewildered face, "Tell me now." Ronald smiled, finally willing to talk properly. "Are we?" He looked at him defiantly. "Let's make a bet, you scrap of paper. Each of us stakes our lives. Face to face, without fear, let's play with fire." Bazura was quite surprised by Ronald's offer and asked back, "A bet?" He nodded and continued, "I've been studying curses very carefully recently, and there's one like this. The vow curse. A compulsory curse that prohibits all actions contrary to the vow until the outcome of the match is decided." Blood still flowing, Ronald continued, "The terrifying thing about this curse is that whatever is sworn in the vow must be carried out, even if it's your life." He smiled, looking at him. "So, let's decide victory and defeat with a vow curse. For you, this type of curse is too easy to use, right?" Ronald's proposal made Bazura think. Subduing him wasn't difficult for him. However, he thought, but I'm not sure if I can retrieve a complete body. This child might be willing to choose death if necessary. Furthermore, the strange aura I've been sensing from earlier is what's giving this child peculiar strength. While it's not enough to threaten me, at this moment, I cannot accept any variables. This child is the only treasure I've been searching for millennia. Still full of confidence, Ronald smiled provocatively, a great forbidden tone hesitating over a bet with a mere child. He stared into his eyes and asked, "Don't tell me you're scared, are you?" Bazura slowly let go of his hand and replied, "All right, I'll play with you." With the experience of a seasoned forbidden tone, he laid down the condition, "The terms of the match will be set by me." His eerie and sinister eyes now truly revealed themselves. From inside the wicked room, a golden light emanated. A large golden hand appeared. Bazura asked Ronald, "Are you ready?" An object hung on two chains. Two people stood on either side of a balanced scale. Bazura continued, "Then right now, I will enact the Oath of Covenant." He began, "Those who participate in this oath shall not be allowed to violate anything contrary to the covenant until the match concludes. If Ronald loses, he will offer his body to Bazura. If Bazura loses, he must release all hostages and be sealed forever." He seemed very confident. "The conditions have been set, just like that." Then he looked at him and continued, "The content of the match that determines victory and defeat is. You just need to withstand one magical trick that I cast. Do you agree, Ronin?" He also replied very firmly, "Why ask the obvious?" "I agree. Proceed quickly, don't waste any more time." Bazura flashed a sinister and cunning smile. He muttered something. The soul energy of the two radiated. Bazura's was purple, and Ronin's was blue. These two energies were sequentially fed into both sides of the covenant scale, and with this, the covenant was established. Bazura laughed loudly. "Ronin, I hope it will be a beautiful dream, because it will be the last memory of your life." He also smiled without hesitation. "You should worry about your own breath. After this bet ends, you will regret having set your eyes on me." A colossal pillar of light appeared in the room, and the illusion that Bazura had prepared for Ronin also manifested. Inside it, it was a day of blue skies, white clouds, and golden sun. Valus's voice rang out. "No, I said catching just one is enough to change your life right away. Do you know how valuable illusory creatures like dream sea or sea nymphs are?" Long-haired Black replied, "You can't even catch a bear. You think you have a chance to catch something like that?" Valus cursed back, "Damn it, it's impossible to talk to you guys. You hide in this corner all day, so you know nothing about the outside world." Ronin opened his eyes and complained, "It's too noisy. Are you guys playing outside?" Long-haired Black turned to ask, "Are you finally awake?" He added, "It's rare to see you sleep so soundly. Did you have a good dream, Vice Captain Ronin?" Ronin was currently back at the time when he was a sergeant, vice captain of the punishment squad. He rubbed his eyes. "What good dream?" "Don't talk nonsense, check the equipment." Then he looked at everyone. "I just dozed off for a bit, had a random dream." Valus yelled again. "By the way, let's talk a bit, Captain. How long do we have to do this?" As punishment soldiers, dying in battle is quicker than being released. He smiled brightly. "Why don't we all just run away in the next battle? If you lead, it wouldn't be difficult. Then, just follow me on a big poaching spree. Earning money is as easy as turning your hand." Ronin angrily shouted, "Hey Valus, if you dare mention poaching one more time, I'll chop off your hand right now. So what, want to try?" He looked over with a very serious gaze. He quickly chuckled awkwardly, hiding his hand behind him. "No, I'll pass." Ronin continued, "Just endure it silently. Just 2 more months of service and you'll be pardoned by the Grand Commander. Everyone knows that, right?" Valus stared blankly as the vice captain continued, "Didn't everyone try to endure until now because they wanted to turn their lives around, not live as worthless criminals? He told everyone, so stop talking nonsense, just focus on saving your own lives, got it?" Someone spoke up from where they were lying on a log. "Understood, Vice Captain." That's right, everyone, just hang in there a little longer. He rushed over and slung an arm around Ronan's shoulder. Anyway, as long as we stick close to you, our lives are sure to remain intact. Mo10 looked at him teasingly. Isn't that right, Vice Captain Ronan? He smiled and replied, Mo10, you rascal, saving your own life is everyone's own business. Are you planning to tag along and just reap the benefits? Ronan raised both hands and shouted loudly, to hell with you all. I'll take care of myself first. If you're a hindrance, I'll abandon you immediately, remember that. He sat there thinking, I didn't say it because I was afraid they would lose heart. But the Grand Commander promised that if this mission is completed, the entire team will be pardoned. That means this mission is extremely dangerous, but even so, just a little more. Ronan's eyes were full of effort and determination. He remembered Aero as a source of motivation. Endure a little more, then I can return to Nimbus to see my sister. Ronan resolved, thinking, I must live, at all costs. In the void, two streams of aura appeared from the purple streak, then connected to the magic circle, unleashing a series of dazzling golden magical rays. From the sky, a large pillar of light pierced through the clouds and plunged straight into the ground. It created a terrifying explosion, shattering an entire mountain in the forest, rocks and debris flying everywhere. Ronan's team sat there, completely frozen. Valus gasped, wondering, what is that? Something fell from the sky. Mo10 prepared to draw his sword and exclaimed, damn it, don't tell me it's enemy magic, Vice Captain Ronan, give the order quickly. Ronan opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word. He stared wide-eyed ahead, completely unaware of what it was. In his mind, his whole body screamed a warning, that thing, it's very dangerous. From within that light, the silhouette of a monster appeared with two horns on its head. A voice emanated from within, behold, you bewildered ones beneath the stars. Those magic circles continued to appear. This is the Aorzu from the previous life, he stood there declaring, by your will, I have come to open the path. So embrace your destined fate, I am Aorzu. The soldiers below looked up in fear, what the hell is that? A hand pointed to the sky, along with a stammering voice, boss, there's something in the air. Summoning gates continuously appeared behind Aorzu. In the sky, streaks of fire shot downwards, looking like fireworks but accompanied by world-destroying power. The people below looked up unconsciously, still not understanding what was happening. Things were falling, accompanied by blinding light. As soon as they fell, rocks shattered, the ground exploded, trembling, and people were thrown into the air. Rays of light pierced through bodies, causing soldiers to only manage a cough before losing their lives. The remaining people were torn to pieces, unable to react. A scene of death unfolded, destructive light continuously rained down from above, and below were desperate screams for help. Ronan stood there in horror. What the hell is this? He wondered. What in the world is that thing? A gleaming golden horn appeared and resounded. A group of people in white robes stood there and blew the horn. Banris heard it and immediately wondered, isn't that the charge signal horn? Don't tell me it's an order to attack that monster, right? What kind of crazy order is that? He shouted, are they all out of their minds? Meanwhile, Ronan followed the signal, rushed forward, using his weapon to try and block those beams of light. The light showed no sign of stopping, the ground was shattered and destroyed by them. The team behind saw Ronan charge forward and called out, Big Bro. He turned back to scold them while still moving, hey, you damn idiots. He yelled back, are you awake yet? What good is standing there complaining? Another beam of light shot down, and Ronan's voice followed, if you don't want to die for nothing, then fight or run. Many deadly beams of light were heading their way, they had to act first. No sooner had he finished speaking than a huge explosion occurred right in front of them. Ronan was stunned, his comrades' blood and flesh splattered onto him. Ronan stood there, almost frozen, rooted to the spot, waiting for the things falling from the sky. Suddenly, a foot appeared, stomping on the ground and moving. Then it grabbed Ronan by the neck and pulled him away, getting him out of the attacked area. The two narrowly escaped death, lying there for a moment. He sat up and yelled at Ronan, "Get up! First, we have to get out of here. This opponent isn't something we can fight against." He still lay there, eyes vacant and dazed, his comrade's voice still ringing in his ears, "We have to wait for reinforcements." He looked into the distance, where his comrades, his brothers, were pierced by that light. Among them was Banris. He died without closing his eyes, face up to the sky. Ronan mumbled, "No." Before him, almost all of his comrades had sacrificed themselves. He cried, screaming in pain, "No." His heart was torn apart. Despite that, the beams of Aorzu continued to shoot down relentlessly. Back to reality, in the gloomy basement of the Dawn Tower. Evil aura still enveloped the area. Ronan still stood there with Tower Master Lagdan, whose mind was controlled by the forbidden book Bazura. It raised its hand, dark mana swirling around it. This illusion penetrates the target's memories, recreating the most brutal and horrifying moments. Then it continuously repeats, digging deep into the mind, until the victim completely loses their way out, trapped in an endless hell. When their will is crushed, their mind shattered, until they crave death more than anything else and are imprisoned in eternity. This is now reflected in Ronan's vacant eyes. Bazura smiled sinisterly and whispered in his ear that eternity is the only thing you have to endure, Ronan. He stood before him and continued, "No mortal can confront eternity. I don't know what you've calculated or what you intended to negotiate. But the moment you handed over the decision of this battle to me, your outcome was already sealed." It sounded like he was very confident about this. He continued to bare his teeth, "So I'm just curious. I wonder what kind of mire you're struggling in now." Back to the battle in his mind, Ronan stood there, watching his comrades leaning against the ground. His eyes were vacant. What had just happened was beyond the endurance of a normal person. His comrades in front of him were dead. The scene repeated. Ronan was riding his horse below, and in the sky, Aorzu appeared with the Firebird. He was startled, turned, and looked up. The figure of Vice Tower Master Onfula appeared and slowly faded away. Yet another person died in front of him. Ronan was still standing there with his sword. Rain had fallen. It was unknown how he would escape this situation. Right now, everyone was dead. Ronan was dazed under the rain of blood, watching the people around him die one by one. He stood alone in the middle of the battlefield, surrounded by scenes of death. Ronan told himself, how many people had died just to protect me? So many that he couldn't count anymore. He wondered if it was truly all over. The blood was slowly rising. It was past his knees. Ronan was still lost in thought. He stood in a sea of blood. From the very beginning, did this hell truly have an end? Ronan answered himself, "I don't know. I only know that in front of me are the corpses of my comrades." His face darkened. Had his limit of endurance been reached? Turning in the sea of blood, he thought to himself, "Now I just want, even for just a moment, to rest a little." Suddenly, returning to reality, Ronan spoke up, "Enough." Then he knelt down and continued, "Please stop. My body or anything else, it's fine, I give it all up, just." He hesitated. Bazura was still standing there listening. Then he flashed a sinister, deadly, and demonic smile. The eye appeared. It made a sound, finally. Bazura had left the body of the Lord, continuously repeating excitedly, "Finally." The evil forbidden book revealed its true form, laughing loudly with sharp teeth and a long, hideous tongue. Then it shot dark magic rays at Ronan and shouted, "Finally you are mine, Ronan." Dark aura swirled around him. It seemed to be slowly entering his body. Ronan had no reaction yet. His mouth changed slightly. Darkness covered the room and his body.